All right, traders, who's ready for another week to get right into some trading action? This is where we go through the process, show you guys how we win or lose. But I'm feeling a little green also about this market. You guys know it. Last week, we turned a little bullish, been riding this momentum to the upside. Let's find out if this all turns around this week, or can we keep riding the wave? Let's find out right here on live trading.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Those words have been dancing around my head all night. I mean, it's Vegas lore, that phrase.
All right, traders, let's get right towards the trading action. Let's go ahead. Let's bring on my man Ryan Faloona is with us today, and Zunaid will be joining us just a little bit later today. He's having some morning wake-up issues. You know how that goes. Nah, I'm just playing. He has some calls that he has to take care of, but he'll be with us like always. You know, Monday's a little bit tough for Zunaid, you know? He has long weekends. He likes to have fun. Can you blame the man? I know I can't. Let's get right towards the market action. We'll take a look at what stocks are making moves today. There's a lot of action going on. Of course, it's a big retailer week as we'll have Walmart, Home Depot, Target, Lowe's, Macy's, Kohl's, all these stocks going to go ahead and give us earnings this week. It's going to be a fun one. Don't miss it, team. We're about to get right into the action. Let's take a look at the market and see what we see out there. Of course, it looks like today we are still up, but pulling back a little bit on the SPY. We'll take a look at and see what happens there. Do we get into the 400 handle today? I feel that we still got to move to get right into that handle. And the big thing for me is just going to be looking at daily lows. Daily lows cannot break. We need to continue having higher daily lows if we expect to continue in this rally. So we'll see what happens right now. Definitely running with the trend right now, and we'll see if we can continue riding this wave. Let's go into some particular stocks. I'll let Ryan get into some stocks that he has, and then I'll get into some news out there that's moving stocks. And of course, if you guys have a stock that's on your mind in the chat, throw it up, and we'll make sure that we get to it.
All right, sounds good. Want to say good morning to everybody. Thanks for joining us. Happy Monday. Sydney, Martin, Neil, Edson, Valiant Goat, Becca, Ashton Tam, M. Niami, Elon's drinking buddy. Really good handle there, by the way. Anyway, like Mitch said, there's going to be a lot going on this week. Let's start here first with Tyson. Tyson reported earnings this morning. They currently have their conference call. It was a mixed earnings, but it was a good guide forward. In fact, the quote that they used here, Tyson Foods projects strong profitability in 2023 despite macro pressures. So pretty good. You know, we're going to be looking for themes in 2023. It's clearly not going to be as easy as what we saw in 2021 and obviously 2022. So we're going to be looking for those themes. Tyson looks like they're putting up a good report here. And if we take a look at the daily chart here, it actually looks like we're trying to break out of this formation here. So first of all, Tyson down from the double top near 100, currently sitting at about 68. And coming up off the bottom of what, 62 and a half-ish, 63. So a good report here today and a good guide ahead. We'll see if this gives us any opportunity here. Be interested on Tyson on a cross through 69 here. Again, we're currently at 68.05. So maybe a potential swing here on the protein producer. Now, diving into some of the small caps, let's go ahead and take a look at what we found out of our movers tool. First one here is going to be PDS Biotechnology. Of course, they have a catalyst here, trading higher if the company announced 100% clinical response in cervical cancer patients in preliminary data for Immunoserve phase 2 clinical trial. And the company also reported better than expected Q3 EPS results. So great stuff here, or at least it sounds great. Market is rewarding it. We were as high as 782 off that initial pop. We've actually come back in here, but we look like we have a pretty well-defined range here. So we're hanging out right below 7. Currently at 680. 661 looks to be the bottom of this range, and 715 thereabouts looks to be the top. So As always, I'd love to see this range cleared out and then a curl back towards the highs. If we get that, we'll try and play this one here. Nice little catalyst should be driving it. Next one here is going to be Tough Built. This is TBLT, and we've traded this one quite a bit. This was actually not on the list when I first came in here this morning, so we're going to go ahead and chart it together. It, of course, does have a catalyst here. Tough Built industry shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q3 EPS results and a year-over-year increase in Q3 sales results. So looking pretty good here on Tough Built. The market likes this morning. We've traded this off the relative volume scanner back when this was in a 5 handle. So here we are hanging out at about 50% of that price. Just kind of keep that in mind, right? If you get some gains in here, even if you like the company or like the story, be sure to keep those gains in your pocket, and we'll try and keep stacking profits on top of each other. Love to see a move here through 265 towards that 280 high, and then hopefully a break above that. We'll see if we get that here on Tough Built. Next is going to be ticker SEV. This is Sono Group. This stock, again, also making a little bit of a move here. I think we did have, let's see, this one, no news, excuse me, no catalyst on this one. So this looks like kind of just a technical trade here. Range that I'm looking at is 150 to 158. We'll see if we can match that 182 high. To be honest with you, though, I'd like to see something else confirm this. Like, I'd like to see some of that relative volume pour in. We'll see if SEV gets going here today. ENSC is going to be the next one here. This is NYSE Biosciences. Now, we've definitely traded this one here before. This has come directly off the relative volume scanner. And we have a catalyst here today that they're trading higher for the company announced and received written guidance from the FDA that an acute pain indication may be appropriate for its lead trypsin activated abuse protection product. I'm not up on what that is, but the market seemed to have liked it this morning. We got as high as 272. We pulled all the way back to the low twos here, hanging out around 218. This 214 seems to be the near-term bottom. So as long as we stay above that, maybe we can clear out the range to 233 and then start making some moves back up to 272. As we can see from the first move here, it took it all the way to 272. But when we tried to retest that level, it actually took several minutes and some more pressure here, some more buying pressure here. So we're going to need that again if we're going to get anywhere near 272. That's one of the things we're going to be looking at here for an entry trigger, as well as the actual levels getting crossed. AMC making the movers list this morning. The apes should be absolutely stoked. AMC up this morning because of Wakanda Forever. AMC Entertainment shares are trading higher after the company announced a domestic record for the biggest November opening in history for the film Black Panther Wakanda Forever. So that's given AMC a pop here. It's also worth noting that Ape is popping as well. Those are going to move in tandem. If I were to trade AMC, I would actually trade AMC. I would actually completely ignore Ape, just because I feel as if I have a better handle on how this trades, and I'm likely to be able to make a better trade. You can see we're actually using 8 as support here. We'll see if that holds up. AMC likes to head fake, so I really want this to set up, and I'd want to feel good about that setup before taking it, but it is making news here this morning, so we may as well mention it. AMC up here, a nice 11.5%. GOEV, this is Canoe. We've talked about this one quite a bit here. This did pop up to 190, although it's backed off that high, currently sitting in this range here. 162, your drop dead price here on GOEV. I think if we break beneath that, it probably is going to be done for the day. But if we get any type of volume expansion or flow into this thing, perhaps we take out 175 on the road to 190. We already talked about Ape. I can see some of the pot names are up here. So I noticed that Tilray was up here this morning. This is on some continued momentum. Some of those pot names had a big week last week. SNDL, this was actually not on the list when I first started here this morning. This trading higher for the company reported better than expected Q3 EPS and sales results. So I actually want to see this shake out. Wouldn't be surprised if this pulled back here. And then lastly, XPEV is going to be on your list here this morning. XPEV trading up a little bit. We did make a high here of 914. We're coming back in here. I'm not a huge fan of XPEV, but it's at minimum another target for us to track here today. So, Mitch, that's what I got. Oh, looks like Mitch disappeared, and it's just me here today. So, you know what we're going to do is we're going to turn that over to the chat. What stocks do you folks want to take a look at? Let me see if I missed anything here. Good morning, Jay. Nice to see you here this morning. Beach Bum, nice to see you. Troutster, Ali, Jay Roma, Crassy. Hope you're feeling better, Crassy. Justin, welcome. Hopefully you had a good weekend as well. So while we're waiting for the rest of the team to show up here and bail me out, I'll go ahead and take tickers from the chat. One of the things you want, Eli is saying ASTS. Let's take a look at that. Oh, Zunaid, there you are.
Look, I heard you needed to be bailed out, so I got you, my man.
Oh, I see how you spun that there. Nice of you to drop by here this morning. All right, ASTS. This is AST Space Mobile. Shares are trading higher for the company announced that it successfully completed the deployment of the communication array for its test satellite, Blue Walker 3. Pretty cool name, honestly, Blue Walker 3. So looks like this actually having a nice little morning here today. We don't have the volume that I really like. Maybe we will get that here when the market opens. So let's take a look and see what we're at. November 14th, currently at about 500,000 shares. So I would expect out of the open for this to then meet the million share criteria that I have for these day trades, just to make sure it's liquid enough. We'll see where the price is there. This is a good shout though here, Eli. Am I even pronouncing your name right? Probably not. L Ivy, excuse me. L Ivy. This is actually a really good shout here. Let's see if we hold 10. We were as high as what did we get up here to this morning? 11.16. So pretty decent range here. We'll really see if the volume pours in here and if we get anything. All right, Zunaid, you got some stocks you want to go over?
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at them here. Taking a look at SPY, we've got the previous closes, or excuse me, the previous high and low. Let me go to my E-Trade. Was messing me up. Give me 1 second. There we go. Got those kind of marked out here for us. So we'll take a look. If we want to go ahead and break over 499.41 and realistically 400, right, on the SPY, we look to go long on the retest on that. Or if we go ahead and crack to the bottom, below 393.66, I'd be interested in going short, with my first target being approximately right over here. Let me actually go ahead and have this as my first target, which is about the 392 area on SPY. I had a couple of stocks. I'm not quite sure here. Let me hit the refresh because last night I was prepping a few tickers and I don't know if they came through. Let me upload my list. There it is. See how that watch list just uploaded? I love it. Let's go ahead and take a look at FDX. This is one that we had talked about going into the gap. So if we go ahead and take a look at the daily, you've got this huge gap right here that it's kind of in at the moment. Let me go ahead and fix that. On FDX, we actually played this one a few days ago, but we obviously didn't take it all the way up here. So interested to see where FDX goes, especially if it wants to go ahead and break this level here, right here of 177.50s. I'd be interested. I'm actually going to go ahead and set an alert there. Then I'm going to go ahead and mute my trading view so nobody yells at me for my fire alarms. But that's an area that I'm interested on FDX. Taking a look at docs here. If this can go ahead and break like 35.50, I'd be interested in this one. If you go ahead and take a look at the daily here, got a little bit of a break, but waiting for it to possibly go ahead and test the $40 area. But we'll see if it wants to go ahead and break it. So I'm going to set an alert right here on DOCS. Let's take a look at Apple. That 150 area obviously went ahead and rejected. Let me go ahead and turn a lot of these off here in a minute. But that 150 area is going to be key, right? Especially that 150 to 151. Interested to see how it behaves. I'll probably give it a little bit of space. If you're looking to go long, I would go ahead and wait for that 150 break, have it come down, test it, and then you can go to the upside, similar to kind of like Amazon, where here's $100. You saw it break, test, hold, then obviously with the market, it came back, and then a whole bunch of times it would go ahead and break, hold it, and to the upside you'd go. But on Amazon itself, the 101.31s is an area that I'm interested in. If it goes ahead and breaks it, comes back to test it, and if it holds the 101s, I'd be interested in this one going long. But obviously for that to happen, you got to keep an eye on the SPY and see if it wants to go ahead and break that $400 level. And then lastly, just taking a look here on where to go on Tesla here. That 198.72 is an area that I expect a little bit of resistance right up here. There's just not that much space. I mean, you can take it, in my opinion, above like the 196.60. And yeah, you can go to get yourself a couple of bucks here, face some resistance. And then 200 to me is like the ultimate resistance area just because of psychological levels. And you've got the 198.72 right around there. So a few tickers that I'm kind of keeping an eye on. I've got a couple more, but Mitch, never mind. I don't know if Mitch has any stocks that he wants to go over. Wait for him. Thumbs up. There you go. So it's all you, pal.
All right, I'll get my screen on here and we'll take a look at some stocks and some areas out there. Of course, today we just got to keep watch, right? I think it's one of those days where you got to determine for yourself, what are you interested in? Is it growth? Is it value, right? Now, today you're going to see that day where I think we're going to get our definition. Is this kind of a bear market rally or kind of just kind of a real rally that has legs, right? A new bull market. That's what some people are going to think. But I think at this point, what you're going to see here is that you're going to even see some trash running today. I mean, I could put it up there. It's today you're going to see maybe some trash running today, right? There's a lot that could be making moves today. You're seeing AMC making a move up. And I think that this just shows us that, yeah, there you guys see it, right? Now, what does that show me? That stocks could run today, right? Even like lower price stocks are probably going to have a more volatile bottom, right? I can see the IWM really strong lately. Take a look at the IWM. I don't want to see the IWM really break into the body of kind of yesterday's, and you can already see we touched that in the pre-market. I'll show you guys IWM right here on the left-hand side of this is where the SPY. And so keep your eyes on that. We want to see the IWM get back up through that 188. If it does go through 188 and 190, we're going to have a nice little breakout there. Look, on IWM, we'll be pushing, looks like, towards 196. Now, what I think we're going to end up running into is that by the end of the week, we might see a turnaround. But does this rally still have legs to run? Yeah, I'm looking for the move above 400 on the SPY. And if that happens, of course, if we do get the move to 400 on the SPY, well, then we got to look for some stocks to kind of be in the bullish sense with, right? Well, I'm going to still look at beaten down names like Amazon to get the lift. It's already done a nice little pullback here to the 99 area. Now we can look for the hourly pullback into the last kind of range. That's a push there towards 98.70, but I think we'll even get a little bit further down. We're going to probably go. I'm going to be looking for around this 98 level. 98 is where I think we can get a quick little pullback and then a push right back up through the 100. We'll just have to wait and see on the SPY, on the open. Of course, oil started pulling back. So think does that turn around? Energy, it has been battling. It did 2 pullback days followed by 2 strong days up. Does it take the next leg to the upside? You guys can keep your eyes on that. Oil to the upside, I still think that we still see it kind of push. Oxy's been trying to push there back towards 75. If you're looking at some energy names, industrials have been really strong. Look for that. And then we'll see what happened with healthcare. It did a little pullback day, but was that just a pullback to get into some of these names? I know today BIB, Biogen, and Lilly were moving based off of an OTC stock. That's Roche, and that's like the largest kind of pharmacy stock. And it had negative news in their phase 2, which was helping these companies. So maybe they get a bounce. Another one that got beaten down is Cigna. Does Cigna get the bounce after getting beaten down on Friday? And that could have just been a rotationary move back down. It bounces off a prior resistance, which is around, let's say, 294 to 296 area. And then there's 300 already where it's already coming back. Yesterday's price action went through that level, went to 290. So let's see if it comes back above, especially towards the kind of 306 area. And you see Cigna turn back around. That's not a bad area to watch. All right. And then, of course, today you guys will also can keep watch some retailers to see if those kind of make the move. Walmart, Target are ones that I'm going to be watching today. Target is one that I think can get the lift a little bit more than even Walmart. Walmart is going to close the gap above it, but Target has a huge gap zone above it here. Does it start making its way and holding the pullbacks towards 170 and making its way through 175? 175 isn't looking too bad today. We'll see if it's in reach there. In the pre-market, you got up there already towards 174.83. So that leaves me room that we could get that 175 push. I'll be looking for quick pullbacks to get bottom up towards the 170, 150 area, and then see it come back through 172, 173 area. We'll see if it goes through that. Target is on my radar, but tell you the truth, team, today's one of those days where I'm going to be more reactionary. Here's the bell. Let's do what we do best. Let's focus on our process to get into the green. I'm not focusing on yours, just like I don't think you're focusing on mine. So let's just focus on our own skills, our own ability. What do we have that we can find? And of course, help each other along the way, calling out stocks. So like ARKK is an easy way that I'm going to be watching to see if this is growth or value today. Right off the back, I'm looking at some of the stocks in ARKK to see if those move. And then I'll take a look at the sectors and industries. We got to be always focused on our intermarket analysis. So that's what we'll be focusing on. We'll see what happens. What moves for the QQQs? QQQs, we're going to look for, I would look for, let me just do a quick assessment here on the hourly. Hourly support around 284. So I could see a quick pullback to 284, then coming back for our 288s, 289s, going towards 290s today would look really nice there on the QQQs. The advancing soldiers trade is what I'm looking for on the Qs and the SPY. And we'll talk about what pattern that is coming up in a little bit. I actually have it drawn out. It's called the 3 white shoulders candlestick pattern. We'll see if we get it today.
I'm in a trade here on CHK. I got filled at $100.07. Currently trading here. Let me put mine. Currently trading at 99.98. My stop loss is going to be 98.82. So risking $50 to the downside, hoping to go ahead and actually let me move this up just a little bit down here. 101.81 is where I'm looking to take profit. So slightly better than a 1-to-1 trade simply because of the 102 resistance that I'm expecting. But I'm in CHK. Keep you guys posted on how that trade works out.
And I'm watching PDSB off the open here. First move on PDSB was down here. We're currently hanging out at about 670. I'd be interested here on a move through 7 to test the 714 to 732 resistance area. We'll see if we get it. So far, first move here down PDSB.
Healthcare getting the bounce right out the gates, and energy, 2 areas that I'm looking at. And healthcare, definitely going to look at it. So Cigna already pushing there to 310, already a 5-point push there. So you got to be careful with this one because the spread is very wide. But I am going to be looking at certain stocks in this industry. So if I can't catch this one, what am I going to do? I'm going to look for the leader laggard style play. Look for different stocks in this area to lead, and then other stocks play the catch up. So that's looking at what's the top from the open. You can take a look at some cheaper names like ALHC, CVS. I'd rather play CVS's spread than I would play Cigna's spread. So I'm going to be watching CVS for a pullback. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, Tesla, Clinton saying, wow, Tesla's some crazy bars going here. Clinton, I agree. Tesla really has a $4 range here right out of the open, and it's all over the place. For trading purposes, this is tough, really spready, bouncing all over the place. Good luck if you're trading Tesla here. That first move was down, although it looked like it did. It's trying to find support here at this 190, 150-ish level, the lows of the pre-market session. We did break beneath it, and it is testing this level here, but let's see where it resolves. It is wild here this morning.
I like that Amazon dip below 98. I wasn't able to fill there now, but if I can get a pullback there, I would love to have grabbed that 98 level. Amazon doing the pullback that we talked about. We'll see if I can get in today.
Tyson, we talked about Tyson there, backing off that 69 level right away, right out of the open here, backing off that level. So we'll wait and see if we can get a close above that level that we talked about. Let me get you an exact price on that here real quick from the daily chart. Maybe they are reacting to the CFO. I know someone mentioned the CFO earlier, just wild story there. So 69 is going to be that level. I have it at 69, 16, 69.03 right in there. 69 is going to be that level, currently backed off that right out of the open here.
CHK, we're about $50 in the money, or excuse me, 50 cents in the money on CHK. We went nice and green there. Let me go ahead. And again, just if you're, so I got filled at $100.07. Stock is currently trading at 144. It looks like it did go as high as 171, but we're looking to take profits at 181. We'll see if we go ahead and get too greedy or if we get stopped out at 98.82. That's what I've got right now. Taking a look at Carvana here as well. See if it wants to break above 12 and hold. If it does, I'd be interested in it on ticker CVNA.
Getting some pullbacks here.
what's going on with Microsoft? I don't see any news here with Microsoft. Down 3% out of the open. Looks like this might just be trading with the general market here. Microsoft down 3% early. I don't see any news.
I like 238.96 area as support. 238.96, so maybe around 239 area act as support here on Microsoft. I like these big dips because it gives us some, as long as you can establish risk to reward here, if you're thinking we're going back up, it's not a bad area to be looking for dips.
PDSB is still feeling a little heavy here, not giving us a setup. Penn at highs, Penn National Gaming at highs.
Going to give the first 15 minutes that could be like that washout to red to green. So I'm going to be looking for maybe a 945 reversal style action here. I'm going to be patient here instead of trying to get in too early on these pullbacks. I'm going to be waiting here to see if we get the reversal action. Amazon already looked super bearish. If it goes green above VWAP, that's what I'm looking for. Gush and LNG, says Sydney. I like the UNG play today. So that's an area that I'm actually looking at for a nice little push today. 240s to 230s. I had an alert. It already hit there. So looking for pullbacks on that. I would look for pullbacks. I'm looking for 2038s or maybe even slightly below that, coming back here towards 2025 and then take off through 2075. UNG, maybe you're playing the Boyle action also. Boyle also on the setup.
All right, checking in real quick on CHK. That one's at $100.69. So you're about 60 cents in the money on that one. I've got a couple of other tickers here. ENSC. Bought that one at 225, stop loss 189, looking to take profits at 266. Let me see if I've got some other positions. And then FSLR. Oh, yikes. I'm down on this one. About to get stopped out. Yeah, it just got stopped out, so never mind that one.
Watching that UNG, we'll see what happens. Amazon's still battling SPY. It's kind of still like now trying to catch the VWAP here. Still playing a little bit of games here. Going to see we get some kind of action.
Took a little PDSB here at 685 on a move through the VWAP, hoping that it makes a move towards 7. Going to have a pretty tight stop here. Lower position size stop going to be 661 if we get down there. PDSB. Want to move towards 7 and hopefully a break above 714 without getting stopped out. We'll see. It looks like it's getting rejected from its VWAP here early on. And stopped out. Okay, well, over 1 early. Zunaid, apparently I like losing money with you here on this.
Well, I mean, here I was ready to buy at the break of 7. So I was ready to buy your shares and hopefully take us to the next level. But we'll see if the 650 level holds.
Yeah, I was going to say wait for a setup here. Remember, I went in with reduced size just in case it yanks like this, so not the end of the world here. Just 0 for 1 early. Nasty. Your first stop is your best stop. And by the way, so one of the reasons for that, literally trading it right off my plan here, right? Notice that it was flirting with VWAP. Broke above VWAP. I took it. Stop going to be right at the level that I identified here on the chart, hoping for a 714 break and maybe even a pop above for this to get wild. We didn't get it, so we stuck to the plan and took it out. We'll see if we get a setup here in this one again.
OTC's pullback here looking interesting. We'll see what happens, but Amazon's still playing around here. Looking for that 945 turnaround. We're almost getting towards that time, guys. We'll see what happens. So Oxy looking for 74s. Go ahead, brother. Sorry.
The Crow saying got caught with it too, Ryan. That's how it goes sometimes. We try to play the setup. Sometimes we end up getting caught. That one didn't work. Looks like Zunaid with the right pick here on ENSC as it's trying to go through that 233 level, currently flirting with VWAP.
Yeah, and we're in here at 225. So cute little 4 cents. Waiting for a pop above. We're going to look to sell this at around 266, which I'm not the biggest fan of. I should try to sell it in front of 250s, but it is what it is.
Well, let's see what happens if we get a break above 233 here. We're right on it, Zunaid. Part of me wants to play this break, but I suspect they just pull it, and I might not be fast enough.
Netflix with a nice move to the upside. Let's see how we can play Netflix.
Becca's saying OPNT Narcan deal. Let's see what that is. Oh, it's going to be in quiet. I see. I see.
Like this turnaround on
$20,
Oxy,
gotcha.
starter on Oxy, looking to add here on pullbacks. Wanted 74, got to 74.10. Didn't want to get too picky, so I just got a starter there. 74.28, looking to add on pullbacks towards 74. Oxy.
Here goes ENSC through that 233. Getting a bit of a pop here on ENSC. Nice job, Zunaid.
Thank you. Thank you.
Melissa saying AMC is halted. I don't have that pulled up here.
All right, FSLR, I'm going back to the well one more time. I got filled at 150.55. I'm going to try to get some more shares at 150.13.
Couldn't get filled on that pullback on Oxy right now. Missed the pullback.
AMC halted to the downside, by the way, or it was. Looks like it's open now. ARDX at highs. Nice call, OS. Are you in that? ARDX. This ran out of the gate. Was not on my radar. Let's see. Why did I miss this one? ARDX on the scanner now. I guess I just missed it in the pre-market. Huge volume. Interesting. ARDX, nice trade if you took that above that 150 break. ARDX. ENSC, here's your pop. There's your 250s, Zunaid.
Yes, sir. Ooh, see. Should I get rid of it or hold for 266? Because 266 is pre-market highs. So I'm going to follow my game plan. But what I will do is not let this trade go as red. So I'm going to move my stop up here. Move my stop up to 218s. We're like, what is that? 21 cents in the money at the moment. But we're gonna hang tight and see if we can get that 266 fill, which was our game plan in the first place. We might see a pullback back to VWAP though. That's okay. We won't cry. I lied. We will, but we'll be fine. Let's see what's
your
going
pullback
on
to
with
VWAP.
FSLR.
By the way, I have the pre-market high as 274.
FSLR took a second L on that one. On the day, we're already down $200. Yoo-hoo!
Adding here in Oxy. Added there twice there. Let's look for it to get back through 74. 73, 75 is the out on risk.
TBLT trying to curl here. Crow, looks like you're on this one. Move through VWAP here above that 265 level. Remember, 280 pre-market high here. We're 10 cents away. Looks like it's moving to that TBLT right now. Not in this. No position in TBLT. We'll see if it can break above that 280.
Want to see a 74 recovery for Oxy here. Let's see if we get it. using a
Apple's
3-minute.
smoking the lows. Same with Tesla.
Time interval added.
Market looks like it wants to roll over a little bit here.
We don't have a 3-minute. All right. Yeah, I'm getting hit here in Oxy right quick. SPY still hurting here at 9:45. This is when I can expect a turnaround here, so you got to be careful. Definitely right on the risk here on Oxy. Could stop me out. Yeah, I'm getting out of Oxy, trying to get out of here if it doesn't recover. As on the 1 minute. Yeah, it's too much there. Need to get out. Out there. Did I get out there on 59s? Yeah, definitely took a hit there. Big hit there on Oxy. Nice little setup on the trade. Nice pattern. Just watch that on me.
AMD pounding lows here. So AMC. AMC's still up 4.3% here today. So we're still higher than we were from the previous close, but really been straight down from that opening push right out of the gate. You know, I'm not sure. What do you guys think about these movie numbers that we occasionally get on new releases? I'm not sure these have the sticking power they once did.
No, it's not the same. And
stocks.
It's not the pandemic.
It's not the pandemic, is what Mitch says. AMC trying to bounce here. But again, for move here is just straight down. Tons of selling pressure on AMC.
Yeah, SPY pulling back here, and I'm looking for it to kind of recover here and just make a nice recovery here. So I'm going to go ahead and start to size in Amazon, but to be careful here. Starter on there. I got to fill. There we go. Starter there at 97.62.
Some of those pot names turning around here. CGC on lows. Let's check in on Tilray as well. Those were even gapping this morning, now red. Yeah, all those pot names, same move. Had a little bit of a gap here this morning. Gave it all back out of the open, going red here. Tilray down 1.2%.
Looking for an Amazon reversal here. Want to see the SPY just hold here and then just start doing the hard action to the upside. See it here.
PDSB below that 660 level that we identified, actually using it as resistance now, which is interesting. Here, anatomy of a losing trade, I suppose. This is one of the reasons this range to me, going into this trade, this is so clearly defined that I knew I wasn't going to get emotional about it. It was either going to work or it was not going to work. In this case, it didn't work, and it's showing you exactly how important that 660 level was. So first of all, we broke through it. That stopped us out of the trade. We tried to find some footing here around 640. We're popping back up to 660, using this as resistance now. We'll see if it can bust through this. If it can make another upside move back towards the VWAP, maybe that 714 high. No position in this, clearly using it as, clearly using 660 here as resistance.
I'm adding on these pullbacks here on Amazon. Definitely don't want to even be kind of pushing too much of this. This is a style of reversal trade that I'm just kind of adding into here. Really, the SPY needs to recover on the 5 minute. 5 minute needs to get back towards kind of the 396.60s. If that could happen there, we won't be looking too bad. But I did add there on the pullbacks there of Amazon. I'm at 97.44 here. Just trying to battle.
Jay Rice saying all those names that got whacked on Friday, green again here today. That's what we've seen, Jay. We've seen a lot of that, just kind of a bounce back, kind of, regress to the mean type trade there. Let me know if you have anything that you're working with on any of those names.
SPY got back there on 396.60s on the 5 minute. Now let's see it close up above 396.40. This is a little bit of a battle trade. That reversalist trade, they're kind of one of my hardest ones to go after because you're essentially buying into weakness. That's the hardest part of the trade. But now that I'm already to 97.80s, if it gets to 98, I can even sell some. But I'm looking for this to push towards the VWAP 98.32s or 98.27s, and I can take some off there. Then I'm going to look for it to get back towards the opening price. SPY is starting to push back there. Nice little bottoming candle put in there at 96.60s. Like we were looking, it closed right above it. So let's see it now hold that on pullbacks. You don't want to see it really breaking towards 396.40s because that could get us to downside action. We'll see what happens.
And on UNH here, interestingly enough, well, you know, this is one of the stocks that Jay was just talking about here. And one of the reasons why the Dow is holding better than the SPY and the NASDAQ, which I agree with here. That whack on Friday that you were talking about, Jay, really just pulled UNH right to the 200. And it looks like it's just trying to bounce off there. This 200 still in play here.
It's one of those days. It's a tough one. Tough one. I need some OJ on a day like today.
I had my fresh squeezed OJ here today.
From those guns. Those Ryan guns.
I don't know about that.
Get to the chopper.
Why can't I?
I don't think I've ever been in a helicopter.
Yeah, I haven't been in a helicopter either. That is actually true. You know what? We're gonna have to make that happen, Ryan.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a place out west where we can actually like get in a chopper and fire a chopper mounted machine gun if you're interested in that.
What?
Exactly.
That sounds like something I'm about.
That sounds like a once in a lifetime opportunity.
Just
Somewhere in
hearing
Nevada, I think. Some unpopulated
There's
area.
nothing like, you know, just hearing the dings of the ammo rounds.
The casings.
Yeah, you know. Just ding. All right, here's Amazon looking good here. We started to really make a bottoming there on the 3 minute. Now the SPY needs to come up towards that high. If the SPY doesn't go, we can't go. Microsoft looks nice also off around the 240 area. That's kind of the reversal area there. I'm buying the dip. Let's see what happens, team. We got Mitch on the bull side.
Someone in the chat said they do it every day. I don't know if they were talking about the helicopter or that's crazy if you do. That's awesome.
I fly an Apache for the Army. Come on out, says Travis. Travis, thank you for your service, my man. Pretty awesome. Pretty awesome job that you got there.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, the Aerial Shooting Adventure Tours. It's a company out of Las Vegas. Allows you to shoot an M249 from
That's awesome.
So pretty sweet if that's a bucket list item for you.
Real quick, couple of stocks. No, you're good, buddy. A couple of stocks I'm going to go over here. I was looking to get Netflix with the dip buy to the VWAP. Unfortunately, clearly I didn't get the chance as I just continued to the upside here. But going back to EN SE, I am looking to just take profits at 247. If I can go ahead and get it here, just want to go ahead and lock in some gains since I am red on the day here on the trade station side of things. Matter of fact, that's the only thing I've traded today. But we've also got CHK. We're up about a point on. Wait, what in the world?
Starter on Bristol Myers.
Here, I'll put your chart up in a second. But anyway, looking to take profits at 101.81s on this one, but we're well in the money. Looks like my fill, I was trying to get 100 shares, but it looks like I only got filled 40 when it peaked down. I'm not quite sure what went wrong there, but I'll figure that out. I'll put your chart up, Mitch. Oh, not that one. There you go.
Why? Got there. We got 77.01. Right before the candle closed. Saw it off of the VWAP. Willing to add on VWAP ads, but looking for it to push up here. If the SPY can go, both of my trades will have a nice little lift here. Profits for Bristol Myers could be above towards 77.38 and then above towards 77.50. 25s could be profits, but that I would have to have sized in. I only got the starter in there, so Didn't want to push for kind of a middle in the middle trade. So I usually get that starter now, especially when I'm feeling good about the overall market. That's what I'm trying to really focus in on. Will this overall market kind of hold here on that last bottoming action and really start getting back up? Another good way is looking for the 15-minute kind of opening range, right? We kind of made a bottoming now on the 15-minute towards 396.60s. Similar area where I'm looking on the 5-minute. I want to see this come back up through that first 15-minute candle, which was a high of 397.35. We can get through there. Boom. It's a reversal style action there on the 15-minute. Let's see what happens. Like always, I don't know what's going to happen, but that's just what I'm seeing out there. You guys let us know if you guys see anything. Lisa Lee calling out Gilead. Yeah, the reason why I went for Bristol Myers is because healthcare is doing so well today. It's been holding pretty well. A lot of the drug manufacturers, biotech's doing well. Gilead, she's calling out, and it had a nice little VWAP bounce trade there. Just trying to focus in on the trades that we're taking right now. But yeah, definitely nice little trade there in Gilead. I can show you it on the left-hand side here.
Interesting about Gilead's daily chart, by the way, too. A break above that 8380 is another blue sky breakout. Now, we already had one of those. Remember, Gilead, nice little floating island there, too. Didn't really pull back as much as I would like to see it pull back on a floating island, but did give you that resolution to the upside. Now, actually, looks like it wants to try that 8380. So another potential level there if you want to try swinging that. A break above 8380 might pop that stock a little bit more. Good shout there. Good spot there, Lisa Lee. Gilead's been really strong, actually.
Getting that pullback in Bristol Myers, willing to add to it, but focusing on the SPY really, because the SPY going up is what's going to lead me to get more confident in these pullback buys, right? As long as we're holding the price action, we look good here. Just don't want to see it break through 396.60s. Really, I'm looking for the 397.60 push to really start getting confident about these bullish side positions.
TBLT moved to those highs here, 285 year high there, currently hanging out right around that high, little bit of size there at 285. And then ENSC was trying to curl back up to that 246 level, got rejected at 246. We're pulling back here. ENSC, it feels like this wants to go here, but we'll see how many attempts it's going to take. Realistically, for a long side here, I'd love to have it hold 233 and build. Take out 246, 255. If we're able to do both of those in a nice big push, I think maybe we could go to 274 here.
Come on, baby.
All right, SPY, let's see what we can do here. Adding some there of Bristol Myers there on that pullback. SPY starting to make its way to the upside. Amazon put a nice candle there. I can add on Amazon too on pullbacks now. I like that
bounce here.
Like that bottoming on Amazon. Willing to add towards 97.75 now on Amazon. Looking for the 98 move to 98.50s. Let's see if we get it. SPY, what you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Real quick, Steve asking here for your opinion, Mitch. I'll go ahead and roll through some of the news and give mine, but if you've got one, go ahead and share it. So first of all, Steve asking about Polestar, PSNY. Remember, we just had their earnings report. They're trading higher, so the company reported their earnings. It jumps on. It looks like it jumps on a profit here. This was actually a day trade for us after those earnings. This actually put in some pretty good moves on the chart. Looking at the daily chart here, we're at a pretty important spot. This 6 level seems to be pretty important. A break above this, and I think maybe you can test that next high that it made at about 832. And then maybe that move back to 10. This was a SPAC, wasn't it, Mitch?
Polestar, yes.
Yeah. So really what we're going to need to do is move back towards that 10. First level of resistance here, Steve, looks like that 6. And as Becca was saying, they do have a crossover SUV in the works. I don't think I've seen this car in real life, just on the internet. It looks pretty sweet, though. Let me see. Just make sure this is the one that I'm thinking about. Polestar 3. Oh, geez. Yeah, this is a pretty sweet looking car.
Putting out an order to add on Amazon here. Trying to add on this pullback. 97.75. Let's see if I can get in a pullback fill.
Polestar has a showroom in the Scottsdale Fashion Square. That might be something to check out, Becca. They got one in New York too. They're beautiful, says Sean. Awesome. I've never actually seen one in real life, just pictures on the internet. That'd be something to check out.
Huh, that's interesting.
All right, got a little bit of an ad there. SPY going to the top there, making me feel comfortable about this position. Added there on the pullback there of 97. Got filled 97.75 there on an ad there on Amazon. Been slowly working into this position. SPY holding the levels that I've been looking at on the 5. Now we look for it to break out through the resistance here, which is that 97.60s look. Let's see if we get through that level and the SPY gets up there towards, let's say, 398 or something like that. We're going to be looking real good here.
Okay, and real quick, let's update on PDSB. So a couple of things to look for here. So first of all, that 660 level that we used as a stop, we were able to reclaim that. So pretty good. Let me go ahead and turn this off. So now we're flirting with the VWAP here. A move above this, maybe we can get that 714. Remember, this is what I tried to play earlier and got stopped out on. I'd actually like to see this confirm that move before I just get stopped out again on the exact same trade. We'll see if we end up getting it here. But one other thing to pay attention to here on PDSB, now let me make this easier to see. So we are going to get this little floating island formation here on PDSB. Now, a perfect floating island, there's literally no price behind it. We're popping back into a range that existed before. So it's going to be imperative to mine some of those levels. And as you can see, we've marked off quite a bit of them on the chart with the charting that we did here this morning. But realistically, if we take a look at the actual floating island, let me see if I can make this a little bit easier for you folks to see. We do have a high range. So at the end of the day here, wherever this finishes, I'm going to mark off the top of this candle and the bottom of this candle. And what I would like to see is the price kind of come back to the bottom, hold it, and then start curling back up towards the top. If that took place, if we saw that type of price action here, this might be a good potential swing candidate as long as you have your plan set up here. But we'll see where this goes. We've got all day here for this candle to materialize. We do have potential multiple trades setting up here on PDSB. So this is something we're going to keep a watch on. Go ahead and reset this chart. There we go. So again, move through 260 here. We'll see if we can end up holding this 260.
All right, thinking about adding here on Bristol Myers here. We'll see if I add on this kind of push back to VWAP. That's what I'm looking for. We'll see if we get it. If not, we stop out below 76.70s. But if it comes back up to VWAP, that's 3 times the breakdown here. That doesn't break. It's going to be looking good for me. SPY did wick up there towards the 398 area. Went to 397.82s. We want to see it close up to that area and really start pumping now.
Netflix at highs here today. Maybe that's on the backs of the Wakanda Forever? I'm not sure.
Real quick on FSLR. Let me go ahead and put up FSLR here. If I could go ahead and type in the ticker. I did go ahead and purchase some lottos on FSLR. Purchased 4 of the 160 calls expiring this week. I got filled at 125 is my average. I am going to go ahead and sell those at a loss if it goes ahead and dips below. Looks like FDX is crossing a level. I'm going to check that here in a second. But I'm looking to buy some more FSLR at 150.12s if it can hold that 150 range. But it needs to get above VWAP on this 15 minutes. Let's go ahead and check out what FDX is doing. Oh, that one broke out. So I'm going to see if we can go ahead and get a fill here on FDX for 100 shares. And then we'll risk about $50 on each one of those. So those fills are out there. What's up, Mitch?
I'm just talking nice on FedEx's price action. I won't even trade that one, so I don't want to ruin it for you, Zunaid. You cash
which
in,
one,
baby.
I'm sorry? Which one?
FedEx, FDX.
Yeah, well, I know we talked about that gap earlier, right? And so, I mean,
Yeah,
if I
baby.
if I trusted this market, I'd love to swing some calls. I don't, so we'll look to day trade it, but we don't want to necessarily chase it here. We'll wait for the dip buy coming back down here.
Yeah, man.
DWAC, let's go ahead and check out DWAC. Did it bounce from 25s? It never got to 25s. But now if it goes ahead and breaks this 27 and holds, you could go ahead and see a nice little move up to the 30s once again. So matter of fact, let's see.
27.51 is the spot that I have, Zunaid, from the last time that we were in this range. And you're exactly right. That move up to 31. I marked the top of the candle at 30.73, but for the most part, 31 is the exact same.
We'll look to just nibble a little bit here. and then we'll see if we want some more around. Yeah, we'll just wait. By the way, let's see what we've got on CHK, excuse me. Looks like that one's more than $1 in the money, so make sure you lock in gains if you went ahead and took that. I'm still waiting for 101.81s because I'm being greedy, but that's okay. We'll see if we can go ahead and get that money. We're about 40 cents away. Hopefully we can cash in on that one. And here's ENSE. I don't know why this one always trips me up, but this level here of 245s has been a pain in the bum. As you can see, it wicked maybe a cent above, and then it came right back down. I keep going back and forth on this one, Ryan, to where I'm like, man, do I just take gains here at like the 250s, or do I wait for the 266 because that's around the pre-market highs? I'm not quite sure what to do here.
You're still in it, right?
Yeah, I'm still in it from 225. I haven't sold a single thing.
Yeah, I mean, to me, if you wanted to wait for that higher level, I get it. We're currently getting that resistance at 246. To me, 233 is going to be your stop, though, right? So if you're in from 225, I wouldn't let this cross 233. I think if you break 233 to the downside, you have more downside. So I'd move your stop up to that, at least just from looking at the chart. Now, you may get flushed as it goes to test that level, but at least you're not going to lose money.
I'm going to go ahead and set my stop loss at break even. How's that?
There you go. That way
Cool.
you guarantee you can't lose money. You just won't book anything if it pulls back, but that's all right. And again, we've seen it a few times, right? We've seen this 246 level be tested. The first time we popped through it and immediately got yanked back. Then we tested it 2 minutes later. Then we tested it again and again and again. So at some point, if we keep testing this, I think it's got to blow through it.
Speaking of which, you've got Netflix approaching 300 here. I'm going to look to go short at 299.57s if I can. Stop loss will be 357. Looking to take profit at 297.57. You can see that right there. Let's check out FSLR as that one's nicely moving to the upside. Let's check out what our options are worth. Yay, they're up 2%. Lovely. Splendid. We're obviously waiting for a lot more on that. I want to get at least 20. So I've got 4 contracts, right? I'm going to... What just happened here?
Oh, my FREY.
SPY. Pushing up here.
All right, I got filled on Netflix. I'm short 50 shares at 299.57. Take profit 297.57. Looking to take a loss at 357. And wow, way to take my money ASAP. $50 gone just like that on Netflix as that one's moving above.
SPY pushing towards 398. Looks good for the Amazon position. Going to let that continue to work here. Bristol Myers is the one that I'm focused on. I need it to recover here, 76.68. It's right off of it. We'll see if it can hold here towards 76.60s. If it breaks into the 50s, then we got to go.
ENSE pulled right back to that level we literally just talked about. So we will see if Zunaid putting a stop at break even is going to keep him in that trade. So far, so good, Zunaid. Looks like they went right back to that 333 or 233 level, excuse me, and flushed out the weak hands and then pop right back. Good call.
Man, that would be sick. That would be sick.
Look at that.
Coming to test CHK. We're about
stop.
60 cents away from getting filled there. Come on. And then this is the other stock I was taking a look at. HLX, Helix Energy. But I wanted to pop above 7. And especially if we can pop above this trend line that I've got to the upside, that would be great for a little bit of a breakout play.
All right, we're going to take a little bit of profit here in Amazon. Just took it at, well, no fill yet. Cancel on that. There we go. Just took a little bit of profit there in Amazon on that push there. Got 98.41s. Looking for Bristol Myers to hold here. It's right around the risk area, so I'm just keeping my close eye on that one. Wanted to take some profit, guarantee some profit there in Amazon. Now look for it to continue here. Amazon, not a bad move there. Reversal style trade here from 97.49. First out at 98.41. Almost a full point. All right, Bristol Myers is the one that I need to see go. It's bottoming and looks good, but just needs to see it kind of push up through 77, and then we'll be able to take some profit in that one. Amazon pulling back a little bit. SPY, though, at 398. If it can continue this kind of 5-minute higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, I'm still liking the SPY to the upside here. We'll see if we actually get some motion. AMC, 10%. So somebody. Yeah, I mean, it's coming back through the VWAP after a big pullback. You could see it start make a push again. It's finding an hourly resistance, making new support around that 775 level. So I don't find that a bad level to kind of be looking at here as support. We'll see if it actually holds that and makes another run to $8.
All right, looks like I got filled on DWAC 2672 coming down to VWAP here.
You DWACker. Not a bad pattern there, though. I gotta say, I see what you're seeing at least.
Well, let's see if everyone else sees this. They can buy it up. You can feel free to buy me up. I'm looking to sell at 27.27 on the dot if you want to go and offer those shares to me.
SPY pushing strong, guys. Feeling good about the positions that we're in now. SPY towards 398.50s for a second there.
Yeah, Netflix is going bananas.
Netflix going bananas.
Well, it popped up and it went all the way to 301.50s and then came right back down below 300s. And we'll see which way it wants to go. Of course, we were short. We got quickly wicked out.
Big daily resistance that it's hitting right now. That's what it's fighting. The 298 area. There's a lot of resistance in that area. If it can get into the 300 handle, you'll be looking a lot clearer here from the move up. Then first resistance is 301. From there, you got 305. So it doesn't look too bad there. You just tapped at that 300. We'll see if we get a pullback from there, but not a bad day today. Some stocks definitely starting to get that up move. Let's take a look at some leaders in the SPY. Some of our bigger stocks. Let's take a look. You got Valero up 3.9%. That doesn't look too bad. Moderna doing well. EQT, WBD. Definitely Netflix shows up there. Etsy having a good day, also 3%. And then we'll take a look. What's on the downside big? You see BlackRock getting destroyed. I'm sure that's the cryptocurrency exposure there. Hasbro also down big on the day, but those are kind of the leading down stocks. Tesla also leading down 3.27%, looking like it's about to fade off the 190. Now, I'm not trading that right now, but it does look like it's about to do it. We'll see what happens there in Tesla. Bristol Myers, I'm going to go ahead and look to sell a little bit here as we push through the 77. It's at 76.95. See if we can get a little push through 77 here.
PDSB curling off that 660 level that it's using as support.
SPY putting in this Harmy here. So I haven't really gotten the breakout there on Amazon that I've been looking for. So I'm a little bit concerned here on the slowdown here. Just wanted to continue making higher lows, higher lows. If we can continue that trend, we're not looking too bad. Don't want to break that trend on the SPY. So you can see here, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows on the left-hand side, the SPY. Even if we close red, as long as there's higher lows. So I'll draw a line right where we need to watch for the next candle. That's going to be the line right now. Bristol Myers trying to make that push into 77. Amazon continuing above the 98.50s. There's the 77.01s. Let me look for a little bit more above this. And I'm going to take a good majority of it off on Bristol Myers, then look for the rest of it to run.
Meta is looking strong, Greg. If you can go ahead and get it closer to 113 or even 112.50, that could be a nice little entry there on Meta, ticker META. Little consolidation, then it popped above those resistance lines, and now it's moving to the upside. Also going ahead and went red to green. And let's go ahead and check out ENSC. That area right in front of the 50s, 250s, having a tough time.
And look at that pullback right to the VWAP, Zunaid. Again, they did it. So your stop proven to keep you in this. And if that breaks higher, that's going to be the call of the morning here.
Well, it was all with your advice and conversation, my man. But again,
I don't know. My advice would have got you stopped out. I appreciate you trying to be humble there, but you actually made a really great call there on your stop.
I appreciate it, pal.
Carmen asking what's up with MNDY. This is Monday.com. They're trading higher if the company reported EPS results. Looks like they're pulling back here, though, after that. I wouldn't trust a name like this. Software name like this, given the environment that we're in. I don't know, man. Not something that I would trade to the long side here, giving back some of its gains after earnings.
SPY pushing here, going to look for another little push here in Amazon. Going to take another, probably half of what I have left. So it's about a quarter of the original position, probably a little less than that. I'm going to take a little bit more as we keep pushing. SPY's trying to push there, but I think it could pull back a little bit to the VWAP. So I got to be careful here. But Bristol Myers also getting a nice little push there. We'll look to continue kind of pushing on these long side trades. Amazon pulling back a little bit. Got to stay with the trend. Higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. If that can continue, we can keep playing this game.
Angelina, how will BHD this week? Okay, I think you're asking how is HE going to do this week? I don't know. We don't know the future. If we did, that'd be a really sweet trick. I got plans. But given that we can't, I would say that, first of all, 320 has been resistance for Home Depot. Now, we did have a nice little push up into this resistance zone. It'll be interesting to see if we can actually break above that or if we retrace from that. If we retrace from that, I look for it to come down to this 280, and we would still be in this range. So until we can get out of this range, I can't really say what the next direction is here. Wouldn't be shocked if this actually pulled back after hitting 320. Hopefully that's helpful.
All right, I'm kind of tired of taking a look at this CHK, just a little anxious about it. I'm just going to go ahead and close this position here, lock in the gains, $50. We'll take it on 40 shares. And then we're going to focus in on FSLR. That one's moving up here nicely, but more importantly are the options and the lottos that we took. They're up 11%. So we got filled at 125. They're now trading for approximately 136 on the bid. So we'll see if we can go ahead and capture some gains on this one. I've got orders out. I've got 4 options, right? So I've got orders out to sell at 175, $2, 225, and 250. Those are my outs on FSLR. Let's see if I can get filled on any of them. And of course, ENSC, we're still waiting for that 250 punch to the upside.
All right, looking good in Bristol Myers now, holding that 77 pullback. We wanted to hold VWAP from here on out. No cut below VWAP for me on Bristol Myers. That's BMY. Got a nice pattern there for sure. 88s. Our average is to 87, so perfect. Right below the VWAP now. We'll look for a nice little breakout. If we can get it, we'll take it. If not, let it be. Amazon's the one that we're really kind of holding on that has a really nice gain here. Going to look to maximize that one if it can continue pushing. And all that is the SPY continuing, higher lows, higher lows. I'm actually draw that line for me now and erase the last one to keep watch on that trend.
On HLX, I'm going to look to get... Wait, did I get filled or... thought I got filled. Hang on. Maybe not yet, but I'm going to just look to buy HLX right here at about $7.
HLX. I haven't heard that one before.
Yeah, it's Helix Energy Solutions looking to break 7 to the upside.
Got to run the washroom.
It's always fun to hear some new names. Amazon battling here, guys. It's coming back down a little bit. Really can't let it break the VWAP. SPY topping out a little bit. This next candle is going to be important here. Candle's going to close, and then when the candle closes, we need to make sure that that we don't crack the low. The low right now on the 5-minute is, for me, and this is what I'm really paying attention to, is 398.30s. There's Bristol Myers, a nice little push there in Bristol Myers. We're going to take a little bit off on the Bristol Myers trade. We can get a nice little push here towards the resistance of, there's 25 there. I'm trying to let it push into 20. Gotta make sense risk and reward wise. Can't run to the profits and then ruin the mathematical probability. And so this is where I feel like I want to run to the profits there in Bristol Myers, but I need to wait at least for my reward target versus just running and taking any type of profit. Well, yeah, that makes sense sometimes. Your accuracy goes higher, but if you can't stick to the reward, then sometimes you kind of ruin your profit to loss ratio. Now I just hit it there, and I just took half off where I think I should take half off. Now I can let it try to break out. If not, we're okay with this kind of pullback. Now the SPY is slowing down a little bit there, so got to be careful and really be quick here if I just want to sell the rest of the Bristol Myers position.
Crow, I know you asked Mitch. I'm not sure if he answered. I actually had
man.
pizza over the weekend that was made with Rao's sauce, and it was
that Rao.
It was so good.
That Rao, baby.
Like you made the pizza? It was homemade?
Yeah, it was homemade.
Nice.
How about I think try
being an adult?
Costco sells a good Rao's pack. I think it's like a huge bottle.
I actually found out. I think it's Rao. I say it that way too. I say it that way too, so don't worry. But we got the inside scoop, Zunaid and I, at least.
Oh, I was worried.
We got the inside scoop into the sauce.
Sauce business. But here's ENSC, man. Still just kind of consolidating right here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the 5-minute, and you can just see a lot of traffic right over here. Let's call it between around, what is this? 247 and about 231s. Just let's see. Let's see if it pops above and continues to the upside.
Wow, blue. Interesting move here today on blue. This was on the scanner, but I actually didn't click to it because there were other things that we were looking at. Nice little move past the intraday high up to 774, yanked all the way back down to 740, and now new highs here on some decent volume. Let's take a look at that 1-minute chart. Yeah, volume's sticking in there. Blue, interesting move here on blue. No position, didn't trade this at all, but I'd actually like to see. Nice little breakout above the 755 level too. Man, blue. Yeah, I'm going to actually mark this level off. This was an important one. Shame on me for missing this, folks.
Amazon's slowing down. I can see the market also slowing down. I'm going to sell a position of my Bristol Myers. Just sold a big portion of it. Now just keeping a tiny little bit on Bristol Myers. So we got some out there at the 77.19s, which is a nice little profit take. And then we just took some right there into the 29 handle. Gonna wait for Amazon because I'm way far from that. SPY just playing a little bit of games right now. Keep watching. I'm watching that 5-minute low to see if it can keep holding. But took a little bit more off of Bristol Myers there. And we're through the highs, which is what we needed to do. Now we got the next high in range, which is 77.41. If we do get to that 41, I'll probably just take it all out there and boom. Nice little trade there on Bristol Myers today.
Danny says, bro, make your own sauce. I've heard this. This would probably be pretty good. I normally trust the pros, though.
I make my own sauce.
Make your own sauce.
Yeah. Masoda's my friend.
I have the good.
It's really good.
The good stuff. But I'll tell you what, you always need some kind of alternative, some quick alternative. That good stuff takes time. The Rayos,
y'all are
Rayos.
right.
You just go to the store and you buy it and you're good to go.
And it's really good. And guys, by the way, we're getting confirmation here. W, it's pronounced Rayos, golden brown 134. It's pronounced Rayo, fellas. So sorry about making that mistake. We won't.
Hey, fellas. I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Rayos. Just FYI.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Zunaid.
Oh, thanks.
Just in case no one told you guys.
Becca asking me, Ryan, did you get a pizza oven from Costco? Becca, this is an excellent question. That really just gets right to the core. I didn't yet, but when I build my outdoor kitchen of the future, you can bet your bottom dollar I'll be getting my pizza oven from Costco somehow. But no, it was made in a traditional oven.
Slight break of that 5-minute low there. I need to see if it closes below the line there, but the SPY's pulling back a little bit here. Just be careful, team. Not liking this pullback right at the top there for Bristol Myers. It could pull back to the support here. Bristol Myers is one that I want to see it hold to 25 on the pullback. Amazon, it's around the 98.18 level that I'm really focusing on it, holding on this pullback.
TBLT still strong. To me, looks like it's going to the 306 resistance. This is from one of the last times that we actually charted this. Remember that 280 is what we had marked off. We broke above that several times and actually took the next leg up here. So we'll see if we can hold 290. 306 looks to be the next spot on TBLT if it can remain strong here.
Yeah, it looks like Jay DeRoma did the test himself. Looks like he said it himself. Got to admit, it's not bad. Not bad. Not as good, but not bad. That's what you expect. But that's what I want from a sauce that I get from the store, right? Not bad. Like decent. Like I can handle this. This is not bad. Because there's some, man, that I've tried before. It's like, what are you doing to me?
It's like, yeah, what did I do? What did I do?
That ragu stuff? Oh man, you
man,
could take that ragu stuff and just keep it, man.
I was trying not to name names here, Mitch, but if you can go do them dirty like that, man.
That ragu stuff, man. That stuff's dangerous.
High level sauce talk. And Jay Rice is absolutely right. The $1.50 hot dog is still one of the best deals in town.
All right, not liking this pullback here in Amazon here. Might take it out here, especially when we break 98.
We got the one and only Andrew Labos.
Oh, hello there, sir.
In the chat. What's going on, man? How are you doing? How was your weekend?
Stop. I'm out of Amazon. I did not like that pullback there in the SPY. I'm just keeping my Bristol Myers now. Just took the rest of the profits there in Amazon. Bounced back from that Oxy trade. At least we're back into the green. Now let's keep focusing. Bristol Myers trade still working for me. So I'm not going to turn around on that trade until it goes away from the momentum. Higher lows, higher lows. And I'm watching right now on kind of like a 3-minute level. But even the 1-minute levels are holding that higher low right now. You can see it here. I'll draw kind of like a little trend that we need to keep up. If that can hold, I'm looking good in Bristol Myers, taking it off of Amazon. Not a bad reversal style trade. Just didn't get the full breakout. SPY could catch VWAP and continue going. So there's nothing wrong with kind of holding on to some bull trades too. I can't blame you for it if you're looking at some stocks. Just let's see if the SPY actually holds VWAP.
Well, what isn't holding is ENSC, as that went ahead and cracked to the downside. So that trade ended up being break even. We were up about, what was it? I think like 30 cents on that move. We waited for a little bit too much of a greed, and the market said, screw you. That one's out.
Yeah, you get it all here at Benzinga. The sauce talk, the stock toss, and of course the YOLOs every now and then. We'll see what happens today. How's that FDX doing still? Still doing well, man. And that's been an impressive one.
Yeah, we didn't get our fill at 177.13, so I'm going to go ahead and cancel this order out there. FDX looking to move to the upside. Keep an eye on that 180, but if the market participates, I really do believe you can get that 190 and then possibly that fill that we talked about, at least to the 200, but the real fill is going to be up here around 203s or so on FDX. FSLR is the only trade. I believe that's the only trade I'm in. I'll go ahead and check here in a second. But those contracts were up about 13 to 14%. Now they're at break even. So might have been a day to take profits, but my greedy self did not. We'll see how things play out.
Crow, you're all over this. PDSB, signs of a breakout. We've been waiting for this one. Really, it's got to be above 660 for me to believe it. It looks like we are actually holding above that. Every time we get back down here, we get these vol sticks that kind of pop it back up. I agree. I'm waiting on this one. I'm not taking it off yet, but no position right now. Really need a good setup for this one.
All right. Well, let's take a look at what's leading the day, right? Sometimes we want to take a look at our intermarket analysis. I'll really quickly run through some of this here for you guys. Definitely Bristol Myers looking at continuing. That's looking good for me. Going to let that go towards 77.50s. Could take profit above that or towards the 41s. Really the high is right here towards 41. So let's see it, let it go a little bit more here. I'm going to cancel my stop order that I just placed. Cancel that so that I can take the profits into this. See if I can get a little push here towards the 77.50s. Just want to take profit and then I'll just take it there. 44s, took it there. Didn't want to fight for another 6 cents there. Not a bad trade there, Bristol Myers today. Let's take a look at what's going on out there. Energy getting a nice little lift today. Basic materials getting the lift. Industrials, my sneaky area to keep watch. And I'm telling you, team, this is the area where if you're looking for some sneaky value, I think it's in industrials lately. I've been seeing this really kind of get the lift lately, so we'll see what happens there.
Ryan, you're muted, but I think we made it work.
All right, we'll see what happens
You're
there.
still muted.
MRTN is one in trucking to keep watch. We'll see what happens there. Railroads doing well there. Business services, industrials, airlines are an area that I'm kind of keeping a close eye on. Of course, the gas prices and oil prices don't help them, but if we start going to actually turn around, it's an interesting area to watch. And of course, let me take a look at cat and deer. How those are doing. Deer's in the green, cat is in the red. We'll see if that can continue trending to the upside.
Ryan, you're still muted.
Yeah, I'm
There we
sorry
go.
about that. I was trying to figure out the screen. I was changing them around, and then I hit full screen, and Zunaid went full screen. And he looked up.
Mitch
like,
is
what the
trying
hell's
not to
going
get
on?
yelled. Yeah, Mitch is just trying not to get yelled by Andrew, which is why he's doing what he's doing.
I'm mixing
sorry.
around. I'm mixing around.
You're
sorry,
fine, buddy.
man.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
he's
I know I
explaining the
surprised you there.
charts, and then I'm looking at mine, and I see my face reflected back, and I'm like, why is my face here?
No
It's all
idea.
good, pal. It's all good. All right,
right.
FSLR ideas on NVDA. Let's take a look at bad boy NVDA. If you like it to the long side, I've got support near VWAP. So VWAP for me is about 161.72s with another support level of 161.26s. So the closer you get it to 161s, the better risk reward you have, in my opinion. But of course, make sure you have your previous close as resistance, which is close to the 163, and then your 164s as the previous session's highs. Stop silencing the Lord. The Lord himself was silencing himself.
Yeah, I did it myself. It was completely my fault. I was bumbling around with the controls. I just had to take the L there, folks.
It's all good. But yeah, that's what I've got on NVIDIA. And of course, you need the market to kind of help you out, right? We went ahead and hit that 399 and came right back down. I had a short ready to go at 399.41s. Obviously, it didn't get all the way up there to give me the short, so I went ahead and canceled it. PB what?
PDSB right through 685. It cleared out a big spot there. It didn't really push through it, but we're going to need that 685 level to come down. Looked like it was coming right there. No position, waiting for this to actually show some movement.
I'm going to go ahead and be a degenerate and add right over here. Cancel my
Zunaid,
7 break.
Speaking of your degenerate comment, can you please break the news that you broke to Mitch and I over the weekend where you made a degen joke?
I have to go look at what I said. Hang on.
It was
He's
regarding
like, I make
the,
too many of these to remember just one, Ryan.
Oh, yes.
CBOE.
So the CBOE, you can now, here, let me go ahead and confirm that it's in effect before I start talking. But ladies and gentlemen, you can go ahead and trade 0 days till expiration SPY contracts every single day. So all your hard-earned money, you can flush down the toilet from 9:30 to 4 o'clock. Matter of fact, SPY trades a little bit after hours as well, I believe till 4:15. But yeah, I mean, guys, this is what we've been waiting for. What's up? But yeah, CBOE let us know that they're going to add Tuesdays and Thursdays, which means now we've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Fridays to go ahead and trade some SPY contracts. Baby.
So I went ahead and linked the PDF in the chat. I just thought it was funny, Zunaid, that as soon as you broke the news, your comment was more degen action.
Yes. 100%.
That was a Zunaid moment right there.
100%.
PDSB back to that 685 level, by the way.
Looking to take profits at 715 for me. Stop loss is going to be, let me go ahead and actually move this puppy a little bit lower. Stop losses for me is going to be 643 on this ticker right over here. TBLT moving above 3. Yes, it is. All right. Now, this is where I go ahead and start to be not a degenerate and try to see if I can get a little smart price action. Let's go ahead and take about 400 shares here at 302. Stop loss for me on this is going to be approximately 288. Come on, fill me. There we go. And then that means we're going to look to take gains at around 316 if I get filled at 302. That's a big if. We'll see if it wants to come back and test the breakout area on TBLT. Tough built industries. is what we've got there. Let's take a look at FSLR and see how that puppy's doing. FSLR moving to the upside. We're up a solid $50 on a measly 25 shares. More importantly than that, though, we're up 27% on our options on FSLR. So on the 4 contracts that I have, I'm up about $120 or so. Let's take a look at Shop. Shop, if you're interested in going long on this one, you can have a stop loss below 38, but I'm already long a few tickers. I'm not interested in adding any more that don't have the exact setup I'd like. Which of course means I'm in on Western Digital. I'm in at 39.77, looking to have a stop loss of 39.45, which means I'm going to take profit at 40.45. That's going to give me a 2-to-1 trade on FSLR and on WDC. And don't forget, on FSLR, I have 4 contracts and I have orders already out to go ahead and fill me at 175, $2, 225, and 250. So every $25, I'm locking some in. We got 165 on the ask. I need another 11 cents from one of you folks in the chat to just buy me out, please. Thank you.
All right, quick trade here, guys. Getting into Target here. Target, taking a little bit of a Target trade. Want to see the SPY come back up, hold that pullback that we just did. Target started coming back up, but you got to be careful there because it definitely needs to hold on to 173. 173 cracks, and I'm out.
Zunaid, this PDSB sure feels like it's going to 7 here. And I think a pop above 7 probably takes you to that 714 level that we talked about. And I think maybe if it has the strength and it pops through that, you might get another 5-6 cents out of that.
So my take profit at the moment is at 7.15.
Okay. So that's 1 cent above the key level that we identified at 7.14.
So then let's move it to 7.13, just because you know how my luck is. Cool. Done. Say less. Not quite a 1-to-1 trade, but I think we're okay.
Why all this say less? Say more.
Well, then,
yeah, I don't necessarily understand how say less became the cool thing to say, but
well, say less is pretty much like you've convinced me. No need to speak more. You know.
I know. I'm just messing with you.
Say less,
I hear you say it all the time, so I was like, why not? Say more.
Say more, you get muted. That's how you end up getting muted.
That's how it is, bro. That's how it is, bro. I'm gonna learn better.
Here's
right, target reversal right around the level that I was looking at, the 173 level. So I'm feeling confident about target now. Now it just needs to come back up and go through 173.75, getting up towards 174, and then we can maybe come on and push towards that 175. We'll see what happens there. Looking at kind of like a 5-minute chart, if it can create another kind of wiki bottom here, we'll be looking nice. Just needs to get back above, especially 173.50s. If it closes above that on the 5-minute, we'll be looking decent. What you got there? What you got?
Well, just trying to make
Netflix.
sure that I can. Yep. So I'm just putting up charts for all the orders that I'm in. So I've got FSLR here. That's rocking and rolling. I believe I'm in WDC, aren't I? Oh, that's not the right ticker. WDC. There we go. Yes, I am currently down on that trade. I think I might be in another position here that I probably don't know about. What am I in? All right, let's go ahead and do this then. I'll clean up the charts. I know it looks whoa right now. Bear with me.
PDSB, it's trying, but it keeps getting yanked. We are at that spot. We shall see if we go here.
Yeah. Come on, push it. Push it. FSLR, though, nice little move. That $50 reclaim was huge. Matter of fact, let me just go over this. Forget this 4-chart movement. Let's go over, I'm going to look at the 5-minute, even though I'm trading off of the 15 for now, but that's a nice move. Can I get filled on my options, please? What am I at? Okay, so the ask is literally 175. If any of you want to take it, please. 176 is all I ask. But FSLR, you guys know I went ahead and took this trade a couple of times. I took an L on it. And then when it reclaimed VWAP, but more importantly, it reclaimed the 150 area, that's when I decided to go long on FSLR. And of course, I've got the new high, or the session highs is kind of one of my targets, but I don't want to wait that long. So I went ahead and put in a target profits for about 153.69.
Here we go.
What is it?
Popped up to 706. So
I
we
know the
took
ticker
out
I'm
that
in.
7. So let's see if we can, now that we're above this level, let's see if we get some more volume flow here. What do you have at 713? We are so close.
713. The sun is shining on my forehead, and these blinds are not protecting them, but that's okay. And of course, it comes right back to break even. Come on, can we just move, please? Just you know.
It's trying that level. Huge volume stick here too.
And to the downside we come. By the way, FSLR went ahead and sold one contract at 175. Appreciate whoever in the chat that purchased it. I thank you. Lock in those gains if you've taken that trade, as we are up 50% on those contracts. Next sell price is at $2, currently 191 on the ask. Dun, dun, dun. By the way, Netflix went ahead and tested VWAP and came right back above. Now it's testing 300. So if you believe in the short, and I'm not talking about my height, you want to go ahead and try to grab Netflix and short it right around this level, but your stop loss has to be the break of high a day right here. If you believe in the long, this is not the best risk reward right here. You should have had it around VWAP, but now you can wait for this 15-minute candle to go ahead and close above 300 and then maybe try to go ahead and get yourself in the position. But that's what I've got on Netflix. I'm not going to trade this one. Main focus is going to be on FSLR and a couple of other tickers I'm already in.
Jeff D's, happy Monday. Good to see you this morning. Jeff D's saying PTLR, possible reload. PTLR currently hanging around this 820. We dipped right out of the open on PLTR, and it looks like we bought right back up to balance. So, Jeff, I'm assuming you're thinking possible reload on a move back through the highs. Friday's highs of 842. Let me know what kind of targets you have there. PTLR is a stock that we talk about quite a bit. I got no position in it right now, though.
Amazon pushing strong. Amazon pushing there. I want to see that get above, but AMD was one I was trying to grab right now in a pullback. We'll take the VWAP if I can get it. That's 73.80. So I was looking for even 73.85. It just popped above 74s. Looks like an inverse head and shoulders for me. We'll see if it gets into the bullish tune. That's AMD. Target, I'm still in there. Just trying to ride that one out. That one doesn't look too bad right now. Amazon's about to break above that kind of symmetrical triangle. And if it does break above 98.60s, that one looks like it's going to continue. But I'm looking for another one here now. I was looking for AMD to kind of hold that 74 pop, hold a little back below 74, and then break out above 74. We'll see if I get to pull back to the VWAP. Dum, dum, dum. AMD dip buyers too. I see you, Urban. You see we were thinking the same way?
I'm going to go. I like the idea of Amazon that you mentioned. I'm going to go ahead and purchase. Wait, what the? I'm going to go ahead and purchase some shares here. Purchase 50. I'm going to look to add possibly if we can go ahead and break about the 98.69s. But for now, I'm in with 50 shares at 98.44. Stop loss 97.65. Looking to take profit at 99.36.
I was looking at the exact level you said, Zunaid, when you said that.
Yep. And of course, you've got options coming into Amazon here as well. The 108 call is coming in on the ask, expiring December 2nd. Approximately $400,000 worth on ticker AMZN. We'll see if this one ends up working out or not. Currently in the hole on that one. Let's go ahead and check out FSLR. That one's nicely moving to the upside. Almost went in and got our fills at 153.69. I'm not going to go ahead and be greedy for about, $14. I'm going to go ahead and close this position on the equity side. Went ahead and closed it. Got filled at 153.14 on FSLR. And unfortunately, we haven't gotten our fill of $2 on our contracts. We're up 45%. Maybe I'm being a bit too greedy. Whatever.
I got the landscapers outside muting myself.
Sounds good. Ryan, make sure you check your Twitter DM, says Jeff Deeds. By the way, Jeff, I saw your tweet. I appreciate it. I did go ahead and, like a true degenerate, I opened up a futures account with TradeStation just so I can trade it here. I'm waiting for it to be funded. I went ahead and sent the wire this morning. So hopefully later today or tomorrow, I can start losing money on the future side as well. All right, let's see. The other trade that we have on HLX, I definitely should have taken. I should have known how slow this one moved. I should have taken more share size, but we're up a measly $8 at this point. I'm just keeping the trade just to know that I'm right. But I'm going to move my stop loss here. Pretty much at break even on this one. All right, there's the 300 crack on Netflix. What's up?
Order out to take some on target at 173.90. It got really close towards the 174. I want to take some off there and then let it keep going. Remember, 173.38. So don't mind taking some profits and then looking for the big move. We'll see if we can get it. The SPY needs to go towards that 399. That's what's going to give us that nice little breakout bull move. We'll see if we get it or not. All right. What else is going on out there? Ryan, what you looking at, my friend? What you got out there?
Well, I have a team of leaf blowers outside my place, so I'm sorry if you hear any of the sound. But here's the chart that Jeff Dees was trying to offer for the group. So he was looking for the 860 target, which is this green line here. Again, this is ticker PLTR. Looks like it came back into this 8 level and held, and now looking for that next wave up here. He's actually got 2 different waves of different heights here marked out. I would assume that would help him actually trade this. So, Jeff, looking good here. Really good spot. Looks like you're using a wave theory in order to actually trade this here. Looks like your next wave should take you to around 860. So this was the chart that Jeff wanted to share with the group. Appreciate it, Jeff. There you go, Mitch. That's what I was looking at. Hopefully you didn't get blown away by the leaf blowers too bad.
No, that was when you talk waves.
You're so corny.
That's pretty. That's pretty. That gets me feeling that. More like a little bit of.
Mitch loves to seat dance. I don't know if I've come across anybody that loves to dance in a chair more than Mitch.
You gotta learn. It's like you gotta get used to it, you know? And you gotta have wheels on the chair. Without wheels on the chair, I mean.
I do have wheels on the chair.
There's no dancing, right?
Jeff, this level that you're looking at is a fib level, judging by this chart here, right? This 860
He said
level.
yes.
Those
anyway,
fibs.
Thanks for sharing your chart with us.
That's smooth jazz to me there on those fibs. I like it.
All right, following the same exact plan that I gave to you guys on Netflix. So I popped above, and I went ahead and purchased it at $300.15. Stop loss for me is $298.92. Looking to lock in gains at $302.15. It's almost a 1-to-1 trade. But here we go. We got to break the previous high, which we just did by a few pennies. But come on, let's push through. Push through. Let's see what else we got on FSLR. Is that going to continue moving to the upside? I'm so glad we went ahead and closed our position on the equity side. It's starting to consolidate a little bit. We still have the 3 contracts that we talked about. Looking to sell at 225 and 250s. SPY went ahead and tested VWAP, bounced right back up. At the moment, we've got a lower high.
The SPY playing some games with us.
Man, TBLT. Smoke. You're right, Crow. Too early on that one. Sold too early on that one. That one, big move to the highs here, TBLT. And actually, it's still showing some strength. So with some volume, if it takes out 327, you might have another leg up here. We'll see.
I tried to buy it at $3, but it didn't want to come down. The lowest it came was about 307.
They didn't want to come.
Yeah, after that next leg up there, it really never came back into that round number, Zunaid.
Really? You're going to act like you don't know what you just did there?
What's that?
Nothing. He knows. But yeah, I was waiting for TBLT to wait to get filled at 302s, but obviously I couldn't. Let me go ahead and share my chart. You saw the breakout. I was waiting for it to come back and test. Didn't happen. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel this order on TBLT as that one's up nicely to the upside here. And of course, Netflix, we're in this trade looking to break the previous high with volume. Currently, it peaked above, but then kind of came back down. We got a 1-to-1 trade, but we're looking for almost a 2-to-1 trade. So we're waiting for that one to go ahead and work out. Anyone trading AT&T? What is that ticker? T, I believe it is. I am not. But clearly, nice breakout here. You had consolidation in the morning. Call it a bull flag if you'd like, I guess. Mitch, would you call that a bull flag right here?
Yeah, small one.
Right, on the 5-minute. And then, of course, you get a breakout, or what do you think, or no?
Yeah, you could call it either a flag or a pennant, depending on what time frame you're looking at it.
Well, I've got the 5-minute here. And then, of course, nice little breakout to the upside on AT&T. Degenerates? Well, that I definitely am.
Unabashed, you might even say.
Yep.
Oh,
speaking of which, I had what did I had? I had money on the Vikings last night, and I had money on
There
the
you
Cowboys
go.
last night. The Cowboys worked out very well, obviously, but like when I
The
saw
Cowboys
like,
lost.
sorry, the Vikings one worked out very.
Yeah, I was like,
nicely.
hold on, we gotta get this
The
right.
Cowboys one was just like, bro, like I went to dinner up 2 touchdowns, and I came back not being able to pay off the credit card bill that I just paid dinner with. Like, how am I? I don't understand what happened with the Cowboys game.
Okay,
But
couple of things.
that was
So
that was
first of all, I have the worst bad beat of the weekend that I'm going to share with the
Talk to
entire
me.
group here.
Talk to
Second
me.
of all, this past weekend of NFL was unbelievable. There were great games starting in the morning with the Bucks Seattle game that took place in Germany. Tom Brady, by the way, first quarterback to win games on 3 countries other than the United States. Pretty awesome. But that Buffalo Vikings game was one of the craziest things I have ever seen. Felt like the end of the game came 3 or 4 times. The game ended up going to overtime. It was insane. But to your point about the Cowboy game, the Cowboy Packers game. So I don't know if you can see this. This was a parlay that I put on that game. Okay. Packers on
I
the
see
money
one
line.
L. Yeah.
Packers on the money line. Aaron
Oh.
Jones, CD Lamb touchdown. Aaron Rodgers needed 225 yards passing, and so did Dak. Aaron Rodgers finished with 224 yards passing. And I hit every other leg of this parlay. I lost by 1 yard, $10 bet. It was a $10 bet to win 320.
That's tough. I'm sorry, dude. That's a tough beat. No
Doesn't
question
even matter.
about
It was so much fun.
Mitch, thanks for the reminder. We had a Mitch actually did a great interview with Dr. Jerry, who
Jerry Allison.
Yeah, you want to tell us about it, and then we can go to play the webinar or play the interview.
I'm gonna do a little split focus here. So if you see me look to the right or anything or talk, take a second. But that's just because target. I'm making sure I'm not gonna lose on there. But
Sure.
yeah, we're doing something for you guys, and I know that's that time of year where you really start thinking about taxes, or maybe you're really starting to think about taxes in the sense of the next year, because of course, like always, as investors, it's pretty hard to understand taxes as traders. And if you aren't careful, of course, the IRS will classify you as an investor, and that could really have terrible ramifications on your taxes, of course. And so what we did is we did a presentation here to really find out more about the trader tax status and something that you know a little bit about, Zunaid, the mark-to-market accounting and its benefits, right? And this is important, right? Because what does it mean to you and the IRS going under that trader tax status? And how do you qualify? There's a lot of things that you need to be wondering. And so we did a webinar, and we got amazing feedback. Everybody that was there, of course, you know, it's not the sexiest topic when you think about taxes, but I'll tell you what, there's nothing sexier than saving some money, and definitely would think that. So, and so if you guys want to save some money, maybe figure out some alternatives, or you're just thinking about it. So I've been slightly profitable, haven't really stressed about taxes, but next year I'm looking to really push into being a full-time trader. Well, this definitely is a really great webinar for you guys. Absolutely. Let me know in the chat if you guys are excited to hear a little bit of some taxes talk. Well, this can definitely help you out, push forward into the next year and get into the right situations, especially for day traders. I think this is especially important to listen in on.
And I'll go ahead and say I've personally had many conversations with the same company that you guys are about to see. They're great. They're, you know, I believe they're based in Las Vegas. They're phenomenal. And I will say this, a lot of times we don't take the deductibles that we are entitled to, such as, you know, for when I was a customer of Benzinga Pro before I was an employee, I would go ahead and expense Benzinga Pro. And, you know, anything else that I use, like the Trading View software that I'm using, I will go ahead and expense that. There's just so many things that you can get a tax break on that a lot of individuals just don't know. So definitely recommend checking out the webinar that's about to come up. But by the way, Netflix went ahead and take profit. So we're out with some gains there. And then we'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm good on my end.
Yep.
Ryan.
Me too. Mitch, really looking forward to this. This is a great thing for our audience. Great job doing this. We will take care and see you tomorrow, though.
All right, as I break through the 174, I'll take some profit off a target and look to keep pushing. We'll see how the SPY continues to move here as it's holding on the day. Amazon coming back, so it looks like we've been in that bullish sense. We'll see if we actually continue to get the breakout. That's going to do it for our trading action, but stick around, team. This webinar will definitely help you out, and I'll tell you what. Don't worry about the trading because I'm still going to be here in the chat talking about my positions. So if you guys want to talk about positions as we continue along and learn a little bit something here, well, stay tuned. There's a lot to get into. All right, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with that here. Zunaid's hopping out of here. All right, let me get this going here. There's a tab. Let me get this big screen here for us. All right. I'm going to go ahead and bring it in. You guys get Inception. 2 Money Mitches. Going to focus on target. Going to try to take some profit above 174. We'll see what happens in the market. Stick around, team. Take a look at this webinar. And I hope that you guys will enjoy getting a little bit of some tips into tax and how you guys can have some advantages as investors out there. We doing, traders and investors? I think today is a great day to go ahead and speak a little bit on taxes. So as an investor, reporting your trading can be complicated at times, right? Taxes can be punitive. We could get lost in all the kind of IRS talk. And of course, and if you aren't careful, the IRS can and will classify you as an investor. And this could have, of course, terrible ramifications for you. On top of that, due to tax changes, you could have your deductions limited. So if you trade with the expectation, of course, of making a profit, you want to go ahead and catch today's presentation. This is exactly where you need to be to go ahead and learn on topics such as trader tax status. What does it take to qualify? What does it mean to you and the IRS? How does the status changes your deductions? The burdens the IRS places on investors, trading as a business, and the IRS and their special rules surrounding the trader status. And also, stay tuned to find out a little bit more on our suggestions on how to maintaining this status and what mark-to-market accounting can mean and its benefits for you. All right here with Dr. Jerry Allison. I'm excited to go ahead and get into today's presentation. How we doing, Dr. Jerry Allison? You ready to get into some?
Absolutely. I'm doing great, and thank you for having us on. We really appreciate this. So let's go ahead and get into it.
Definitely. We're going to get into, of course, trader tax status versus investor. What does it mean to you? And of course, you guys in the chat, if you guys have any questions on a slide that Jerry's going through, make sure you go ahead and mention it in the chat. You guys can communicate with him there, and I'll go ahead and get into the background. I'll let Jerry take control and lead us to the show. Now, here is one of my questions that I'll begin with. Sure. And of course, like always, one of the things that we want to be looking at, and I'll ask you a little bit at the end, we can talk about it, is maybe a little tax loss harvesting. But that's just something that I look at, Jerry, especially in a market like this when you're fighting a lot of those losses. But let's get into, of course, trader tax status. So I'll let you take control, Jerry.
Very good. Thank you so much, Mitch. Yeah, we will, or I'll try to address tax loss harvesting here in part of this presentation, actually. But we're going to start off, we're going to talk about trader tax status versus investor status. Now, investor status is just regular hobby investing, but we want to be able to take advantage of the IRS tax code, and we want to be able to use that for our advantage. So let's go ahead and go through this, and then I'll answer questions at the end of this. Throughout the presentation, we're going to look at trader tax status, as I just mentioned. And we're also going to look at business structures for trading and how to set up a business structure and what type may be best for you. And then finally, we're going to look at the mark-to-market election and how to utilize that. And at the end, I'll present a little bit of information about traders accounting, and then also open it up to answer any questions that we might have. We'll save those for the end. So first of all, we got to make the attorneys happy. And so to the best of our knowledge, the information in this webinar is up to date. And the tax laws do change constantly. So if you're going to use any of this information, make sure you consult with a tax professional. This webinar does not establish a professional or confidential relationship between you, me, or Traders Accounting, and we are not a law firm, so advice provided here should not be construed as legal advice. Okay, let's move on here. A little bit about Traders Accounting. There's a link here. I will put this into the chat towards the end of the program or the presentation. But if you go to this link, you can get a free tax guide. And it's a free ebook about setting up LLCs and other types of entities, and talks about tax advantages, things like that. Our phone number is there and our email is there. I will come back to this towards the end, so there's no need to write this down at this moment. So the first thing, let's kind of take a different view about trading, because when you're trading and you want to actually form a business or actually want to actually use this for making money, you want to think of this as a business. And I used to teach business in college, a graduate and undergraduate, and I'd ask students, what's very important thing in business? What's the most important thing? And I get all kinds of answers like you need customers and you need employees and all that stuff. And really those are important, but none of those apply to trading business. The most important thing for any business is cash flow. Now, you all take seminars and classes on how to trade effectively and get cash flow in, how to bring in money from trading. And you should. That's the income or the inside part of it. And that's necessary. But there's actually two aspects to that. It's not just getting money coming in, it's keeping money from going out as well. And that's one of the things that we're going to address in this webinar. Now, if regardless of the business, if you don't have cash coming in or you don't save enough cash in the business is going to starve to death. I know of a person right now who's got a business in Iowa. He's got tons of money coming in, but it's all leaking out and it's not working. And so as a trader, if you want to have a successful business, you've got to control the cash coming in, but you also have to control it going out as well. And so the points made here in this webinar are either designed to generate cash flow or to protect the cash flow, keep it inside of your firm. Now, we're going to look at three different strategies. We're going to look at trader tax status, we'll look at setting up entities, and then we will also look at mark to market. Now, trader tax status is something that any investor can use. It doesn't matter whether you're investing in Forex, it doesn't matter whether you're investing in cryptocurrency, it doesn't matter what it is. Trader tax status is something that anybody can use if they meet the qualifications. Now, trader tax status, what that is allowing you to deduct trading expenses on your tax return. Now, for individual investors, that means deducting it on Schedule C of your personal tax return. If you have an entity, it will be deducted on the entity's return. And so we want to be able to do this. And let me give you an example here of why this is important. Suppose we have a trader and that is eligible for trader tax status, and they deduct a $5,000 training course. Okay, you spend $5,000 to learn how to trade better. If that trader is in the 32% tax bracket, the trader just increased their cash flow by $1,600. How? They saved $1,600 in taxes. And so they're able to take that and put it back into trading. So actually the training course now, instead of costing $5,000, it now is only $3,400 because you would save some money to put back into trading. And so that's the idea of what we want to do here, to use trader tax status to get money back from the IRS and the state, if your state does income taxes, and be able to take that money and put it back into trading. Now, there's a trap here, though. While we want to think about cash flow, we want to get cash back in the business, we can use taxes to do that. Some people fall into this trap right here. It's unwise to spend money just to get tax deduction. Don't ever do that. It always results in decreasing cash flow. I had a person a few years ago. He had a mechanic. He was a mechanic, and he was going to buy a tire machine. And he's $20,000. He was going to save probably $6,000 in taxes. He thought this was a great deal. And I asked him, I said, how is this going to work in your business? Is it going to produce income? He said, well, I might use it once or twice a year. And I looked at it and said, this is never going to pay for itself. In a business, if you have a deduction for taxes or an expense in business, it should pay for itself. And not just pay for itself, you'll get the tax deduction as well. Do not do things just for tax deductions. You'll always end up losing money as a result of that. So we can ask, okay, trader tax status is great. We want to be able to deduct expenses on our tax return. How do we do that? Well, first place we would look is IRS publication 550. Now, 550 is kind of the go-to book on investing, and it changes a little bit every year. So I would recommend getting the current copy of it. You can just go to the IRS website and type in their search engine publication 550, and you can download a PDF copy to your computer. It's really simple. But here's the qualifications in publication 550. First of all, you have to seek to profit from daily movements in the prices of securities or commodities. Okay. The second one is your activity must be substantial. And the third one, you must carry on the activity with continuity and regularity. Now, if you're like me, the first question you're going to ask is, what does that mean? Well, the IRS never defines it. And this is typical with the IRS code, is they will always put something in the regulations and put something in their publications and never define it. And so a taxpayer goes out and thinks they're following it, and the IRS comes along and they audit them and thinks they're not following it, and then it ends up in court. So since these are extremely vague qualifications, we have to go to court decisions and really to find out what qualifications are. So these are court decisions that we know that if you're above these, then we can actually determine that you have trader's tax status. So this is what we shoot for. So our court cases summary here, first of all, in Endicott versus Commissioner, the holding period for your investing is less than 31 days. So it's going to be short term. Now, this means day trading. It could be swing trading, anything where you're rapidly. Now, this doesn't mean you can't hold long-term positions, but the core of what you're doing needs to be short term, and you're turning things around very regularly. Second one, and this is probably the most important one, is Pape versus Commissioner. There's three things that showed up in this court case. That you're trading 75% of the trading days per year. Now, you can take a little bit of time off, but at least 3/4 of the trading days, you need to be trading something. Also, you need to be making at least 700 trades per year. For some people, that's a lot. Some people, that's nothing. I know people that do that in a week, but for some people, that's quite a lot. And you should be spending 500 hours a year in trading activity. That also includes education. It includes research. I mean, anything related to trading. But that amounts to about 4 to 6 hours per day that you need to spend. And then finally, the last significant one is K versus Commissioner that says your intent is either to make a living either as a trader or supplementary to other income. So the idea is you're doing this to actually eventually live on this, not solely, but in part. So these are the qualifications for trader tax status or TTS. If you meet these, you do not need to apply for anything. You could just do it right on your tax return. As an individual, you do it on a Schedule C of a tax return, you start deducting those expenses. But I would recommend having some proof. Well, what do you need to prove these things? Well, the best proof of these things is your 1099-B. That will show you how often or how short you are holding positions. It's also going to show how often you're trading. It's going to show how many trades a year and things like that. Now, it's not going to show how many hours of active trading you have. And so one thing that we recommend is that you keep a trading log each day. You put the times in it and what you're doing, and just kind of have some type of a log that's there in case the IRS ever does come back. So that is trader tax status. Again, you just do that. You do not need to elect anything with the IRS. You just do it on Schedule C of your return, or if you have an independent business, then you can do it there. Some other strategies, other ways of increasing cash flow, and that's forming an LLC. Now, this is going to seem kind of backwards to people. Why would you form an LLC? Well, usually with LLCs, the income and the expenses are all reported, And unless it's a single member LLC, it's on a totally different form. It's totally different return. Now, why is that important? Well, as we're going to find out, getting stuff off your personal tax return actually decreases your audit risk. So it's good to set up a independent business, if you will. It decreases the IRS scrutiny of what's going on. Now, some of you may be thinking, well, there's an LLC or you start a business, you've got fees. Well, yes, there is a fee for the LLC. In most states, there's a yearly fee. I think Arizona is the only one with the exception they give one-time fee and you don't have to pay again. But that's a decrease in cash flow. So how is that important? Well, you're paying for less scrutiny from the IRS. And so basically, you're trying to get the IRS view off or eyes off of you. And so the cost of IRS scrutiny can far exceed the cost of maintaining your LLC. It's like insurance, basically. I've talked to a lot of clients and they say, oh, my return is perfect. I could undergo IRS scrutiny. And I say, great, no problem. But when they come in and they start examining it, even if your return is perfect, you still have to go prove this stuff. Can you take 10 to 20 hours out from trading and everything else you're doing to actually satisfy the IRS? You may get by unscathed, but you're still lost that time, and time is money. So we just kind of consider this a little bit of insurance. Now, we recommend LLCs because there is a liability or a legal protection there, but there's also another advantage that I'm going to get to here in a little bit. So let's talk about LLCs. There's actually two types of LLCs. There's a single member LLC and a multiple member. Single member LLC is an individual forms the LLC. It's like a sole proprietorship. And it goes right on your personal tax return as a Schedule C again. I've mentioned that. A multi-member LLC is got multiple people, or could be corporations, could be other partnerships, things like that. Just multiple partners that come together to form this LLC. Now, a single member LLC or sole proprietorship is generally taxed on the Schedule C of a tax return. I mentioned this already. But what's nice about LLCs, I just referred to this a little bit ago, an LLC can also elect to be taxed as an S corporation or a C corporation. LLCs have the unique ability of being able to elect how they're being taxed. And so when you choose, if you choose a single member LLC, you can choose to be taxed as an S corporation or a C corporation, and you can change it periodically. You could change it next year. There's once a year that you could probably do it because it's an election with the IRS that has to happen at the beginning of the year. But you can elect how you're going to be taxed. Same thing happens actually with the multiple member LLC. You just got a partnership, that's the default, and you can elect to be taxed as an S corporation or a C corporation. Well, why would you want to do this? It gives you flexibility based upon if there's any tax law changes. It gives you flexibility as to if you want to take investment income and do something else with it. For example, one big thing is retirement. Under ordinary investment rules, you can make $5 million in investing income and you can't put a dime of it into retirement. You have to have earned income. And all the earned income can be set up through an S corporation or a C corporation. So that's where we start with the retirement stuff. And so that gets to be a little bit more complicated there, but it can be beneficial if you want to go that direction. Now, why not just keep as a single member LLC, or why not just form a sole proprietorship and do it personally and deduct those expenses on your Schedule C? Here's why. The number one most audited business is a single member LLC or Schedule C. Those have been abused for decades because people with hobbies have been deducting all kinds of expenses on them and just been deducting everything that they can think of. So taxpayers have been abusing it. So the IRS automatically perks its ears up when they see a Schedule C. Now, what about S corporations and C corporations? Well, there's an issue there too to kind of keep in the back of your mind. S corps and C corps require officers to be paid a salary. Now, that means you need a payroll company. That means you're going to have to start paying FICA taxes. That means you got to have unemployment taxes. But if you want to go down that retirement road, this is a requirement. So that's something that we recommend to our clients eventually, that if they're talking retirement, we can go down this road. So what do we recommend? Let's kind of narrow this down a little bit. Depending on the situation, we a lot of times will recommend forming a multi-member LLC to be taxed as a partnership. That is a great start out basis. It's easy to get money in, easy to get money out. It's very simple. There's no retirement or 401ks or anything like that, but it's a very simple thing. And what we recommend is that people start there as a multi-member LLC, and then later on, and once the trading is down, we got solid income coming in, then we convert to an S corporation or a C corporation. And then, of course, later on, you can convert back. But we want to start a solid basis to get the trading going first. And what it does, it creates a trading business where your expenses can be deducted. But more importantly than that, it gets the business, your trading business, off of your personal tax return, gets away from that Schedule C. Now, a partnership and an S corporation, for that matter, are pass-through entities, which means they don't pay income taxes. They pass everything back off to their owners, which pay the income taxes on their personal returns. But it goes back on in a much, much cleaner way and never creates that Schedule C. So the idea here is to get away from that Schedule C, so you're reducing that audit risk. So the partners still claim their share of income on their personal returns as a share of a legitimate business, if you will. It looks legitimate to the IRS. Your personal return becomes really, really clean as a result, because all your personal return now is consisting of documents that have already been filed with the IRS. And so there's really no question about what's going on in your personal return. Another thing that happens, something that when you do the investing business as an individual and you use that Schedule C, for all intents and purposes, you cannot use the home office deduction. Now, I know you can read about that and say, oh, yeah, this is available for Schedule C. But traders only have expenses on their Schedule C, so they never show a profit. And if you never show a profit, you can't use the home office deduction. It just carries forward indefinitely. So it doesn't do any good. But once you get to the partnership, the multi-member LLC is a partnership, or if you go to the S corporation, that home office deduction does open up for you incredibly. So that could be up to like $1,500 a month, or sometimes even more. So this is an important thing to keep in mind to get the IRS eyes off of your returns and actually form an LLC. And you can actually, if it's an LLC, you can shift back and forth to how it's going to be taxed based upon the tax regulations. And you got a lot of flexibility there. All right. Having said all that, everything I've talked about so far is for everybody that's an investor. Now I'm going to go and talk about mark-to-market election. The mark-to-market election is only for those trading options and stocks. There is an argument to be made. It could be applied to cryptocurrency. And the IRS hasn't balked when I've done it, but generally stocks and options. And what it does, it's an accounting method that values the gains and losses in your account. It doesn't really look at the individual transactions. What it does, it looks at your account value at the beginning of the year, your account value at the end of the year. If your account goes up, that's what you pay tax on. If your account goes down, that's what you get to deduct. It's a very simplistic way of looking at it. Now we have to adjust for contributions and distributions and interest and dividends and other stuff like that. They're going into the account. But the concept is really simple. So mark-to-market election gets around wash sales. We mentioned a little bit ago tax loss harvesting. Tax loss harvesting can really work on the last couple weeks of the year if you sell those losing stocks. But if you go and you buy them back at the beginning of the year, then what happens is the wash sale rule kicks in under normal accounting. And you can't, and those losses that you're trying to capture for 2022 just got deferred to 2023. So that can be a trap. So mark to market gets around that, actually. So Another thing that happens is all your losses or gains or losses become ordinary gains or losses on the return. There's no more capital gains and losses for anything that's earned under mark to market. Now, why is that significant? Because if you have an ordinary loss under mark to market, you can use that to offset W-2 income, 1099 income, any other income. And that's what's nice about the mark to market election. On the downside, that $3,000 limit on net capital losses goes away. And so you increase your cash flow instead of getting those losses down years down the road. And I've done tax returns this year for people under mark to market that wrote off over $200,000 in losses. They got every penny back from the IRS that they paid in for the year. And so they could take that money and reinvest it. And any loss that's left over, they're able now to transfer that to the next year and use it all up. And so it's very much a beneficial thing for them. And then the trading account with mark to market is no longer subject to wash sale rules. If you're familiar with wash sales, and I'm not going to get into it right now for the sake of time, but what wash sales are, they're deferred losses. And a lot of times, and I've seen several times this year, people not under mark to market have these wash sales. This person actually lost money in their account, but because of wash sales, those losses got deferred to the next year, and now they're having to pay tax on it. And so wash sales are actually a nightmare that can happen for investors. So this is one way around it. Now, for mark to market, this is an election. And I mentioned it's already best for those trading stocks and options. You have to make this election. As an individual, you have to make, first of all, as an individual, you have to be qualified for trader tax status. But also as an individual, you have to make this election between January 1st and April 15th of the year in which you want it to start. So the next time you can make it personally is for 2023. And you can make that election between January 1st and April 15th. For an existing entity, a pass-through entity like a partnership or an S corporation, the election has to be made between January 1st and March 15th. So those are the dates. It's got to be made at the first part of the year for the year it's going to start. So that has to be done. It's got to be timed out. Trader tax status, you can do that any year. You can do that retroactively, whatever. But mark to market has to be done with the IRS at the beginning of a year you want it to start. All right. Quick disclaimer. I mentioned several paths here. We've got trader tax status that allows us to save money on tax returns. We've got entities that you can use to actually open up some deductions and decrease IRS scrutiny. We talked about the mark-to-market election for stocks and options traders. But I want to point out that there is no one-size-fits-all plan for anybody. We have to know your specific situation as to what's going on. A lot of times we do recommend multi-member LLCs, and you may be saying, oh, I don't have a partner. I don't have a spouse would work great, but I don't have one. You can set up a family trust that could be a 1% member, and you have the 99% member. There's a lot of different ways of setting up that multi-member LLC. Even if you were the only person on earth, it could still be done. So there's ways to do it, but there's cases where we recommend a C Corp. There's cases where we recommend S Corp. We've got to know the particulars of things. So there is no one size fits all plan. You need to talk to somebody about it. Now, let me talk about traders accounting here real quick, since I've given you all this information. We do provide entity creation and maintenance, so we can create those LLCs. We can create those trusts in any state of the union. We don't do anything in Canada for those of you who are maybe listening from Canada or any other country. It's all U.S. stuff, but we do those entity creation and management. We do bookkeeping for the trading businesses, whether it's mark to market or not. So if you want somebody to keep track of how you're doing in your business, we've got a bookkeeper that will do that for you. Also, we do the income tax preparation for all types of returns, 1040s, the individual returns, the partnership returns, the S Corp returns, C Corp returns. We do the trust returns if necessary, the pension returns, nonprofit returns. We don't do many of those, but we do all types of returns there. And then finally, we do tax and entity consulting. If you want some time, you want to spend some time talking to us about your individual situation, we will sit down and talk to you about what's best for you and how to get that set up. So let me go to the information about traders accounting one more time, and then we're going to kind of end this thing up here in a little bit. So our phone number is 800-938-9513. If you want to book a consultation, if you want to give us a call, if you want to set up a tax situation, or you want to set up an entity, whatever, please give us a call. We can do that. However, for all of you, there is a free ebook that you can get by going to that link that's on the screen. And by going to that link, I'm going to try to put that into, let's see here, the chat right now. And I know some of you have some questions. I'm going to get to the questions here. And I've got, okay, where do I put it into the chat?
Yeah, I got you. Right in the comments, you should be able to. If not, just don't worry about that. What you can do for me is in our right-hand side, you'll see a private chat option. You can drop it in there, and then I can
Oh,
put it
perfect. Okay, there we go. And I thought I had it there. Let's see here. Maybe not.
Gotta get it.
I gotta get it.
Guys.
Okay, hang on. Let me try
I want
this
the free ebook too. I'm about to click on it.
Yeah, it's actually very valuable.
It's a great presentation you just did there, Jerry.
Thanks.
I mean, I myself am a person that have been kind of in.
It bounced out of here.
Yeah, no worries. I'll let you.
There.
I'll let you pull it up there. You let me know once you have it there, and then I'll make sure we get it in the comments. But as a person myself that has been trying to, really get kind of trading right, and it takes a while, right, just to even get it to the profits. But if you're really smart, you could have been using those opportunities to really give you some benefit. I really like the mark-to-market aspect. Of course, that's for everybody to determine what's best for them. But really, I mean, it's such a good aspect to kind of learn what kind of options we truly have. Even if you look this up on, let's say, Google, it's not going to give you the answer that Jerry just gave you. And I think that's why it's so important to try to get to the right advice. So really, truly appreciate you coming on. I just threw up that link for you guys in the chat. So let's start going through maybe some of the questions here that we're giving in the chat, and we can run through that. And of course, if anybody else has a question, throw it up. This is your opportunity. You get the one-time chance to talk to the one and only Dr. Jerry Allison here.
All right. Well, let's get to some of these questions.
Let's do it. Bruce Young here, I think, was the first one. Let's go with this one here. Is the 75 to 80% of the trading day and 700 plus trades year, or both need to be met? So is it one of these qualifications or both?
It's both of them that have to be met, as well as the 500 hours of education, research, and trading. So all of that has to be met that we know of. I mean, this is what's coming out of the court case. If somebody wants to go underneath that and claim trader tax status and then defend it in court, hey, that'd be great. We now have a case. But I don't know many people that want to go to court and spend all that money to prove something.
Yes, definitely. And 700 plus trades, if you're thinking about it in terms, you're thinking maybe about 100, how many trading days in a year? We got, it was
200 something, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's like 200. You're thinking, that's like 4 trades a day.
Yeah, it's almost nothing. And most people do that. At least if you're a busy day trader, that's nothing.
Yeah, exactly. To kind of break it down in that aspect. But let's go to the next question here. It's coming from Beans and Rice, one of our favorites here. What if I was a trader tax status and halfway through the year, I made substantial gains, 7 figures, and then held for long-term capital gains? Would I be disqualified for the trader tax status?
Yes, you would, actually. And not only if you did that and you had mark-to-market, you'd lose the mark-to-market election as well, because you have to have as an individual. So it's very important that you keep trading something throughout the year. Even if you made your 7 figures, go back and start trading $100 or something a day, just nothing, so that keep whatever you got for the long term, but just kind of keep trading something as you go along.
Yeah, because that's what it is. It's kind of more of an active trader, right? If you become
Mhm.
more in that passive sense, then
That's right.
no longer in that same kind of status. But we got one more question here. Where do you go to elect the mark to market
Ah,
status? Is it through a
fantastic
broker?
question.
Is it through the IRS? Do we call our mother?
No,
What
don't
do we
call your
do
mother.
here?
Uh, no, actually, it is an election you have to make with the IRS. Now,
Mm,
once you elect it, you tell your broker because they want to know if you're mark to market.
yeah.
But it is basically it's changed a little bit in the past year or so. The tax commissioner has actually changed how to do it. But publication 550 does talk about that, and you have to send basically a letter into the IRS stating you're electing mark to market. Now, generally, what we do is we put that letter with the tax return or with the extension by April 15th because we know the IRS has to process those. And so we know they look at them. If you just send in a letter to the IRS stating you want mark to market, you'd send it to your whatever your tax processing center is. However, I would recommend if you do that, make sure that you send it certified mail and you get all kinds of documentation to back up that you sent it, or else they may lose it.
Yeah. And we all don't want that one to happen,
No,
right? Yeah.
not at all.
Definitely. And I like that little tip too, the certified mail, make sure you
Mhm.
get that, keep those receipts too.
Prove
Uh,
everything.
definitely. Always. Let's go to the next one here. Bruce Young and Peaches and Cream. We appreciate the feedback. Very informative. Let's keep it going here. Bruce Young saying, can you set up an LLC corp after you make money, or do you have to set it up first?
No, actually, what we have a lot of times are individuals start trading in their personal accounts, and that's fine. And when you start trading, you can set up an LLC at any time. And then once the LLC is set up, then you have to set up a business trading account and start moving the cash over as things. There's some IRS things that go on here, so that's why I'm saying move cash over. Don't try moving securities over, or you can get into a bind there. But then as soon as, and by the way, here's another exception. Once you set up a brand new entity, you can elect mark to market right away for that entity. You do not have to wait till the first part of the year because you set up a multi-member LLC today. You can say I'm mark to market today and take care of that. And so, actually, one strategy, and I'm starting to rattle here, but a little bit. This gets into another strategy. We are the perfect time of year right now because those of you who are familiar with wash sales, you've been trading actively in your accounts, and it's probably your personal account. And up till now, you've got all these wash sales built up. If you were to start an entity right now and move your trading assets over into that entity under mark to market and let your personal account go dormant, this is the key. Once the personal account goes dormant for 30 days, all those wash sales become regular losses and disappear.
Nice little tip there. A little extra tidbit there. I didn't know that one. There's always a little sneaky tool that Jerry's keeping.
That's
That's why
right.
it's definitely great if you guys want to yourself. We've thrown up the link. You guys can reach out to tradersaccounting.com. Definitely go ahead and reach out. Get that free ebook too. I'm going to definitely be clicking this right as soon as I get out of this. I'm going to have to get into YouTube and click it myself. But let's keep going. We got one more here. Crassy asking us, would I need to move funds from my personal trading account into the new LLC trading account?
Yes, because the LLC has an EIN. It's an employer identification number from the IRS. And what happens under a tax number, whether it's a social security number or an EIN, that's where it has to be reported. So they're not going to take your social security number and just change it to the EIN. You're going to have to set up a new account and move everything over.
Beans and Rice last year paid $156,000 in capital gain taxes, reinvested those gains, now down 50%. Am I screwed or can I do anything?
You're screwed.
It's okay, Beans.
I hate to say it, but
it's beans and rice, my friend.
Well, I'll tell you, and I don't mean to belittle this, and I perfectly understand the situation here.
Definitely.
But that last year, a lot of you remember, and this is where Beans and Rice is coming from. You remember the AMC GameStop thing?
Yeah.
And I was talking to a bunch of people in February. They made a fortune through December. They never put anything back for taxes and lost it all in January. So they had this huge tax bill for 2021 and nothing to pay it with in 2022. So here's another little tidbit. As you're investing and you've got these gains, start putting something back for taxes so that it doesn't bite you later on.
What do you think about quarterly, like paying off the taxes quarterly if you're really active?
Yeah, if you're really active, it's usually a good idea to make quarterly payments. And now you can do that online. You can go to the IRS website. It's irs.gov/payments and do a quarterly payment. They'll draw it right out of your bank account. Most states will do it now for you. So you can just do it online. The due dates for quarterly payments, if you're interested in those, are April 15th, June 15th, September 15th, and January 15th. But yeah, I recommend it.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to take an approach, especially, when we put the money to the side, there's nothing like actually paying it. So then you actually know, all right, there you go. I got it out the way. I don't have to stress too much.
If you've got anything left over, you can always put it back into investing, but it'd be better to have stuff left over than not have to have enough at all.
All right, Bruce Young with a quick one, I think here. What if I started trading in May and made the money for the qualifications, but of course didn't get really active, I guess, here until May?
I think he's going to a partial year here. So
okay.
If as an individual investor, if you did this starting in May and didn't start making money, you might have a problem with the trader tax status requirements. However, if you started the LLC or something in May, an entity in May as a brand new business, then you're prorated because your business now starts in May and goes to December.
Nice. Danielle here. Is it too late on the year to get an LLC to claim trader tax status for 2022?
Absolutely not. Matter of fact, we're setting up LLCs all the time. And so they're getting set up. You just start trading and you have the trader tax status for whatever part of the year you have. Just make sure you're actively trading and you should be good.
One more. I think we got last one here. And if you guys got one, get it in. I'm giving you all the opportunities here. Jerry's sticking around for us. Let's do one last one here. Does mark-to-market apply to options, Forex, and cryptos, or only equities?
Mark-to-market was specifically designed for stocks and options. So both of those, they're kind of linked together anyway. So that's what it's specifically designed for. Mark-to-market does not apply to Forex because Forex got a totally different taxing structure. It's already ordinary income or ordinary loss, so you don't have to worry about that. It's like futures and that, they've got their own taxing structure, so you can't do it. Crypto is the one that's the gray area. Some people will say you can't use it with crypto. Some people will say you have. I have used it with crypto. The IRS has not come back and said anything. So if you make the mark-to-market election, go ahead. I would say go ahead and put your crypto underneath it.
Okay, there we go. Crassy, I'm thinking of dropping one more. As let's say majority owners of multi-member LLC, would I be taxed twice on profits from entity?
Generally speaking, no. If it's a pass-through entity like a partnership or a S corporation, those do not pay income taxes. So you just file an informational return with the IRS, and then the money, the income flows to your personal return where the tax is paid. So you only pay it once. So no, you're not going to pay twice.
All right, and the last one, I'm calling it here.
Okay.
Timeline, we'll give you one more here. If you're already having an existing LLC, can I leverage a DBA of the primary LLC is in a different industry? I'm not sure if I read that right. But
I think you can, an LLC, if it's already in a different industry, let's say construction or something, we'll just use construction right now. You could do trading in that LLC. That's theoretically possible. And so if you wanted to really get trading going, you could do the trader tax status and mark-to-market in that construction LLC as well. That is possible.
And Bonnie, since it was your only one, I'll give it to you here. Can an existing LLC be used for trading?
Absolutely. Now, I want to caution though, an existing LLC, if it was formed prior to 2022, then you have to make the election for mark-to-market between January 1st and March 15th generally. But if it was formed in 2022, you can actually make that election with your first tax return that's due in 2023.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jerry, I don't know if this is good news. I would take this as good news. TVG timeline here putting hashtag new customer.
Well, good. We're glad to have you and look forward to working with you.
Thank you for joining us today. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. We talked a lot about trader tax status. So if you guys want to reach out to Dr. Jerry, maybe understand more. And also, of course, make sure you get that ebook. I want to see that thing fly out the window. I don't know if it's possible, but somehow it say sell out tomorrow. That's what I hope to be seen.
Shut down the servers. There you go.
Yeah, definitely. I hope you guys have a great one. Hope you guys enjoyed us doing this kind of content. And hit the comments after. Let us know if this is what you want to see more of. And of course, we'll reach out to Jerry and bring him back on. Absolutely. Appreciate you coming on today, Dr. Jerry. And we'll definitely have you back on another time.
All right. We appreciate it. Y'all have a great day.
All right, team. What did you guys think about that one there? Definitely a good, great tax stream there. It's blowing up my ears. But yeah, I thought that was definitely important to get to. I don't know if you guys thought that you enjoyed this, but I see you guys in the chat. You guys all over this, and definitely hit that link if you guys want to get the free ebook and also get some contact information there. So if you want to be looking into more and more, and like I asked you guys, press the 1 if you guys want to see more of of course, Dr. Allison. But up next, we're going to get you over to Benzinga Live. That's coming up next. Don't go anywhere, team. Of course, we got AB in the back getting ready. And yes, Ron, we'll bring him back. I hope that you guys enjoyed that, and I definitely enjoyed his presentation there. So let's go ahead. Let's give you over to the future of crypto action, and then we'll bring you right into Benzinga Live as AB is about to get started here. But like I said, like always, team, you guys want to check out, of course, the future of crypto. I know that some people are thinking, well, a crypto event in this time? Well, this is exactly the time where you want to go ahead and figure out what is true and what is not, right? Where the stories make sense and where they don't. One of the things that I say focus on too is, right, what they always say, utility. Well, there's one area that I've been using definitely, which is so rare NFTs. I've been enjoying them, playing some fantasy basketball style of sports. And you guys know how I like my sports. So definitely I've been having a good time there. I'm going to continue to watch what's going on in the markets, but I want you guys to check out the future of crypto. That's going to be, of course, coming to you guys on December 7th. Don't miss it, team. Come and check out the event. That's going to be in New York City. I'll throw up the link here. You guys can check it out. And of course, since AB's not on, use Money Mitch 20. Get your discount. Well, I want to see who's getting out there. And if I get enough people out there, I myself might join you guys and enjoy some future crypto action. But like always, I'll catch you guys right here on Benzinga. Hit the thumbs up. It's time for Benzinga Live. I'm going to play a little crypto and bring you right over to Benzinga Live.
Here. How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga Live. Crazy weekend in terms of more crypto news coming out about the Sam Bankman-Fried FTX deal. We will be talking about that. We'll be talking about some Tesla Twitter news, some more Elon Musk. That saga seems to never be ending. I saw a good joke about that today, actually, that a couple of us at Benzinga were upset we didn't come up with ourselves first, but little pun there. What's up, Blind Trader? How's everyone doing? Hope everyone had a great weekend. Let me know in the chat what was the highlight of your weekend. What was the most fun thing you guys did? I went to Chicago for the Bears Lions game. That was really fun. Met someone. AB having an episode. What do you mean? I met someone pretty famous in Chicago. Got to speak to him. I'll we'll throw guesses out in the chat, and I can do some hints maybe, and we can see who's getting close. We can play hot and cold, and that can be a fun game we play to see who can guess who's the celebrity that AB met over the weekend in Chicago. Got a picture with him too. So there's your first hint. You know it's a him now. But all right, I'm gonna hop onto my phone right now. We're doing or Raz is doing a space with crypto, so I'm gonna hop in here, and this is a thing we've experimented with a few times where we've done a space while live on YouTube, which I actually think is a great thing to do because it gives us both mediums, right? People can tune in audio only on space, or they can watch the same thing we're talking about here, and we can be kind of sharing the space and also do some visual aids with that. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and play our Benzinga Live intro. We're going to be talking crypto today. Again, FTX Sam Bankman-Fried deal. We're going to get into some Tesla Twitter stock drama. We're going to be talking about some other picks and a new fun contest that I joined, that I'm part of, that I want everybody, there's 260 people here in the chat. I want everybody out there to join this to be able to compete against me. There will be a prize if you're able to beat me. Completely free to sign up. I signed up earlier today. It took me like 2 minutes. No reason not to. We'll talk about that when we come back. But let's get ready. Roll that intro and smash the like if you haven't not already.
This is Benzinga Live. Spencer Israel and producer AB. What's up, everybody? How we doing?
Someone told me buy high, sell higher.
Let's get Matt Hammond on the show to talk some IPOs. Jake Wojacek from Trend Spider. We have a breaking news.
All right, guys. So let's start with this. Let's start with the contest, because this has been the highlight of my day so far, signing up for this. Because I was like, this is perfect. I sent it to all my buddies too. So this is on wealthbase.com/Benzinga. I'll drop that link in the chat. Wealthbase.com/Benzinga. I should do Reddit too. What do you mean? Oh, you can stream on Reddit? Twitter Spaces on Reddit? Jim McMahon. Wait, hold on. I know who yeah, he's the old quarterback. No, it was not Jim. It was not him. Good guess, though. All right, so wealthbase.com/Benzinga. Essentially, so it's like a paper trading competition. We'll go full screen here. You start with $100,000, and right now we have 14 players signed up. You can see I'm right now number 3 on the leaderboard. I'm in the green. So to qualify, you have to make, a certain amount of trades. You can't. There are certain things you can and can't do. I don't think you can do options on here. I think you have to, you can go short or long different stocks. You can buy different cryptos. You can do ETFs, but I don't think you can do like triple leverage one. Like I tried to buy some TQQQ and you can't, which makes sense because that might be a little bit unfair. But if you've ever watched this show, right, and you think, oh my God, I just dropped to 4th place. Oh, this is a bummer. If you ever watch this show and you think my picks suck, you think my trades suck, and you think, you'd absolutely crush me, here's your chance. Here is your chance, and here's how my portfolio is allocated right now in this. I have, I bought $20,000 worth of Alibaba. I'm up a little bit. I'm up $90 on that. I bought some Meta. I'm short selling Tesla. I'm up on all 3 of those trades. And then I bought some Berk B, and I'm down on that one. So this right now I have $36,000 in buying power. I don't know. I should have done a better job looking at the actual rules, because I don't know if there's an unlimited amount of trades. Like, could I sell the ones I'm up now on already? I don't know. And I gave reasons for my picks as well, so you can kind of go in there and see exactly, is this real or fake money? This is paper trading. So when we're talking paper trading, it's fake money that is just for fun. So this is like playing fantasy football, except for with stocks. And right now, I'm in 4th place again. You guys can all sign up for this at wealthbase.com/Benzinga. Compete against me. And the winner will get not only a free ticket to our FinTech and Future of Crypto event in New York City in December, which will be amazing. New York City around Christmas time, going to be beautiful. We're going to be watching Home Alone, having parties, talking. All the biggest names in crypto will be there. Kevin O'Leary, Anthony Scaramucci. If you ever wanted to pitch your idea to Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank, come to New York, come to our crypto event. You will win a free ticket to that if you win, as well as a free year of Benzinga Pro, which is over a $1,200 value. What stocks should we be paying attention to with Black Friday approaching? That's a good question. Ally Zamir, I think from Miami, is asking us about what stocks should we pay attention with Black Friday. Well, I'm glad you asked that, because let's go back to our wealth base here. Let's go to activity in the last 24 hours. This is the feed on our wealth base thing. So when I bought Meta, which this is Meta Platforms, which owns Facebook, which also owns Oculus, little VR goggles. I don't know if you've guys seen a lot of commercials for it, but the VR goggles, people are playing a lot more video games on the VR goggles. I bought this and I posted my trade rationale. I'm bullish, which means that I like the stock. I'm bullish on Meta because holiday season coming up, Quest VR headsets set to be one of the year's hottest gifts. So if you guys recall last year, after Christmas, the Quest or Oculus app that you have to download once you get the headset, like as a gift or you go out and buy it, the app that you have to download with that was the #1 app on the App Store. And this to me is something that you can already tell, or I've at least noticed over the past couple weeks or so, seems to be a lot more advertisements for the headsets as we're heading into holiday season. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Facebook, Meta, those Oculus VR goggles being a real winner of this year's holiday season. Outside of that, you know, a lot of people are going to be doing their Black Friday shopping on Amazon, so you could look at Amazon stock. Free transportation and hotel too. I don't think so. I don't think that's. I have to look into the contest rules, but if you win, and you know, depending on where you are, and that's an issue, I'm sure we can help you out and work something out. Either way, you know, sign up for the contest and play it because it's gonna be fun. I want to be able to compete against you guys in the chat, and I want to win this thing, by the way, and I think I'm going to. Right now, Alan Arnold's in the front. I'm up $100 though. I think I can go. I think my target return so the contest ends December 2nd. So it's about 3 weeks away. My target return, or 2.5 weeks, we'll say. My target return, I want to say in that 3 weeks is going to be 15%. I'm going to try to make 15 grand off this 100 grand in that 3 weeks. And if I do it, you know, that might be my sign that I should start my own hedge fund. So can using YouTube trading videos as training status, like I always watch Benzinga to learn. Thank you, Gemini woman, I think. Who had, the no options? I don't know. I think the no options, there's also a rule that you can't like allocate your whole portfolio into one stock on this thing. And I think that's just to kind of make it a little bit more fair to where like I can't just throw my whole portfolio into one trade and if it works out, you know, double my account and win. You have to prove that you can kind of pick a few different stocks and make make a good return. But all right, guys, I'll go ahead and drop that link in the chat one more time. wealthbase.com/Benzinga. All right, guys, quick rundown for the show today. Like I said, I'm going to hop into this Twitter space, I think, and we can talk about it on here because I was going to talk about crypto, FTX, the Sam Bankman-Fried situation anyway. So I wonder if they're talking about that in the Twitter space. And then at 12:45, we've got a really cool company coming on, going to be talking about electric vehicles. I'll tell you more about that in a second. let's switch over from wealth base to Benzinga Pro. Check in on the different indices, see how they are doing today. We had news with China today, so I was looking at Alibaba, JD, Baidu, of course, all the different Chinese names. Moving off that, we can talk about that and why I think it's actually bullish for some of these different names. You're seeing COVID cases rising in Beijing. I want to say 400 COVID cases reported in Beijing, which surprisingly is the most ever in China's capital city over the past 2.5 years or whatever. I mean, we know kind of how crazy the country was in cracking down, 0 exceptions, but forcing people to stay locked up in their apartments and whatnot. So I think it's actually bullish. Well, we had multiple China news. So that's part of it is that COVID rising again. The other part of it was I saw that Biden met with Xi Jinping about shares of, and our whim on Benzinga Pro is saying shares of Chinese companies are trading higher after China announced a plan to ease the lending crackdown in the real estate sector and reduce the quarantine time for international arrivals. Investors also assess the Biden-Xi meeting at the G20 summit. So I like the fact that we're seeing COVID cases rise in China and these stocks not falling off, because basically any other time throughout the past couple of years, you saw COVID cases rise in China. That means they were going to go full, complete shutdown, and the stocks would get crushed down like 10%. Now you're seeing the stocks are actually up, and if they're saying, hey, we're about 3 years or whatever, 3 years, away from the beginning of this pandemic, we got to start letting people, get it if that's what it takes to have us live our normal lives. And if we let people that are, vaccinated, that will probably get mild cases, go out and get some COVID, and then we can kind of go away with a lot of these restrictions, that's actually bullish for China and the economy. So I bought some of the BABA in the wealth base little game. I don't know if that's a smart thing. We'll see how that goes. Just joined. Shout out JD's. Just joined. Let's go. You can buy crypto too on there. I think there's just not a lot you can do. I think you can just like buy Bitcoin or Ethereum or some of the big ones, and I don't think you can sell them short or anything. Let me know in the chat what stocks you guys are watching. Carrie Lake lost. I don't know. Did they end up calling that? I sold my, we talked about this last week. I started with 250 in my predicted account. I'm up to 430, kind of betting on different electoral things. But that was one that, I don't know if you can go, can you do history? I don't know if you can like go to history on here. Account. Uh-oh. Now you guys are seeing my, how does this work? How does this work? Account. Here we go. History. So yeah, which party will win the Arizona election? I just thought the way that the different elections were going, like Carrie Lake wasn't going to have a great shot. So I bought those at 59 cents, sold them at 94. Made a nice little profit. $200. And this one is real money, by the way. The paper trading one, not real money. Like AMD soon, Meta. I just gave my Meta pitch, I think, as like a swing trade going into Black Friday, going into the holiday season. I think Meta will walk away. I'm not saying even as the biggest winner of the season. I just think a winner. And I think, again, if that coincides with some money coming back into the market, with people starting to take more risk on, then Meta could really benefit, shoot up like 20, 25%. In fact, I might look at some, Meta calls, some Meta like 130 calls. Let's do that right now. I wonder how much they are. All right, we're going to look at, sorry guys, I just had to get an email sent out real quick. We're we're going to look at Meta calls that expire. Let's do the December monthlies. So December 16th calls. Oh my God, yes. I like this. I think the one... All right, so here's the thesis. Last year, let's see if we can find this right now. What is it called? Oculus or Quest? Oculus app #1 on App Store after Christmas. This was last year. December 28th, 2021. Meta's Oculus was the US's most downloaded app on Christmas. The holiday season has been kind to Meta Platforms, the Facebook parent company that recently rebranded to tout its commitment to building the metaverse. Downloads of the app to support Oculus, Meta's virtual reality brand, rose to the top of the mobile store, or the mobile app store charts after Christmas, suggesting its headsets were popular gifts this year. Before this week, Oculus was a top 10 iOS app in only one country, the US. But by December 26, it became a top 5 app in 14 different countries and the #1 app in the US, according to Justin Patterson, an equity research analyst at KeyBank. The app topped the Google Play Store on Android devices as well. So basically, my thesis is last year was great for this. Now Facebook Meta knows this, has ramped up its advertising and is purposefully targeting, saying, okay, like other lines of the business might be struggling. Social media has been down. We've seen Snapchat stock get hit, Pinterest stock get hit, Meta stock get hit, obviously. Ad spending down. What can Facebook do? What can Facebook focus on? Well, the Quests can be kind of a moneymaker. The Oculus is, I mean, they're selling for $300. Let's see Meta Quest. Let's see how much they're going for now. I don't know. I mean, oh my God. All right. The Meta Quest Pro starting at $1,500. All right. That's not going to be the one that's the, like, you know, popular Christmas one. But oh. All right. I don't know. I'm not, you guys know my thoughts on the metaverse and how silly I think like most of it is, but I think this, what they're doing here with this $1,500 Meta Quest Pro will be like really cool. I think it'll basically be all video games are going to be on some sort of thing like this at some point. But where are like the normal ones? Like the ones that people actually buy for Christmas? Yeah, this one. Meta Quest 2. Get Beat Saber included. Oh, okay. This does remind me, the like environment of these consoles and games. It reminds me of like when the Wii first came out. Like you only had a few games and they were all specific for just the Wii. I've literally never played on one of these in my life, so I can't really, speak to it. But they're popular. It was a #1 app. It was a #1 gift of Christmas last year, or at least in terms of app stores. I can't wear my glasses while playing. Anyone else have that problem? That's a really interesting point. You would think, with how big the market is for this, there has to be a solution to that, or Meta has to figure that out, because I don't know off the top of my head, but I want to say percentage. I'd guess percentage-wise, something like 30-40% of the U.S. population wears glasses on every day, on a daily basis. I mean, well, that's actually a good over/under. What do you guys think it is? Hofflinger said, he said he's not sharing his stock picks till after the contest ends. Who else signed up besides JD's, by the way? I think they have an edition for glasses. 25%. Let's look it up. What percent of... Well, okay, we have to stipulate, because if we say like glasses or contacts, it probably goes up. I'm going to say actually wears eyeglasses. What percentage of people wear eyeglasses? United States. 63%. I don't know if that's like on a daily, but that has to be included with people that just need contacts, though. One of my friends got LASIK. Yeah, I'd be surprised if Meta hasn't like thought about this. Especially, I don't know if this is rude, but probably because I would bet that the majority of people developing them wear glasses. Like a lot of people, I feel like that work in Silicon Valley, you're looking at computers all day, wear blue light glasses and whatnot. David Lin is in. David Lin is in, and he's trying to win. But I don't think he's going to be able to do it. I don't think he's going to be able to beat AB. No problem, man. That's what I'm here for. That's what I try to, we try to get everyone the respect they deserve. And that means including pronouncing people's names right. Although I did screw up and I sent an email to the wrong person, because that's what happens when I try to multitask on the show. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull my Benzinga Pro back up. I'm going to give the chat another opportunity to drop some tickers, some names of stocks, name some companies they want to check out. We'll take a look at them on my Benzinga Pro. And then Oculus has an adapter for people that wear glasses like myself, even though I can't stand. Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at too. Like, I don't really like... I was actually thinking when I was driving back from Chicago to Detroit yesterday, and so I had a lot of windshield time to just think about things and whatnot. And I was thinking about Steve Jobs and like Apple and how incredible it was that he kind of set out on a mission to change the world. But there probably will be a strong argument to be made at the end of the day that like iPhones have maybe done more societal harm than good. But the flip side of that argument is, okay, if it wasn't Apple and iPhones, like someone else would have came out with a smartphone, and Apple's just happened to look really cool and be really good to use. And so, I don't know, but maybe the way social media, I mean, certainly Apple and the iPhone played a role in how social media has developed. But I agree, like I can't really stand Facebook either, but from a technology standpoint, like I don't know how like true that, I have to look more into it, but I saw people using their Quest Pros to I saw people using their Quest Pros basically in like a virtual work environment. So they were like at a desktop with two monitors and working, like they were working with their Quest Pros, and it was able to give them like a new monitor to be able to drag stuff onto that screen and whatnot. So I saw that and I was just blown away. And I think technologically, it's one of those things. Moore's law basically says that these things kind of will develop exponentially. The semiconductors and chips and whatnot. That the Quest Pro will probably in 5 years be cheaper and way more developed. So I'm very bullish that particular vertical of Facebook, of Meta. I guess like I'm in that camp where I think like the actual headset, I think will make money as far as like a gaming counts, like how Microsoft makes money off selling Xboxes or Sony makes money off PlayStations. But if I were Meta, if I were Zuck, I wouldn't spend as much money developing the like metaverse, whatever. What I would do is I would make it essentially open source and let other developers, let other like gaming companies develop what they want to develop in it, and let that kind of, so you're not burning billions of dollars of cash trying to develop this metaverse that you don't really know how popular or what it's going to be. All right, guys. So we are going to at 12:45. We're gonna have Ideal Power CEO Dan Brader on the show. We're going to be talking about an exciting announcement the company made. The ticker there, let me get it to make sure. IPWR, Ideal Power, up 17% today. We're having the CEO on talking about some exciting news. The company put out a press release today. Obviously, stock up 17%. Pretty, what this company does, and we're going to talk to Dan again here in about 35 minutes. So I won't talk too much about it because it's a lot of technical what the company's doing to kind of optimize electric vehicles and batteries through its bidirectional or bipolar junction technology. It's a little bit over my head as someone who's not an engineer, so that's why we're going to talk to Dan about it. But either way, you can see the market's reaction to Ideal Power today. I've been taking a stab at some of these kind of clean energy names, so I'm excited that we got one coming on today. Shelly's saying you can get one of those Oculus frames and you have optometrists make lenses for you. Shelly, did you see the trading? The trading competition? Are you going to compete against me? Wealthbase.com/Benzinga. All right, guys. Sorry, let me catch up on the chat, see what stocks you guys want to check out. Shelly, trading competition. Wealthbase.com/Benzinga. Shelly, you will not beat me. I'll put stakes on it. Oh. I also have a funny story from the weekend too that you guys will probably like. It's a good clean story, or good fun. Tony Stark in an Avenger movie with his comp Jarvis. Yeah, basically exactly that. Like, and that shit to me is like, it's cool right now, and you're like, okay, like, is that really like, is someone gonna go buy a $1,500 headset for that capability? No, probably not. But if it's doing that now in 2022, imagine, what that's gonna look like here soon. All right. I was just, that's actually funny. All right. So, story from this weekend. I don't know if you guys have ever played this game called Odds Are. But essentially, the way it works is you ask someone, like, what are the odds you do X? It could be like, drink that pickle juice on the table or something. I don't know, like something gross. And someone says, like, my odds to do that are 1 to 10, like 10%. 1 to 10. And someone else counts down from 3, and you and someone else say a number in between the numbers you gave. So if I said 1 to 10, you would pick a number between 1 and 10. And if you and the person who challenged you, or the person you challenged, pick the exact same number, then the person has to do it. There was a Bitcoin ATM at this bar me and my buddies were at in Chicago, and I asked my friend, what are the odds you buy a Bitcoin right now, a full Bitcoin? And he said 1 to 100, and we said the same number, 42. I was thinking about Jackie Robinson when I did it. But we both said 42, and then he didn't buy a full Bitcoin yet. I told him I would accept we could discuss it, essentially. I wasn't going to make him, while we were at the bar drinking, spend $16,000 at this ATM. I think he was willing, and I don't even know if it would have let us do that, honestly. But we're gonna figure out what he has to do. What there probably has to be some sort of like investment or something along the lines. Maybe he has to buy like $500 worth of Bitcoin. I don't really know. But it was hilarious. It was like the funniest because he was really worried he was going to have to spend $16,000 or $17,000. And honestly, at least it was down there and not at a lot bigger if we were actually going to make him pay for it. I'm hopping in.
Go to that BZ-crypto and you use code RAZ, RACVIP. It'll be a comp ticket, or it should be. There's like 10 of them. So I don't know. Just wanted to say it. But yeah, in hindsight, you can look at Sam and like Jose, keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt. Or it should be. There's like 10 of them. So I don't know. Just wanted to say it. But yeah, in hindsight, you can look at Sam and like Jose, keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, please. You never interrupt. But what I was saying that there were a few red flags before. And I think that's what we have to pay attention as users. For example,
all right, so we're listening to the
maybe
space right now. I'm about
has
to hop
another
in.
position that we don't have, but what they were saying is that they started making the numbers and it simply didn't add up. He was spending much more money than the profit he would be making. So one, he was charging too much fees or scamming users somehow, or two, he was directly using the funds of the users to make all these donations and spending and investments. So either of both possibilities are truly amazing, and I'm so sorry for the users, people that aren't able to withdraw their money, their family. It's a lot of families are ruined. Imagine going to your funds and having the withdraw button grayed out and being unable to withdraw your own money. So please remove your money from exchanges. These are not banks. Get your own wallet, manage your keys, please. Suleman, I pronounce it properly. Suleiman.
Yes, you are. Yeah, Suleiman. I just want to just elaborate on that in a few points. I think number one, it's absolutely mind-boggling that this has happened, especially if you actually look into the people that were involved, right? I mean, the general population, if that's what we want to call them, like the mainstream media led the general.
All right, we're going to pop out of there for a second. I just want to see what's going on with DWAC. I don't even know what I don't know what tweet what are we talking? Someone said in the chat, Dustin Reader said DWAC taking off after Trump tweet. Funware going with it. I assume it's not actually a tweet. I assume it's a Truth Social. I assume he truthed something and not tweeted it. But let's see. I'm gonna search for. What was it? Can you just go on like Truth Social? You have to like make an account. It's so silly. I hate websites like that. What did he say? Monday writes on True Social, hopefully tomorrow will turn out to be one of the most important days in the history of our country. Share spike higher. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to our wealthbase.com. Should I sell some... No, I dropped to fifth place. All right. I'm going to No. I can't sell DUX short on this. All right, what should I do? What kind of trade should I make on here then? I'm a win. Lebo says, no, sir, you will not. Shoot, here, let's go back. Let's go. Oh, okay. Thanks, guys, for people that have signed up. So we started the show with 14 people. We're up to 28 now. Checking out the leaderboard. I'm still up near the top, 5th place. Brittany Lauren. I don't know who that is, but she's already made 5 trades. Wow. Holy cow. Nick Baxter's already made 15 trades. We have some... Nick Baxter's out here like a quant firm just doing high-frequency trading. He's the new Jim Simmons out here. Ben London. Oh, Jeff D's already down $100. James O'Connor, Scott Rush, Vince Oliver. Oh, Lebos not doing well. Toward the bottom there. Nate Guzowski. I wonder what Nate's portfolio. It's kind of cool. You can actually see people's portfolios. Nate went 20% into Fubo, 20% into... Oh, man. He's going true YOLO here. You got to respect it. You got to respect the true YOLOs from Mr. Nate G out here going on GameStop, Bed Bath & Beyond, AMC, Fubo, and Canopy Growth. He's 100%. Oh, man. Remind me not to have Nate G make my retirement portfolio. But I do... Nate G is like the best guy based on this portfolio to be your like risk management chair for a Vegas trip with the boys. That's something you'd want someone with this risk appetite in charge of, a Vegas trip with the boys. Maybe not your investment portfolio, maybe not your retirement portfolio or your like aging grandma, you know, if she needs some money. Long-term trader. Well, you only got a couple weeks, buddy. We only got till December 2nd. So you got to have a few big picks in that time. How do you set up TP and SL? What are you talking about? All right, I assume SL is price target and stop loss. I don't know if you can do a stop loss on here. Shelly's not even real money. Just make some good trades, and you won't need to... Oh, no. Holy cow! What some trades working against me? Am I getting shorted out on my my Tesla trade? All right, no, I'm flat on my Tesla trade. All right, I'm getting kind of chewed up on my Baba trade. So let's see, what can we do here? What stocks do I still think are like a little bit over? Damn, you can't sell MicroStrategy short. Okay, ARK's excluded from this particular game. All right, let's trade. I gotta get out of this hole. I need something big. Someone give me some trade ideas in the chat. Stocks only for this one. You need to get the Adam Dunn show on. All right. Yeah, market is dropping. All right. Well, at least if the market's dropping, I do have one short position out. I do have my my Tesla. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go ahead and make my short Tesla short my position a little bit more, a bigger part of my portfolio. And then what I'm also going to do how's Nike stock looking? What do we have? Let's do this. Let's go to economic calendar. Let's see what we got this week in terms of catalysts. All right, Monday. 5-year inflation expectations. Vice Chair Lael Bernard talks about the economic outlook. So she's actually typically one of the more dovish. So I'm surprised the market's not doing well. Another Fed president speaks tonight. Producer Price Index, PPI, Final Demand, Empire State Manufacturing Index. Okay, so this would actually be a good. This would actually be a good indicator of kind of like recession fears. So the previous reading for October was minus 9.1%, I think month over month, kind of just tracking like U.S. manufacturing. And the median forecast for November is -5. So still negative, but a good increase, a positive move from the previous month. So if that's the case, I think you can kind of you can choose what you want to take away from that. But I'd be, I wouldn't think, okay, just because the number is negative, it's going to be really bad for the market, because if it's, negative but still higher than the previous month, then we're heading in the right direction. A couple more Fed. Again, I talked about this last week. I don't really know why these Fed presidents need to speak like every single day. I don't really know what the point of it is. Retail sales. Let's do that. Let's do something in retail, because we have obviously Black Friday coming up and Christmas season. Oh, Shelly Serrano saying you're gonna get wrecked, punk. Want to make it interesting? Post comment. Shelly, don't forget we can see her. Oh, Shelly is going full YOLO. Honestly, I respect it. I'm gonna buy some PayPal too. Good idea, Shelly. I'm gonna buy some Square and PayPal. Buy. Market buy shares. We'll do 6,000 of that. Submit. Skip. We're going to buy some. What else did you buy, Shelly? Microsoft? This is so fun. I like the fact that you can see everyone else's portfolio too. Square, PayPal. What else should I buy? I was just going to buy another stock, then I forgot about it. Reply. All right. I could just go short everything. I could do a reverse Shelly ETF and just go short everything that she did. That'd be funny. Wait. All right. View portfolio. Oh, you know what? I might buy some SoFi just because it was getting crushed earlier, but now it's not really getting crushed as much. But it's so beaten down, and I think it's actually a benefit. I think SoFi benefits from. Although I don't know. How about some Goog? I'll buy some Goog too. Oh, you can see who's watching. This is a cool platform. Oh, the real Bill Nye's on here. Sorry, I didn't know. Meta. I already bought Meta. I already got Meta in my account. I might do that. If my account's struggling, I'm just gonna go an inverse Shelly ETF and just short everything she's buying, go long everything she's shorting. Adam Abbasi's buying Amazon. I want to know why people are buying what they're buying. Alan Arnold. What's in Alan's portfolio? He's up. He has Meta, AMD, PayPal, Tesla, Goldman Sachs. So Alan Arnold's just going with kind of the chalk here. He's like picking favorite. He's like picking all the favorites in the NFL games, going with the big boys. I probably should get some diversification into some like financials maybe. How much money do I got about 24,000 of buying power. How about Oxy? That chart, Oxy's chart kind of scaring me a little bit. Why are you sad face, mad face, Shelly? J&J. All right, let's go back to our Benzinga Pro real quick so we can actually look at some of the different... What do we want to look at? J&J. I'm sorry, Daniel Welch. We'll look at J&J, but or did you want to look at DWAC too? J&J is such a boring stock. It's Christmas season. We should be thinking about what people are going to be buying, you know, for Christmas. I don't think a lot of although this does kind of look double toppy. Might want to get into a little short trade on Johnson & Johnson here. I haven't looked at Meta's chart, to be honest with you. Oh, I like this. I like the gap. Actually, we did look at this. That's why I said I like that gap fill up to 135. December 16th. I'd be willing to take a look at these. Oh, you know what else has continued to just be strong that we called out on the show a week ago was I was talking about this gap getting filled in Netflix back up to the 350 level. And it looks like, all right, I just want to take out this little tiny little candle up here at 305. So if we clear 305, I think we've got ways to go on Netflix. And you might say, hey, Aaron, this thing's already up like 30% in a month. It's getting a little overextended. Maybe, but at the end of the day, strength is, you know, the trend is your friend. And this thing has been strong. I don't know why we wouldn't continue to be going up on Netflix right now. I've given my thesis on even if we are heading in toward a more recessionary environment, I don't think that means people necessarily start cutting their Netflix subscriptions, because if you're trying to save money, having a $15, $20 a month Netflix subscription is actually a great way to save money, because you get thousands and thousands potentially of hours of entertainment for that one price of $15, $20. And so if you stay in and watch Netflix for a weekend instead of going out and going to this concert and going to that football game and doing this and doing that, then you're actually saving money, even though you're still a customer of Netflix. All three indices pushing up right now. DIA up, QQQ still down on the day, the Qs, but as you can see on the 5 minute chart, we are starting to kind of come up a little bit higher. All right, guys, quick agenda for the rest of the show. So again, in 15 minutes, Dan Berdar from Ideal Power is going to hop on the show. We're going to talk about the company's news that came out today. Some exciting news for Ideal Power and in the clean energy electric vehicle space. Again, Dan Berdar, the CEO of Ideal Power, going to be joining us here in about 15 minutes. Some exciting news we're going to talk about with him. Outside of that, we can take some tickers from the chat. I did have some Tesla, more SpaceX, Twitter news that I want to talk about. We could take a look at Tesla's stock. You saw in my portfolio on that game, I am still short Tesla here. And honestly, today is giving me more conviction of that trade. First of all, from a purely chart perspective, I mean, this chart, just zooming out, looks really ugly for Tesla. Like, if anything, you know, you typically when you see charts like this, they end up kind of coming all the way, you know, back down. And then, but even if it gets caught, it looks like to me like that would happen more around the 165 level, 160 level. If I had to guess, we're at 193 right now. But you do have a lot of support right here. Kind of right where we're at right now, around 190. So if we're able to hold up here, then, you know, I'm certainly ready to change my mind if needed on Tesla, because I'm not the first guy that's out here trying to make money shorting Tesla, and basically every single other person that's tried to do that has gotten burned. But if you take a day like today's price action into account, Tesla's down a little bit more than 1%, but when you look at the Qs, down, you know, less than almost green on the day, and now almost getting back to even. You know, you look at across the board to some other car manufacturers, and Tesla still seems to be showing relative weakness. Oh, I did also forget about the famous person I met in Chicago. So, again, the question is, I'm trying to think of how I can give hints to this without giving it away. So, okay, I met this dude at the Bears game. He's a famous. We'll say you've probably seen him in a TV show before. I'll give another hint. He doesn't really play himself, but he more so plays himself than or I'll say this. He doesn't on the TV show you've probably seen him in, he doesn't play just one character, but he's also not playing himself. Not Oprah. That's a good guess though, because she's from Chicago. Henry Cavill. No, see, like Henry Cavill would be playing one person. He'd be playing Superman in the show. I'm saying this guy doesn't play just one. He doesn't play himself, but he doesn't play just one character. Dave Chappelle. No, but that's a great guess, and you're on the on a very good track there, Romar. Obama? No, that'd be cool though. Al Roker? Nope. Tyler Perry? Nope. So far, Dave Chappelle is the closest guess. We're getting on the right track. While we're still guessing, and again, the question, if you're just joining us, is who's the celebrity AB ran into and spoke to in Chicago this weekend? Jim Carrey? Nope. Again, Dave Chappelle been the closest guess so far. We'll look at some stocks out of the chat. Baba still trading a little bit higher today, up about 2%. I'm gonna buy some Netflix in that wealth base account just because it's been so strong. And yeah, I might be buying at the top, but oh well. Shit, I'm dropping now. I think my Tesla short's working against me because the markets are starting to kind of come back a little bit. Yeah, I'm down on my Tesla short. I'm up big on my meta buy. Not up big, but I'm up $100 in my meta buy. All right, we're going to buy some Netflix. Actually, I might short some Netflix. All right, I just shorted Netflix. I'm just going to try to make a few bucks out of that because I think it's getting a little overextended up here. Up almost 5% on the day. We're getting close to that 305 level. If we reject there, I might take some profits off that if Netflix does start moving lower here, and then put that into long. Yeah, look at this RSI now on the 30-minute chart. We're getting way extended up here on Netflix, up to 80. We're hitting this kind of resistance level. We'll go back out to the daily chart, and I'll show you that 305 level that I'm talking about. That's acting as a potential overhead resistance right here. Again, if we break through 305 and it starts looking like we're going to try to fill this gap all the way up to like 330, then I'm going to get out of that short trade pretty quickly. But for right now, I'm going with that. Did Bill Cosby buy you a tweet or buy you a drink? No. No, we still haven't got it. All right, a hint. I'll give you a hint. It was a Chicago Bears versus Lions game. Detroit Lions. This guy is a Detroit guy, but I think also has Chicago ties. And yes, he's a comedian. It's why I'm saying Dave Chappelle so far is the closest guess. And it's also not just because he's a comedian. There's another kind of really big similarity there. And that's kind of why I said in the show that you've seen him in, my biggest hint is he doesn't play himself, but he doesn't also just play one other character. It's not like it's, so-and-so playing. It's not like Henry Cavill playing Superman in a show. It's different than that. Not Martin Payne. No, not Martin Payne. Here to hear about Ideal Power. Ideal Power will be on in about 7 minutes, and we're going to talk about the company's press release with Dan Berdard, the president and chief executive officer. I'm excited about this because, guys, you know how bullish I am the electric vehicle space, clean energy in general. Honestly, you know what? That gets me reminded. I gotta buy some clean energy stocks in here. All right, I'm down now on All right, I'm getting close to being negative on this. All right, should I tell you guys what race is he? I'm not gonna say. Nicholas Brown, hi Aaron. Hope all is well. Home from school today because I am battling allergies cold 4th time in 6 weeks. Man, sorry about that, Nick. I know I've heard a lot about that RSV. I think it's like a strain of mono going around. I thought it was like more younger kids, kind of like preschoolers and stuff. So I'm not sure if it's that. Nick, I don't know. It does seem like a lot more cold and flu going around. This Mike Myers, nope. Bill Murray, nope. Comedian, yes. Comedian. Again, you've probably seen him on TV. What are his religious beliefs? I have no clue. We did not get to that. I met him. We took a picture. I'm scrolling back through the chat to make sure no one's guessed it. Again, another hint is this person has a Detroit connection. Tim Allen. No, that's a good guess because of the Detroit connection. I would love to meet Tim Allen though. What's his hair color? I'll say he had very similar hair to Dave Chappelle. In that there's not a lot of hair there. All right, I'll ask you guys this. If I were going to buy one clean energy name in this, in my wealth base kind of our little account, our leaderboard here, or our contest, which one should it be? Oh, who's TMI Dave? TMI Dave is quickly in first place. What's TBLT? Tough Built Industries. Oh, it's up. This guy bought a stock that was already up 50% today, and now it's moving higher. It might be this thing might be getting short squeezed or something. TBLT. I've never even heard of this. Tough Built Industries overview. It's a $27 million market cap. Distributes home improvement construction. Okay, so speaking of Tim Allen, speaking of home improvement, we've got Tough Built Industries. I'm going to take that as a sign. That I should buy some TBLT in here. I don't know who TMI Dave is if you're watching out here, but you took obviously a big risk buying a stock already up 50% today, but you're being rewarded right now. TBLT, Tough Built Industries. I'll buy some shares of this with you. In case this keeps short squeezing. Again, right now we're doing a paper trading little contest here on wealthbase.com/Benzinga. If you want to compete against me, we'll check out the leaderboard right here. I'm in 18th place right now, but I'm playing the long game. I have a feeling I'm going to catch up with these people that are in front of me right now. If you guys out here are watching, Nick Baxter, John, TMI, Dave, Alan, Stefan, I'd be worried if I were you guys because I'm coming for y'all. We're going to win this thing. There we go. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner, Keegan Michael Key. That is who I met at the Chicago Bears game this weekend. Really interesting. So I don't know if you guys have seen Key and Peele, but I don't know. When I was, say, 14, 15, maybe it was when that video came out of their substitute teacher sketch, where the substitute teacher says, instead of Aaron, says Aaron. And I was joking with Keegan Michael Key. That was like, you ruined my name, because pretty much every single day since that skit has come out, Aaron Thomas is right here looking at here too. We got another Aaron in the office. He's here too. He can speak for me too.
Every single day since that video has come out, we are Aaron, not Aaron. Our name has been taken from us.
And I went up to him and I was just like, so because he saw me, he was taking pictures of people. And I went up to him and I was like, hey man, like, and he's like, hey, how's it going? And I was like, you ruined my name. And he said, I came here specifically to apologize to you. And I was like, well, I appreciate it. So he was cool about it. He was funny. I don't know if he had ever gotten that before from Aaron's.
That's exactly what I would say to him. If I ever saw him, I'd be like, yo, I got some beef with you, Keegan. You ruined my name. I need you to fix it ASAP.
I don't think he called me Aaron because by that point I had kind of gotten out in front of it. I was like, talking about, if I had said like, oh hey, I'm Aaron, and he might have been like, oh Aaron, but I also was just like, yeah, and you got to kind of laugh every single time someone says it, like, oh haha, like you've never heard it before when you hear it every single day. I will say, Aaron Thomas, that I think maybe over the past year or so I have been like hearing it a little bit less, so maybe it's starting to die out finally. But all right, guys, it is 12:44. Here in about a minute, I'm going to bring on Dan Brdar, the CEO and president of Ideal Power. Company put out an exciting press release today. We're going to talk to Dan about that news, about what it is that the company does, and kind of what investors can look forward to throughout, both in kind of the short term with this deal, and in the long term, as well as obviously the electric vehicle industry continues to grow. So, without further ado, I think if I get a thumbs up or something from Dan in the background showing me that he's ready to go, we'll go ahead and bring him on and talk about the news, talk about the press release. So let's go ahead and get Dan, our very special Zinger Nation Benzinga welcome, and bring him on the show. Mr. Brdar, how is it going? Welcome to Benzinga Live. How is your Monday?
So far, it's off to a great start. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So I was just talking about my name, but your name, you probably get this a lot, but I thought there was like a typo or something. How did I do an okay job pronouncing it, Brdar?
You pronounced it correctly, but since you've got an extra vowel, if you could give it to me, I'll take good care of it. I promise.
I would make that trade with you. I think if my name was just Aron, people would, I don't know, some people would probably say Aaron or something, but I think a lot of people would still say Aaron. I don't think I need two A's. I've always thought that was I thought it was frivolous, superfluous, no need for both of the A's.
And I desperately need one, so let me borrow it. I'll take good care of it.
Okay.
All right.
Deal. But Dan, so you are the CEO and president of Ideal Powers. The company put out an exciting press release this morning. I can go ahead and get it pulled up, but do you want to just go ahead and give us kind of the big takeaways from this press release? What was announced?
Sure. What we make is a semiconductor device that really is all about how do you control the flow of energy more efficiently. And we announced today that we are collaborating with one of the 10 largest automakers in the world, where we're going to work with them for a custom power module for their electric vehicles that will incorporate our semiconductor technology.
Yeah, and so, I mean, I'm not a engineer, and I think the majority of our audience are also not engineers. So kind of in layman terms, can we talk about what does Ideal Power's technology allow electric vehicles or electric vehicle batteries to kind of do? What do they help optimize with the batteries they wouldn't be able to, or the cars without Ideal Power?
The big challenge right now for electric vehicles is the range of the vehicles. The batteries are the most expensive component, so you want to get as much range out of it as you can. And what our technology does is it allows those batteries to get more range, 7 to 10% more range versus the conventional semiconductors that people use today. So direct impact in terms of some of the concerns that users have, and directly impacting the amount of useful life you get out of the batteries, which are really what's driving the high EV cost right now.
Got it. And so again, I'm going to go ahead and pull up this press release. So top 10 global automaker for electric vehicles is now going to be using Ideal Power. Is that correct, or is it more of like a test? How's the deal exactly work there?
Yeah, we're going to partner with them to develop a custom design in terms of the product that goes in. It'll use our core semiconductor technology. They picked a company that also has some innovative packaging technology, and we'll make a module together that will be used for their electric vehicles, particularly for the drivetrain, the inverter that's used to convert the energy from the batteries into motion for the vehicle.
Got it. And then you're pretty confident then that the outcome of this partnership is essentially then the Ideal Power technology will allow the car to be more efficient, the batteries to be more efficient?
Yeah, it will. It's a multi-year program, so we're going to go through a couple of phases, because qualifying for the automobile folks has a lot of challenges to it in terms of the codes and standards you have to meet, being able to handle shock and vibration. But ultimately, we're targeted for a production-ready product for 2025 that will go into the platform that this automaker is using for some of their electric vehicles.
Got it. And so backing up, kind of just from a very, kind of like explain it like I'm 5 level. What exactly is the the bi-directional semiconductor? Like, how is that different than from what's in normal EVs being produced today?
Sure. Today, I mean, if you make a bi-directional switch with semiconductors, which is done all the time. You think about batteries, you have to control the flow of energy in 2 directions to charge them and discharge them. Today, with conventional technology, you use 4 devices to make a bidirectional switch. We do it all in 1 device. So one little semiconductor die does what they do today with 4 semiconductor devices. And as a result, we can do it a lot more efficiently. So there's less waste heat, there's less thermal management that needs to be done, which means there's more useful energy available from the batteries using our technology versus the conventional approach to bidirectional switching with semiconductors.
Got it. That makes a lot of sense. So what do you think? I mean, as the global EV market, expands, I mean, there's obviously an insanely high total addressable market here. What do you think is a realistic kind of like, you think, ideal power, and what percentage of electric vehicles by 2030, 2035?
Well, let's take a step back. I mean, if you look at the semiconductor market where we're targeting, it's serviced today by devices that are called IGBTs. That's the conventional semiconductor device. That's about a $16 billion market by 2026. Already, the electric vehicles are almost 25% of that market. So you think about how early we are in the deployment of electric vehicles, and they're already one of the biggest addressable markets. It's already a multi-billion-dollar market. It is going to be enormous over the next 5 to 10 years as everybody transitions their production capabilities to electric vehicles. So for us, it'll be in total probably a $20-30 billion addressable market as we look out over the long term. Now, we don't have to capture very much of that to be pretty successful as a company. And what we are finding is that the way automobile makers are approaching electric vehicles is changing also. Usually the automobile guys, especially the big established companies, the Fords, the GMs, and so forth, they rely on their tier 1 suppliers to bring them new technology. And they're all doing something very similar, and that is they're building their teams in-house to cut a couple of years off of that design cycle because it's been taking too long for them to bring new models out. And they're also looking at, how do I do something different? How do I differentiate myself from what maybe Tesla's doing or from what other automakers who are not the traditional guys doing? So I think it creates a tremendous opportunity for the semiconductor business as a whole. You're seeing huge semiconductor facilities that are going to be built here over the next several years. And for us, with a really unique, highly patented technology that can directly impact the performance of the vehicle and directly impact the highest cost component, the batteries, we've got a great opportunity ahead of us.
Yeah, and I mean, I think right now a lot of people, you kind of start looking like as the EV market expands, and in terms of the market, I blew up, 18 months ago or so, where it seemed like every single EV name, no matter what it was just going up like hundreds of percent because everyone wanted to get exposure to this. You start, from what I've seen, is you start seeing a lot of investors looking for names like Ideal Power that are kind of the tangent related, not the Teslas, but kind of maybe the more pick and shovel play. What are going to be the other names that benefit from this boom? So what are your steps, do you think, as a company? Is it more deals like this to try to kind of get you there to where you are solidifying yourself as a big beneficiary of this market expanding?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're going to try and leverage this to do things with other automakers. We already are engaged with another top 10 global automaker who is going to be evaluating our technology as part of a customer evaluation program that we're going to be doing next year. So our goal is to get our technology in front of as many of these folks as we can, to let them see directly the impact of what our technology can provide for them. Some will capture, some we won't, but you don't have to capture many to actually be tremendously successful as a supplier to this space.
Got it. Yeah. And I'm seeing some good questions in the chat. Marky's asking, who's your biggest buyer so far? I know, I guess for what regulatory purposes, we can't disclose who you can't disclose who the automaker is that this deal is partnered with?
Correct. Yeah, I mean, most of the things that we're doing right now with customers are under non-disclosure agreements. Typically, what happens, whether it is the companies that we're working with in the auto space or the solar industry or the energy storage companies, they don't want their competitors to know what they're doing and what technologies they're looking at. So we try and respect that. We think as we get further along with some of these folks, though, it will become public who they do, because I think people are going to want the industry to know how they're innovating and what they're doing that's different. And that gives us the opportunity to start to release some of the names that we're working with.
Got it. So I see Alan Rosenthal in the chat seems like maybe an investor. He's posting about the cash on the balance sheet, how much the burn rate per quarter, but asking when will the company start generating revenue? Do you have any kind of timeline on that?
Yeah, we're going to roll out our first commercial product at the end of this year. It's really targeted more towards the industrial markets, really things like solid state circuit breakers. So that'll be our first product, followed shortly behind that with a second commercial product about the middle of next year. So we'll start to see revenue in 2023. It'll be modest because we have to go through the incorporation of our technology into the end user's products. But some modest revenue starting in 2023, then 2024 really starting to ramp up in terms of commercial sales.
Got it. So the market, obviously, like in the press release, like in the news, the stock up nearly 20% today. Ticker IPWR. I know, Dan, you probably aren't going to speak to the stock price movement too much, but kind of what in terms of for investors that see this and might want to buy it, like what in the short term can investors look forward to? Do you think there will be other catalysts that help the stock price moving forward?
Yeah, there are several things to look for. First, we'll look for some announcements around the introduction of our first commercial product towards the end of this year. We're doing a program that's funded by the U.S. Navy where our technology is being put into a solid state circuit breaker that's part of the ship electrification program. We'll be shipping more product for that, ultimately seeing that circuit breaker get demonstrated. So you'll see news around it. You'll see news on some additional customers that we're working with. So we've got quite a bit of news flow, we think, coming here over the next 6 months that are really going to show we're making really solid progress towards commercializing the technology and then ultimately starting to see uptake in it.
Yeah, and I'm sure for yourself and investors, it's great to see kind of Mr. Market seeing that press release today and saying, "Yep, we like that, up 20%." Do you? Is there anything? I guess, Dan, because we only got a couple minutes left. Is there anything else kind of from the press release that we didn't get to that you want to touch on? I see in the chat that earnings after the close, is that coming today?
Yes, that's today.
Okay, anything to highlight or preview there, or anything else to kind of take a second to talk about from the press release that we haven't gotten to yet already?
I think you hit the main things on the press release. Invite people to listen in the call or catch it on the replay so they can learn more about what we're doing more broadly, and we actually dive into a little deeper detail on what to look forward to for us between now and the end of the year, and also some things that are coming beyond that.
Got it. Well, Dan, I mean, this has been a great conversation. I'm seeing if we've got any other comments or questions in the chat before I let you go here. But thank you for coming on Benzinga Live with me, talking through this press release with you. Would love to have you back on anytime you guys have more news coming out. Again, congratulations on that news, by the way.
Thanks. I appreciate it. And thanks for having me on, Aaron. It's good to be on.
No problem. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. Thanks again for taking the time to hop on.
All right. Thanks. Take care.
All right, guys, that was Dan Brdar, the president and CEO of Ideal Power, ticker IPWR. Really cool company. I mean, I'm interested to see what this company does. Again, Jay Rice, that's a good, he mispronounced Aaron, LOL. Jay saying careful, they have earnings after the close. Yeah, I mean, I think typically, if you're looking to make like a brand new investment in a company and the company's reporting earnings that week, like I'll oftentimes say like, yeah, you might as well just wait till after, see what happens. But either way, I mean, I think this is one of those names that I'd be looking at as a long play anyway, like a 5-year, 10-year play. So are earnings today going to matter? If I got in today and the stock went down $2 to 12, like I'd be down on it obviously, but if I am holding on to this and hoping to sell at 120, 30 or whatever, and I'm just making numbers up, by the way, none of this is investment advice. Long term, I'm talking about probably 5 to 10 years down the road. Anything really over like a year, I would consider a long-term investment. But the more like growthy, you know, like things with like clean energy stocks or like maybe like cannabis stocks, things like that, I would want to look at like way down the road. All right, guys, we've only got about 2 minutes left. How are my trades looking? Let's go back to my wealth. Let's go back to my wealth thing here. I'm not doing too hot, I don't think. This might show me that I shouldn't. Oh, actually, I'm actually up pretty much on most of my trades. All right. Let's go to the, am I down on tough build? I wish you could do stop losses on here. I don't know if you can. Can you? What spot? I'm on 11th right now. Did someone figure out if you could do stop losses on here? Let's see. Go to trade. Let's do, where's my, all right, so say I want to do a stop loss on T-Built. Sell, stop sell, there we go. Current price, my stop price I want at 315 shares. Good until canceled. Yes. Submit. Skip. And then I'm also going to do a limit at 4. Good until canceled. Boom. All right. So you can do a stop loss on here. Hell yeah. All right, guys. Again, if you haven't signed up for this already, it's wealthbase.com/Benzinga. No, it is not too late to join. I'll go ahead and drop that link in the chat. Wealthbase.com/Benzinga. Remember that FUV everyone was pumping a few minutes when it was 15, especially SPAC attack? Well, it's at 61 cents today. Yeah, I mean, Jay, we had Mark Fromheimer on a few times. He certainly, I'll be honest, I interviewed him. I was candid about what I thought was cool about the company. I was open about not really loving the stock. But it's not just FUV, Jay Rice, like basically any of these, not even just EV names, but just high growth names in general. That went public, and a lot of them happen to be SPACs, but are down a lot. It's been a shitty environment for growth over the past year, and it's not a lot of these companies' faults really. I think if you were a company that started in 2015 or whatever, and then all of a sudden, the macro environment's a lot different than it had ever been in your company's existence before. It's been a tough time, so. Again, I think there was there a lot of risk and speculation going into these pre-revenue names, more so than there should have been. Yeah, 100%. I don't know if that's really like anyone other's fault other than the investors, than the people buying these stocks. Because what is the company? Of course, the company is going to say, "Hey, this is what we're doing. It's pretty cool. You should invest." Like that's what your job is. That's what your job is to do. I see Money Mitch hanging out. It's 1:02 p.m., so we do got to get it over to him. I got to ask my man, Money Mitch. Mitch, have you joined this trading contest yet?
Oh, not yet. Not yet. I got to join up. Got to get
on
that.
Wealthbase.com/Benzinga. You can look right here. We've got our leaderboard right here. TMI Dave in the front running right now. He bought a bunch of this kind of oh man, is TMI Dave watching? TMI Dave got out of the T-Built when I bought it. Damn, he must be watching. So you can go through people's portfolios and kind of cheat and see what they're trading. That's what I was doing. But right now I'm in 14th place, Mitch. So if you think you can beat me, I'm already up $118. You start with $100,000, obviously paper account, fake money. But first place, you get a ticket to our event in New York.
Do I get a ticket if I win?
Yeah, man.
Hey, I'm about it. Sound that alarm. I'm about it. We're gonna get that going. I'm gonna have to join in the show to give some updates on my positions, but I'm about it.
100%. Well, go ahead and sign up wealthbase.com/Benzinga Mitch. We can throw a $20, lunch bet or something on it to make it interesting too. And I'll let you take over, but I just got to address this last comment from Jay.
Check
but
that out. I'm about that.
Yeah, hell yeah, man.
I like it.
We got to pump that. We got to pump that during the live trading. I'll hop on tomorrow and we'll talk about it during live trading too.
There, AB.
Wait, what violates contest laws? Oh, us betting 20. All right, well, wink, Romar. We won't really put $20 on it then between Mitch and I.
We'll put some of that crypto stuff. That doesn't matter.
Yeah,
right?
no regulations. Wait, allowing employees to. Oh, if one of us. Okay, that's fair. The contest laws. All right, Mitch. If you win, Mitch. Here's what I'll say. If you win, Mitch, you'll win. But then we'll also select the next highest person that's not with Benzinga, and they'll also win. That's a good point, Romar. I should have made that more clear. Obviously, we're not gonna, not give someone away a ticket if someone from Benzinga wins. We just thought this would be a fun way for our audience members to be able to compete with us. But yeah, Jay, the last point I'll make, 100%. But a lot of these, like you could have said that about Amazons or Apples like a long time ago too. That's kind of the nature of newer growth companies is they lose money before you make money. Which is fine when interest rates are 0 or whatever, but when they go up to 4, it's not as fine. So, that is a good point to be made, but it's not necessarily saying, okay, this company loses money. That means it's a bad investment. You would have missed out on a lot of great stocks because of that.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I would say that in SPACs, I remember there was times where I was making 30, 40, 50% gains. Now, one thing I would definitely say is it teaches you one thing. Maybe taking gains sometimes isn't such a bad thing, right?
Yeah.
And that just goes to show you that it's not just all buy and hold in the markets, right? I know a lot of people love to bash active investing and they love to say that, passive always wins. But in stocks that have high beta, and that's exactly what you're talking about here when you're bringing in these SPACs, you're bringing in whichever high growth stocks, high beta, high volatility. You need to understand that these are the stocks that are just going to go up as much and can also go down as much also. So understanding that truly gives you an advantage. And we can all learn from these moments where we've seen stocks have those up moves and hard down moves.
Yep. Couldn't have said it better, Mitch. Well, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you guys. Smash the like for Mitch, taking it back over. Always streaming, I don't know how he does it, man. Going on hour 4 today. But smash the like. Thanks again for tuning in to Benzinga Live. We'll be back tomorrow.
AB. You just got to change a hell of a lot. That's the only thing is change it up. Let's go. Let's get it over. It's time. You guys know it. You guys might know what we're getting to. Let's get ourselves over to none other than Money Mitch time. It's time for Stock Market Movers. And do I got a show for you guys out there today? We got Lloyd coming in, investment strategist and wealth advisor, strategic wealth at Strategic Wealth Partners. I'm definitely going to enjoy talking to Lloyd. We're going to go into deep about what's going on in the FTX situation. We'll talk also about the overall market rally, when he thinks this rally has some legs or not. And of course, we'll take a look at the job markets. What's coming? Is Santa coming to town? Stay tuned for that. That's going to be Luke Lloyd. I don't know why I'm saying his name backwards today. But FREYR battery, definitely excited to get into that. CEO is going to be joining me, Tom Jensen. That's going to be at 1:45. Don't miss that. Excited to get into a battery company right here on Stock Market Movers. We got a lot to talk about, some earning stocks, but we'll definitely get into what was hot and what was not today. Let's right into the show. Stock Market Movers. I'm your host, Money Mitch.
There are 3 ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. I can't help you cheat, but I can give you the informational edge to help you succeed in the markets. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. All the market moving headlines and expert opinions every day. They say money is the oxygen of capitalism, and I want to breathe more than any man alive.
Oh, I'm excited to get into FREYR coming up, and stay tuned for that. That's going to be at 1:45, but let's get right into the market action. Let's take a look about what's going on right now in the market. So with that being said, let's go ahead. Let's bring up the SPY charts and see what we see right now. Looks like we're hanging out here, trying to battle towards the 400. Can we get up there? I think we still got ways to get up there. And so today's been one of those days that, yes, we did have a pullback, but it didn't really hold. And now we're starting to get towards the upside. This looks bullish to me. We just need to get through the resistance here. You guys, I'll do it on the 1 hour chart to make this a little bit cleaner here. But you guys can see here, 399.23s, maybe it's 399.25s. You also got some wicks up here. You got 399.35, 399.34. Get a close above that 399.25 into the 30s. You're going to be looking good on the hourly. We'll see if the SPY can make the rip towards the 400 or not today. Another thing for me, I know that some people are saying that maybe the market is overbought here, and I don't think that's the lesson here. In my reading on the RSI, last time that we did have a hard turnaround on the top side for overbought was in August, where we made that move up there towards the 430s, and you can see it here on the chart. That was the RSI here. So I haven't seen the RSI really just take off towards the upside. So that goes to show me that this rally could still have legs. And in my eyes, I've been talking about how we just need to see higher lows on this pattern, because if by the end of the day we close up to like around here, we're going to be looking at, of course, the 3 advancing shoulder pattern. You guys can take a look at this pattern. It's definitely a pattern that I look forward, especially when we're going to have breakouts. It looks like we're trying to get a nice breakout here in the markets. But let's get out of the market talk. Let's go towards the topics of today. Of course, we're going to keep on watch to see what happens in the markets. But the Democrats look like they're going to keep control in the Senate. And this was definitely a surprising kind of outlook here. And we're going to see how the markets react, because a lot of people were thinking that the Republicans were going to take it and it was going to be a red sweep and we were going to get a breakout. Looks like we got the breakout even with the Democrats, right? And now let's get into some other areas that we need to keep watch. But of course, we need to see what happens in the next couple of weeks, I think, to really determine, is this rally have legs? But I don't see anything that's going to really turn us around unless the Fed truly wants to battle back that they're slowing down the pace of the hike rates. And so I do think this rally has some legs. But like always, that's just one opinion. You guys will get another opinion from an expert like Lloyd coming up at 1:15. So stay tuned for that. Let's get into some other areas. Let's go to Tyson Foods as they reported earnings today. Let's get into their earnings. I'll go ahead and I'll pull it up. Here it is. And here you guys have the chart. Tyson earnings here coming down today. And I thought this would maybe get some lift as being a value play. But as you guys can see, this pulled right back down. EPS coming in here at a miss of, it came in here at a miss of the estimate of 173, coming in with $1.63 on the EPS. Sales at 13.74 billion, beating the 13.49 billion estimate. Tyson sees full year 23 sales at 55 billion on the low end, 57 billion on the high end, versus the 53.61 billion estimate. We'll see what happens here on Tyson as it's getting a pullback on the day. All right, another earnings stock that reported today was Monday.com, and this one's kind of more in that growth stage. Let's take a look here at Monday, as it did get the lift there, but pulled back all the way down towards where it kind of popped off. We'll see if it's able to hold that level here. Monday.com coming in at an EPS of 5 cents, not comparing, of course, to the loss of 54-cent estimate. Sales at 136.9 million, beat the 130.4 million estimate. We'll have to wait and see what happens with Monday. But Monday is part of what I would consider growth stocks that, you know, might not have the best financials. So I'm keeping a close eye on stocks in the ARKK, see what happens there with those kinds of names. Of course, we've been seeing Unity be really strong lately. We'll talk about growth and value coming up with our guests. Excited to get into that. And of course, we still got some more headlines to talk about. So don't go anywhere, team. In just about 3 minutes, we're going to get into our first interview. And there's a lot to talk about today. We also got words from Kathy Woods. You know, I can go ahead and kind of bring those in right now as we're talking about growth names. Let's go to the ARKK as we bring in some of the words from Kathy Woods throughout this weekend. And of course, I've been saying it for a while now. I think she's really trying to come back out and really talk about her stocks, because it's getting towards that time where we are starting to see some peaking of inflation. The question is it truly coming back down, and will it stay down? Well, this was stated over the weekend. If inflation is unwinding and we believe that we could be heading back to the future, the roaring 20s, the last time several general purpose technologies evolved at the same time, it was the telephone, electricity, and the internal combustion engine. The setup was remarkably similar right now. So she's comparing to, of course, she's thinking about probably like, innovations in 5G. She's thinking about, of course, the infrastructure moves. She's thinking about EV, all that technology behind it and what's coming. Maybe even the metaverse included in that. But of course, she also stated that if the Fed does not pivot, the setup is more like 1929. And the Fed raised rates in 1929, of course, and then in 1930, Congress passed Smoot-Hawley, which was putting 50% tariffs on more than 20,000 goods and pushing us into a Great Depression. So she's pretty much giving us that we're either getting the roaring 20s here or we're getting the Great Depression. Hopefully it isn't the Great Depression, as much as, I might call Kathy out on certain times. Hopefully it isn't that side. And hopefully it is her roaring 20 side, which could, of course, get the growth back. But I don't see actually neither of these situations playing. So it's interesting to see the outlook of ARC Innovations, of course, CEO and founder. We'll see what happens. Kathy Woods, what happens to ARC? What happens to growth names? We'll just have to wait and see. But I'll tell you one thing. That's definitely a question that I will have for my guests coming up. Let's go ahead. Let's get right towards our first interview. We got a lot to talk about on today's Stock Market Mover. In the chat, if you guys have a question, of course, to my guests, throw it up. You guys get an opportunity here at Benzinga to ask a question yourself. So don't miss out on your opportunity. Let's get right to it. All right, let's go ahead. Let's bring on my first guest here, Lloyd here, investment strategist and wealth advisors at Strategic Wealth Partners. How we doing, Luke?
Doing well, man. Money Mitch, how are you?
Hey, ready to get into the markets like always. Now, a first thing, let's get out and right out the open. Let's get towards that FTX situation. First of all, let's be a little bit more positive. What truly can investors...
Hard to be, man.
Yeah, I know. What truly can investors learn from this, and what will be the aftermath?
Yeah, so that's a great question, Mitch. And what it comes down to at the end of the day, I think this is just going to call for a lot of increased regulation around the industry. If you really think about it, the government has been biting at the bullet to try to get involved with the crypto industry as much as possible. Because what does crypto do to the government? It takes power away from the government, right? So right now, the government really wants to get in there and see how they can regulate crypto, especially in a time where government control is at an all-time high. We're the most socialistic we've probably ever been, at least in the United States, right? So the government wants as much control as possible. It's really hard to take power away from the government, right? So I think the biggest takeaway is going to be that increased regulation around the industry. But I do find it ironic, and I fully support decentralization. I fully support the government not being involved in our lives. But I find it ironic that when things are fine and dandy in the crypto world, especially, everyone wants Uncle Sam out of their business. But when things get kind of crazy and exchanges do go under, and exchanges are lending out more money than they have, many people then run to Uncle Sam for help, right? Try to get their money back. So I've been outspoken about this for a long time. The biggest risk to the crypto industry is crypto's biggest strength. It's decentralization, right? Decentralization works in a decentralized world. However, we do not live in a decentralized world, sadly. So the government wants as much control as possible. And I think you're going to start seeing that pendulum swing all the way over to overregulation.
Yeah, it seems like you've been seeing it. It's just hard to think about, how can we really kind of trust these platforms without some kind of regulation, right? And where is that regulation coming from? That, I think, is even a bigger question, right? Because the whole idea is not for one country to control this, be decentralized. So how do we accomplish this, but at the same time, have some kind of backing for investors to actually believe in the space? Because I'm sure it's leaving some sour taste in a lot of investors' minds. And I think that you have seen a likely potential dangerous change in behavioral finance here What are you truly seeing, Luke, that maybe others aren't?
Well, it's the same exact thing we talked about last time, Mitch. I think it was about a month ago that I was on your show on Benzinga. And I said one of the biggest risks of the economy right now is default risk, both from the consumer side and the business side. So consumers and businesses both have gotten over leveraged over the past 13 years, or ever since 2008, 2009, when interest rates are 0% and you can basically borrow money for nothing. A lot of companies look at leverage, look at risk a lot differently, right? So a lot of companies, including FTX, thought they could lend out as much money as possible and not get in trouble for it. But when rates rise and the cost of capital goes up, when people are wanting their money back and they want to go to cash and not speculative in this kind of environment, companies go under, right? And so that's one of the biggest risks I think going forward is default risk is still on the table for a lot of companies. And crypto is part of tech, right? I think technology is probably the most ever over leveraged out of any industry. I think the stats like $6 trillion was taken out in the tech sector over the past 13 years, right? So you have to be very careful with which companies are actually making money in this environment and that are over leveraged. You want to stay away from the companies that are over leveraged. So, FTX was lending against their assets. So it wasn't, necessarily crypto or Bitcoin. It was just how much leverage they had in the industry. And this is very similar to how it was back in 2008 and 2009. I don't think this is as extreme or as big of a structural issue, but this is similar to 2008, 2009 with banks. I mean, traditional lenders did the same thing that FTX does. They're just more regulated, right? So that's what's going to happen in the industry. And one of the cons to that when you restrict regulated industry is the capital that flows into that industry is a lot lower, right? So I expect the capital influxes of money into the crypto industry to be a lot lower over the next couple of years, which is actually a headwind to a lot of speculative environment in crypto prices in general.
Yeah, it seems to me like there's some stocks that are kind of more playing the survivor game right now. Yep. And it just seems like, they're definitely on a cash burn outlook. And it's just more like, can we hang on? Can we hang on till growth comes back? Do you feel that we're truly going to get to the point where we see some of these companies go away?
I think they're going to go away. A lot of companies are going to go away. Not the big names that you hear about every day, but a lot of these smaller names that you might not hear of about much, or even the smaller crypto coins that you don't hear about. I mean, that's why if you're playing the crypto space, I wouldn't get past probably the top 5 coins, the Bitcoin and Ethereums of the world. Those are going to be the safest because that's where the most infrastructure is built out, right? The government also doesn't want to make $500 billion mad, right? If they wipe out Bitcoin and Ethereum completely, that wipes out $500 billion. That makes a lot of people upset, right? But when they wipe out some of the smaller coins that might have a market cap of $10 million, $20 million, that's a different story, right? So the smaller you go right now in this kind of environment, the more at risk you are, and you probably are at risk of losing all of your money. And the problem is right now, too, is this whole FTX situation has implements a huge lack of trust right now within the crypto industry. And that's going to be a headwind for the foreseeable future, right? A lot of those adopters, or a lot of those non-adopters per se, that haven't bought crypto yet are going to be less likely now to buy crypto. So the demand side, the best thing about crypto is it's all based on supply and demand, right? There's no earnings. It's all based on supply and demand. And right now, demand just doesn't seem to be there, even though supply is limited, right?
Yeah, it seems to me like a lot of the issues that we're seeing and a lot of the problems that investors are having are very similar. A lot of them are not understanding that what is a risk asset and what's not a risk asset. And when does it make sense to have risk assets and when does it doesn't? It seems like a lot of people forgot that Bitcoin is a risk asset here. And we found out just how risky it is. Let's go towards the markets. Let's take a look. Now we got CPI coming down, stock market rallying. Now must be the time to get on the ship before it leaves the port, right?
I wish, Mitch. I mean, I literally can't wait. I can't wait to be the guy that comes in here and says, I'm so confident. I'm so excited about the stock market, but I still don't trust these rallies, Mitch. I really don't. We're still in a bear market. I mean, we're 12% off the bottom or so right now. We've rallied twice this year, more than 12%. And both times, those rallies have faded. So don't get me wrong. There could be a little bit more juice in this rally, but I do think in the end, this rally is going to fade as well. I mean, this gives you an opportunity to take some chips off the table, right, and get more defensive. From what we see, the stock market is still overvalued. I mean, look at the yield curve inversions, the 3-month and 10-year, the 2-year and 10-year. I mean, that tells you that things are going to get worse before they get better, at least from the economic standpoint. And look, I can't get bullish until earnings estimates reset or at least get verified next year. The street is still expecting 6% earnings growth next year. I just don't see a world where we can see 6% earnings growth next year when people can barely afford their groceries, can barely afford, gas at the pump. They're living paycheck to paycheck, credit card debt skyrocketing. I don't see how that's possible, right? So even if we do get, let's say, a mild recession, I think we're going to get a deeper recession than most people think. Even if we get a mild recession next year where earnings growth is just flat, you still end up at 3,600 on the S&P 500 when you put a 16.5 times multiple on that. So I'm just not very excited about the stock market. I mean, heck, we could be at 15 times multiple next year, right? With flat earnings growth. That puts it even lower. So I'd be very cautious right now. Don't own a lot of high growth stocks. If you do own stocks, own good stocks with good balance sheets that have very low debt. That's where you want to put your money and go up the cap spectrum right now.
Well, I think you got an answer right there given, but what do you see trending now? Is it the growth names or the value names? Because it seems like we had, a little bit of some growth getting a little bit of a bounce, healthcare taking a little bit of a back seat on Friday. Where do you see the market going towards? Is it still the value names or is growth coming back into play?
It's still the value names. And I think at the end of the day, this environment's going to be a lot different than the past 13 years. The next decade is going to be, a lot different than the past, 10 years. And the reason for that is you can actually get yield now, like on your investments, on your fixed income portfolio, on your treasury note, trading at 4.5%. I think you can actually get some yield. And at the end of the day, as we head into next year, the Federal Reserve was so late to the game in hiking interest rates that they really shot themselves in the foot, and they're going to shoot themselves in the foot again, which is going to basically, be like shooting us in the foot, right? When the Federal Reserve messes up, it impacts all of us, right? So they're going to shoot themselves in the foot. I think they're going to hike probably too aggressively, too much. Because trying to make up for lost grounds that they lost last year. And they're going to have to probably pivot towards the end of next year or maybe into even the middle of next year, right? Or pivot or pause or something like that. And I think you might actually see some appreciation on some fixed income assets as well. So fixed income actually might be one of the places you need to look at, not just for yield, but also for some appreciation on your portfolio. I think that's one area you got to look at. But at the end of the day, I'm not saying growth is completely out of the window. I mean, one of the stocks I like right now is Uber. Lyft just had a horrible quarter, but Uber's taking a ton of market share away from Lyft. And one of the biggest issues with Uber was that Uber, couldn't find enough drivers. Now people are looking for second jobs because they can't afford the groceries or gas, right? So they're looking for second jobs. And one of the best ways to do that is through the gig economy. As long as there's enough demand for Ubers, going forward over the next year, I think Uber's actually a good valuation right now on the growth side of things. So I'm not saying growth's completely out of the window. You just got to be very cautious and very careful. I'd be lot underweight growth compared to where you were maybe a couple years ago.
So is Santa coming to town, Luke? Is Santa coming to town? Retail week, big week for retail, a lot of earnings and a lot of people thinking about what's going to happen in the earnings here. And of course, the retail season is so important. Usually this is when we get a nice little run. What do you think?
I think this is the run, man. I think this is the run. We saw over the past week. We saw the NASDAQ, up 7%. Last week, the S&P up 5%. I think this is the run, right? I wouldn't expect a lot more juice in this rally, especially from a technical standpoint. Technicals still, say we are in a bear market, and you take a look at trend lines. We haven't broke a lot of important trend lines yet. So we're not out of the woods yet. Santa Claus has probably already come. But that being said, one of the things I will throw out there is a lot of the economic data, like jobs numbers. Everyone's saying how good the job market is and how everything's good with that part of the economy. But one of the reasons I think that the economic data looks so good right now is because of the holiday season. A lot of Q4 is so important to most retail businesses and really, businesses in general, right? That's where they cram in a lot of their business. So a lot of people are looking to hire right now, try to cram in as much revenue as possible, because I think a lot of people are worried as we head into Q1 and Q2 of next year. So I wouldn't be trusting a lot of the economic data points. Take a look with a grain of salt, because I'm really worried about what economic data points look like in Q1 and Q2 to really show how strong the consumer is and how strong the jobs market is.
All right, we'll have to stay in tune. And like always, appreciate you coming on, Luke Lloyd. We'll definitely have you back on to keep us in tune with the markets.
Thanks, Mitch. I appreciate you being on, man. Good time.
Like always, have a good one. All right, there you guys have it. That's why I love getting to the experts, because it's always a great thing to get the perspective, right? I feel like there's too often where you get one side of the coin. Here you guys see it. Luke is seeing that, we can't get too excited because there's still some headwinds out there. I'm a little bit excited about Q4, but also worried about some headwinds out there. And so the headwinds are definitely some area that we need to keep and watch. Of course, the inflation area. What's going to happen with the rates? Will we get some more economic data to show us that inflation's coming down? Lately, we did see a spike in crude prices, so we got to be careful, right? Oil could be spiking to a level where we see a rise in inflation in our reports, that definitely can have us running the other way. It's always important to have both ends and understand where you think the market is focusing. Right now, I feel like the market is focusing that we do have at least a rally in place and can continue the rally. Now, of course, what can turn things around? Some earnings outlook, like he's talking about. The outlooks that they have going into next year for the earnings seems to not make sense for me either. Seems like they have way too high of an earnings multiple into next year. And we need to see that come down a little bit to get a little bit more bullish. But it's just a couple of things to keep our eyes on. And that's why I bring on guys like Lloyd. Definitely give a thumbs up if you guys appreciated that Thanksgiving parade. Oh, man, I'm excited for that. Let's keep going. Let's get into some more talk out there, but especially enjoyed that talk with Lloyd, getting into the markets with the experts. But it's definitely going to be a big week, right? Big retailers, Walmart, Home Depot, Target, Lowe's, Macy's, Kohl's on the radar. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. Does Santa Claus come to town or not? We need to wait and see and find out. If not, we might have a little bit of coal in our stocking, but that ain't bad either because coal seems like it just keeps going up. Let's get into what was hot and what was not today. Let's go ahead. Let's get into it. Let's take a look at the moving sectors and industry intermarket analysis. That's where I'm starting to understand a little bit more. Like always, team, I try to bring a little bit from what I learned this weekend. And a lot of times, I call sector and industry analysis, but really what I like to do a lot is called intermarket analysis. You guys can look that up, the term, so that you guys can do so yourself. Let's get into it. Let's take a look at what was moving today. Energy definitely getting the lift today. Relative strength staying in these oil names and not going away. Let's take a look at an Oxy. Oxy, we're looking to see if it can come back through that 76. Pulled back here towards the support. Now holding around the 74. Let's see if it gets that next move up there towards 76. XOM now having a bad day. Chevron, we'll see what happens there. XOM just bounced off the VWAP there. Same thing for Chevron. I like these outlooks on these stocks. We'll see if they can continue going on the day. ConocoPhillips getting a nice little lift. Let's take a look at SLB. Ooh, Halliburton. What's going on with these? Valero, the one that we've been watching for diesel play, really getting a nice push. Remember, team, we were talking about this when we were stuck in the sideways consolidation. We saw it get up higher. Now it's been sideways, continuing the move here. Looking good there in Valero as we go towards the high of 146. Hope you guys caught that right here on Stock Market Movers. We talked about that move, and not a bad one there. That's why it's always fun to take a look at what happens in this push. No Santa for laid off peeps. Well, hey, hopefully they get something, right? I mean, that's how it is. There's always jobs out there right now. It seems like there's a lot of openings. You just got to be ready if you do lose to find the next, right? Let's take a look. Utilities trying to make a move. Energy staying strong. Basic materials definitely coming back in the last couple of weeks. What is doing well today? Agricultural inputs having a nice little push up. You guys can watch stocks like MOS. Will it finally get through 55? CF is a little bit stronger and keeps holding towards the high end of the name. So I'd keep my eye on a name like that. Steel getting a little bit of a lift today. Nucor, a little bit of a lift. X, nice little push. Cleveland Cliff. We'll see if these can continue. Then we take a look. Of course, Santa bringing the coal. BTU making a nice little move. The big thing now, I'm looking for BTU. Will we start closing towards 29? We've been sideways here at the top of the range. Going to be looking to see if we can get that close to 29. That's going to be a good break out there for BTU. This is definitely one that I keep in mind. All right, the SPY just broke 400, says Matthew. Let's take a look there. Oh, we cracked it for a second, 409. Now we just need to see closes up there towards the 399 23s or 25s and use it like a 15-minute. Holding the 399 pullback now. That's going to be looking good for us as we're getting that next lift. And look for kind of these stocks that were kind of right on the day to turn into the green. Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Apple. Look for them to turn into the green. Even a name like Tesla trying to get back into the green today. Keep it on watch. I have a feeling these might get right back up. Industrials also continuing strong lately. These are an area that I've been calling out to definitely keep an eye out. An area that you might not be watching, right? Like we can do FedEx. This is one that we've been calling out for a gap fill. We drew this gap here, and you guys can see that. We drew that, created it on October 25th, looking for this to continue up to the fill. We've been waiting for this to kind of fill, and that was back down here in the 25th. Now we're really starting to kind of fill that up there. Will it get all the way up to 200? And you guys can follow this along also with UPS, a little bit of a leader laggard style trade. And it's not only these two, right? You can still catch some other ones in this area, but I'm keeping my eyes on the industrials. Look at Honeywell, how it just continued going up towards the resistance. It's definitely running into a resistance, so be careful. You could see a pullback soon. But these stocks have been ripping up, and it's not a slow move up. It's a big move up. Look at Deere continuing on the day, looking like this wants to get back there towards the 450. Caterpillar, Boeing, GE, one to mention here, has come back in big, massive moves here in industrials. I think industrials will have a nice pullback, and then we'll have a big opportunity to really jump on these. So I'm going to be looking for some pullbacks. I'll let you know when we actually get that. Defensives having a good day today. Food distribution getting a nice little push. A stock that I like in this section is USFD. Look how this has lately started to push here on the weeklies. I would look for some pullbacks, but definitely food distribution finally starting to get a little bit of a lift. Grocery stores staying in the lift there. Kroger's is one to keep watch there. Sprouts, right? Sprouts had good earnings, and it had a nice little earning jump. Now it looks to continue going through the high on Thursday, 33.60s, as you're seeing Sprouts get the lift. Value stock that's getting the lift right now. We'll see if these can continue making moves up in different areas. Household, personal products getting a little bit of a lift. Procter & Gamble coming back there. Of course, Colgate, Palmolive, you guys can keep watch here. And Kraft Heinz, that's another one that I'd keep watch. We'll see if this can get up back towards the 38 as we see some value take a pullback and start bouncing. All right, smash the like if you guys have certain stocks that you guys are checking out, certain industries, call them out. That's what it's all about here. Let's take a look at what else is moving on the upside. Healthcare bouncing back. Drug manufacturers having a hell of a day there. Lilly getting a little bit of a bounce back. We'll talk about this news on why Lilly and Biogen got some lift today. Eli Lilly getting some lift also with this, of course. Why? Because of Roche Holdings, the Swiss pharma giant, announced that their phase 2 studies failed to meet their endpoints. We gave lift to Eli Lilly and also BIB, Biogen, getting that lift and taking off through the 300s, really kind of dragging a lot of these bigger names with it. Pfizer making a nice little move higher towards the 50. This one's definitely had to keep on watch. AbbVie, I was already playing this last week, missed the move today. Big breakout there. Not a bad move there. Merck starting to come back there. Bristol Myers, one that I played today towards the upside, fully out now, but nice little move there in Bristol Myers. I was able to catch that pullback today and get the nice little breakout. We'll see what happens in these healthcare names. What is down today? Well, real estate is down today. So definitely this is an area where I expect to see some volatility in these names, but nothing that I'm really going to be jumping on too much, like the Sinar trade. As you can see in the monthlies, it's pretty much gone nowhere in 2022. Maybe it's down a little bit, but it's not down much. It's down about 8%, and it's just hanging on. I think these are the type of stocks that are just going to continue to hang on in this environment. And you would think that housing would crack and these housing stocks would crack also, but that's not what I've been seeing. So I'm just going to leave these stocks alone. Benzinga Born wants to know about NVIDIA and what do I think about it? Well, we'll talk about it right up. I got you. All right, we'll take a look there and definitely stay tuned. FREYR battery CEO Tom Jensen will be joining us at 1:45. Can't wait to talk about that. All right, let's get into that. You want to take a look at NVIDIA, of course, in technology. I'll show you the semiconductors and how those are performing lately. That's why it's an important thing to kind of stick with the industries, right? Well, here you guys see it. Let's go to the daily chart. It's putting in a nice kind of 3-day breakout towards the upside. The big thing there is going to be, is NVIDIA reporting on the right day? That's what I think is an important thing. I think you still get lift there. You might be able to get a move to 170. But remember, this was all the way back here when it pre-announced. So you could get a move back towards the 150 on NVIDIA. I'd be careful with their earnings. Of course, their earnings are going to be definitely important to catch. Let me make sure that I give you the right date on that. That's going to be in 2 days, Wednesday after the close. I think we could make a move here even to 170. And be careful because the stock has already run into the earnings. So you might get some profit taking, which could bring down the stock. I'll be a little bit careful on those earnings. Honestly, I don't know which way it's going to go, but I'm a little bit concerned because the stock has gone way too far, way too fast. All right, what's going on in DWAC? DWAC is just kind of a speculative play, Donnie. And so what's going on there is that you see what speculation really does. It gives you volatility. And so unless you hear that Trump really announces, you're going to see a lot of volatility in a name like DWAC. One thing that I would do to get around this volatility is use deeper time frame charts. So using a 4-hour chart, using a daily chart. That's going to help you stay out of the danger areas there on DWAC. Like always, this is speculative play. You find out if this is for you, but I think this is kind of just doing kind of the move that it's going sideways until it gets the true catalyst. We'll see what happens there. Netflix is having a great day. Let's take a look at that one as it comes back up through the 300. We're so important to get back through this zone, this kind of topping action around the 303s. Now you're towards 306. This actually looks really nice on the daily to start trying to make the full gap fill. It already kind of gotten up to here before. Now we're going to look for it to kind of fill up there towards that zone. And that's a move towards around 330s. So you still got some room there for Netflix. We'll see if it can continue making a run. And of course, this is going to help stocks like Disney make a nice little pushback as you're seeing it trying to fill its gap. It could eventually fill the gap. There's not much more there left for it to make the move there towards 98.05. We'll see if Walt Disney can fill that gap. All right, in about a minute, we're going to be getting into our interview. Excited to go ahead and get into our interview like always. What it's all about here, and you guys know that I'm big on, is story. Story stocks are so important to me because at the end of the day, there's nothing like the story behind the company. And I love catching trends. That's what I'm all about, right? And so we're going to be talking about the theme in battery manufacturing coming up, of course, with FREYR. Excited to get into that. Stay tuned, team. We'll get right towards that in about a minute or two here. Financial services are an area that I want to keep on watch. Bank of America is an interesting one. Of course, this morning, Citi downgrading Bank of America, stepping up to the plate. I always think it's interesting when one bank downgrades the other bank. It's kind of like, I don't like you, but who knows? Let's talk about that here. Bank of America pulling back here and then catching a little bit of a bounce. What did Citi see? Well, let's talk about what they saw there. They were stating that it's a high-quality franchise and that it's executing well. But, of course, they just don't see the stock really getting an upside outlook. Of course, they see this trading below the average on the implied cost of equity metric, but reflecting a premium valuation and leaving little room for multiple expansion. So definitely Citi saying that it's pretty much topping out. That's what I think. I can understand that out here. And yeah, I mean, I don't see too much more that Bank of America can get to. Maybe it gets towards 40. This has been trying to make it back. And of course, this is a better environment if we're finally going to start slowing down the interest rates and getting some lift. Inflation can turn around. Maybe these banks can make some more money. Doesn't look like they're turning around right now. And so I'd keep on watch as you see more and more probably rating changes in this industry. Do you see upgrades or downgrades? Keep watch. Citi trying to hit them today. We'll see what happens. UBS did upgrade AMD, though, if you're looking for a nice upgrade there. I thought AMD had movement at least towards 75. We've gotten towards 75.66. Looks like it right out the open. We'll see if it can close there towards 75 today and finish in that kind of nice little breakout here on the candles. And then, of course, NVIDIA's report will affect this stock. We'll see if it can continue making moves on the day. That's AMD. All right, let's get out of this. We're going to go ahead and get into our second interview today. Like always, that's what it's all about here at Benzinga, is trying to keep you guys in the informational edge. So I'm excited to get into this next company here. And you guys in the chat, let me know. Do you guys want to ask a question, of course, on a company that is in a massive growing space like battery manufacturing? Let me know in the chat. You guys get an opportunity here at Benzinga to do so yourself. Let's get right towards our interview. All right, let's go ahead. Let's bring on FREYR Battery CEO Tom Jensen. How are we doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me on the show.
Definitely excited to talk about FREYR. First, where did you get that name? I feel like I've heard that before.
So it's a Nordic god, which represents prosperity, sunshine, virility, and a number of other things. And I think, we're hitting the spots on that one. But yeah, it's kind of back to ancient Nordic times, how to sort of move forward with sunlight, essentially, which in a way, you could say that FREYR is about storing sunlight and storing wind. But yeah, that's kind of the background of the name.
Love it. Love it. Let's get into that story. Tell us about the mission behind the company and what you're truly trying to achieve.
So we like to say that we're a company without a mission statement. We're rather a company on a mission. We were founded back in 2018, inspired by the Swedes. And as good Norwegians, we tend to think that we can do it a little bit better than them. But more seriously, we were very inspired by Northvolt and, applaud everything they do. But we figured that we could leverage Norway's century-long experience in turning renewable energy into viable products. That's what Norway's been doing for a century. We're also a big oil and gas producing nation, so we have experience in giga projects, so to speak, or multi-billion-dollar projects in kind of harsh environments, paying strong attention to operational excellence, being good at project execution, ability to execute multiple projects in parallel, all in the sort of context of energy. And now moving into the energy transition, producing clean battery solutions, not only to decarbonize transportation, which is obvious for many, that we put batteries into electric vehicles, but when you're going to charge all of these electric vehicles and you're going to produce these batteries, you're going to need renewable energy for it as well. That requires a lot of storage, which again can be solved by producing huge amounts of batteries. So our strategy and value proposition is to produce the cleanest battery solutions on the planet, being on the left-hand side of the cost curve. We've already announced our Giga Arctic development, and last week we announced Giga America. And today we had our earnings call where we went through all of that. And yeah, we're excited about the development.
Love it. Let's do a little earnings recap here for those investors or maybe potential investors that might have missed that earnings call. What happened in the recent earnings?
So we reported on our progress. I mean, we're a young company, so we're pre-earnings, right? So, or pre-revenue, I should say. So we basically updated on our progress on all of the different assets that we are developing. 2 assets in Norway, notably what we label our customer qualification plant, which is really our demonstration center, our pilot line, if you like, that demonstrates US technology at industrial scale. That industrial scale pilot we will replicate in 8 production lines in what we label Giga Arctic, which is our first gigawatt-hour facility in Norway. The blueprints for that facility we're taking to Coweta County in Georgia. We announced that on Friday last week with representatives from the state of Georgia, as well as, of course, our friends in Coweta County, replicating that facility, a $1.7 billion facility, 34 gigawatt hours of capacity, but large acreage, 15 times larger than what we have in Norway. So we have an opportunity to upscale what we're building there, go upstream into cathode and anode manufacturing, and also go downstream into modules and packs. So we're super excited about the opportunity. It keeps growing in front of our eyes. Having a multi-geography supply opportunity, building batteries both in Europe and in the United States, is something that our existing customers and an increasing number of new customers really look favorably upon. And again, we're scaling a US-based technology, a spin-off out of MIT, 12 years in the making, which really has revolutionized the way you produce lithium-ion batteries and the way you design them. So the upshot on that for everyone is we can dramatically reduce the footprint of the facility, which means lower capex. It also means dramatically lower energy consumption, and we can triple the amount of batteries we produce per employee. And this is what is now resonating, from the east to the west, so to speak. We have partnerships in Japan, all the way through Europe, all the way over to the United States. So we're excited about the development. We're on track relative to what we said when we went public on the New York Stock Exchange July 8th last year. And we were just moving ahead. We're doing it with Norwegian heritage, so to speak, focusing on project execution and operational excellence. But the battery space is exciting, and we're happy to be in it.
Well, you gave us a lot there on the recent announcement there, of course, of the battery plans of the U.S. Gigafactory in Georgia. I would love to hear why it's such an important milestone for you. And then taking a look into, of course, the pipeline and the FREYR journey. Walk us through it from 22 to 2030. How are we looking, and what should we be watching in the pipeline?
So, the U.S. is important from a number of different perspectives from us. So first of all, energy storage is going to be huge in the U.S. As the U.S. decarbonizes its society and moves from a largely carbon-based energy feedstock into a largely renewable energy power generation, you will need a lot of storage. So this is the market globally that is the hottest, so to speak, in terms of deployment of energy storage solutions. We are providing tailor-made battery solutions for that. That will be a core part of what we produce in not only Giga Arctic, but also in Giga America. The first phase of that will be 34 gigawatt hours, but we can upscale that dramatically. In our agreement with the state and Coweta County, we are targeting at least $2.6 billion of development in the state with more than 720 jobs, all of which is generating quite a healthy incentive package on top of the Inflation Reduction Act that was announced by the administration not so long ago. This is creating huge incentives for development of batteries in the US. And as I've always been saying, once the US really wakes up to the energy transition, you will see a lot of capital, a lot of brain power, a lot of sort of capacity being built out in the US. And our customers need regional security of supply. So they would want to see batteries not only coming out of Europe, but also batteries coming out of the US. And since we're taking a US technology to gigawatt hour scale, it seemed prudent and the right thing to do for us to establish ourselves also in the US. So Georgia is an excellent starting point for us. It was the winner, so to speak, of a race where we evaluated more than 130 sites across 25 states, and we landed in Coweta County. Super happy about that. But it's literally just the start. Our ambition is to go to 200 gigawatt hours of capacity by 2030. That is probably five-folding or four-folding what we have already announced. There is a lot of incoming interest from multiple jurisdictions for us to replicate our business model, again, established in Norway, and we're on track to deliver on our ambitions in Norway. Of course, this is a capital-intensive journey, and therefore we're also evaluating a broad variety of strategic industrial and financial partners to sort of further grow with us beyond the capital we raised when we went public last year. So all in all, US is a natural next step for us. We're super excited about it. We have very strong partners lined up, more in the making, broad suite of customers that are super interested, not only from an energy storage point of view, but also from a commercial vehicle and electric vehicle point of view. So we just need to keep grinding, and keep delivering on our promises. And so far, knock on wood, we have been doing what we've said we would do. And we would keep coming back to the market and giving them updates on where we are and keep driving that storage growth story.
Yeah, one thing that I'm thinking about too is it seems like you guys have some true tailwinds coming from the Inflation Reduction Act. Can you explain me a little bit more how this will directly and indirectly impact the business?
Yeah, so there's a broad variety of incentives that the administration have put in place to basically accelerate the establishment of a localized industry. And this goes all the way upstream to the mining and processing of minerals and metals and creating a localized upstream, as we call it, supply chain. That basically means the input factors you need to produce a battery, most notably cathodes and anodes and electrolytes and separators and the like. And then, of course, huge incentives for battery cell production itself, which is the kind of smallest building block in the final battery, with huge sort of direct tax credits for the production of those. And then modules and packs, also strong incentives on that, plus quite a number of incentives on energy storage project development. All in all, meant to catch up the head start that the Asians in general and maybe the Chinese in particular have. And we have to say that, the incentive package put forward by the administration is probably one of the stronger ones, if not the strongest one that we have seen. So this is clearly going to attract a lot of attention for developing solutions like this in the US. And we already started that prior to the Inflation Reduction Act being announced. So we're very happy to sort of be accelerating into that tailwind, if you like, and see large momentum from the customer side, from the partner side, from the supply chain side as well, and lots of people who want to join us on our journey. And we invite everyone to participate. We are a partnership-based organization. We don't pretend to understand everything, but we want to sort of team up with the best and the brightest, and that's why we're coming to a theater near you.
Well, it seems like, of course, like many, we've heard the rumors out there of KKR and the investment of 500 million. Any updates you can give us? And if not, maybe some partnerships that we should be looking out for to get some updates.
I think generally speaking, we don't comment on market rumors, as you can imagine. We are talking to a number of stakeholders, upstream, midstream, downstream, industrial, strategic, financial. We're evaluating a broad variety of options. There is not a lack of interest in joining us on this journey, and we will, when we have something to announce, given that we're public on the most sophisticated marketplace on the planet, of course, come back to the market with prudent updates as and when they occur. But interest is strong. We would, of course, not be pushing ahead in the US unless we sort of saw that interest. But, we take one step at a time, and so far, so good.
And any updates on operations, maybe you want to give us about the kind of the customer qualification plan. It seems like the construction is moving forward in there. Any updates on operations?
Yeah, so we sanctioned the customer qualification plant only a week after we went public. So we'd like to sort of think that we move fast. We have sort of 3 core pillars in our strategy. It's speed, scale, and sustainability. And all of them are equally important. But we are now getting ready to accept the final piece of kit or the final piece of equipment just before Christmas. And then we will be putting all of these pieces together early next year and start producing the actual batteries that we will provide to our customers in the customer qualification plant as quickly as possible in the first quarter. In parallel with that, we are progressing on our Giga Arctic development, again, the blueprint from which we are going to replicate the facility in the US. We've already cleared the ground. We poured concrete. We're starting to put in, the steel works in it, and basically getting ready to erect the first dry room. So we're excited about that. It's a massive facility, at the tune of 80, 90,000 square meters, which of course doesn't maybe say much to people, but there are some pictures in our presentation that gives you a sense of it relative to, Lower Manhattan. Now, what is important to note is that this facility provides 29 gigawatt hours of capacity in Giga Arctic. It will be 34 gigawatt hours in the US because we're basically upgrading the kit a little bit when we're coming there. But this facility is actually 4 times smaller than a conventional battery facility. So these, facilities are huge. And that's why, again, I want to emphasize the importance of having very seasoned people with you when it comes to executing on the project, operating the project, paying attention to quality, paying attention to safety, and really sort of driving that uptime and yield, which the customer qualification plant will help us to continuously improve on as we test new materials, as we optimize the process, and as we optimize the products that we ultimately will want to ship to our customers. So all in all, multiple processes happening in parallel, dependent upon each other, but we're super excited about where we are, and we're just going to continue to move ahead.
Of course, to grow and do these gigafactories, of course, you're going to need probably some money raised to get to the projects. Is there any viewed into capital going forward? Any need to get some capital right now?
So we reported during our earnings call that we are now in the second stage of our project financing efforts, where we had very strong interest in participating in it. This is a $1.7 billion capex project, and with some working capital additions, etc., we're probably looking at raising project finance level debt at the tune of 1.5 billion. That 1.5 billion, we've already received interest from more than a dozen commercial banks in the tune of $2.5 billion. And of course, that's also supported by export credit agencies and multilateral finance institutions and so on. So we're powering ahead on that. And as I said, our capital formation journey also involves discussing with industrial partners and strategic partners and financial partners to sort of see how and when we're going to continue to grow through the cycle. But clearly, we're going to need to raise more capital over time. And our focus now is to close the project finance, and then we'll get back to the market with additional updates as and when they occur.
All right, now let the chat get one question in here. It looks like question, does 24M have exclusive agreement with you to use the technologies for EV batteries? Are they open to other battery manufacturers?
So we have a very strong relationship with 24M. They have a quite intelligent licensing strategy. We have a very strong position for energy storage applications produced in Norway, as well as batteries produced in the US. In the US also, we have certain exclusivity protection when it comes to EV production. So we are quite excited about the relationship we have with 24M. We also have very strong relationships with the other licensees in the 24M family. It's not that many licensees, right? They're regionally, let's call it delineated. Very strong licensee in Japan, very strong licensee in Thailand, strong licensee in India. Volkswagen came in as an owner and a licensee for EV applications towards the end of last year. Strong licensee in China, and then FREYR in Norway and the US. So we're super excited about 24M. We think this is the next generation lithium-ion battery. We can use the existing supply chains, so we don't need to sort of reinvent the wheel when it comes to materials going into it. And all of this is, coming together towards gigawatt hour scale. And we've come quite a long distance, right? But we're not. I just want to say that we're humble to the task. It's not trivial to build gigafactories, but so far we've been able to sort of knock down the barriers in front of us, and we're going to keep doing that at an accelerating pace.
Well, Tom, Jensen, of course, FREYR Batteries will definitely keep up with the journey and appreciate you coming and sharing with us here at Benzinga. Definitely thank you for coming on, Tom.
Thanks a lot. Take care.
All right, there you guys have it, the story that is FREYR. And definitely, we need to keep watch to see what happens with the gigafactories. I love how they give you a nice, clear financial update on the presentation. Sometimes you got to go digging into companies. No, they're giving you clear outlook of what they see right now on their progress, of course, from capital. So pay attention to their presentations and catch it online. Of course, if you want to know a little bit more about FREYR batteries, you guys can also check out their YouTube. Have some pretty cool videos if you want to check that out. All right, let's get out of that talk. We'll get back into the market. It looks like it's 2:01 already. That means I'm wrapping up here, but I will take a look into the market and see if we're seeing this rally continue, or is the rally turning around. Right now, we're almost to 400. So can't be mad about the price action that we're seeing lately. Seems like the bulls are in control right now. Of course, this can always change up. Now the daily candle looking good. New highs from Friday's actions. And this is exactly what I wanted to see. So now I'd be looking for the three advancing shoulders to continue going and pushing up. We'll look for this to close above Friday's high to show us that continued strength. And then we can be a little bit more careful about the turnaround. But right now, I'm still feeling a little upside outlook here. And we talked about it. Would Google get into the green? Apple get into the green? Looks like they're getting into the green right now as we speak. Amazon, will that turn into the green? Going to keep watch to see what happens, but looks like we are starting to get back above that. Keep in mind, we'll see what happens there. Definitely the bigger stocks coming back on the day. We'll see if these can continue pushing. Watching ARKK to see if this gets strong. Is it growth names today? Is it value? Seems like definitely oil has continued a little bit higher, and some basic materials, industrials, some healthcare is coming back into play. So we'll see if these can continue making runs. Stocks that have the biggest kind of moves out there, there's some stocks, of course, some cheaper names like Getty Images is just ripping here up there to 720 for some cheaper name action. But of course, you guys can keep up with all the actions right here on Benzinga. Do me the favor, hit the subscribe down below and hit the bell to be notified the moment we go live. We'll keep building here, right here on Benzinga, bringing on the companies that you want to hear from, analysts and the experts to keep you in the informational edge. And don't forget, we still, of course, always give you both sides of the coin so you can make your own investors' decisions. We'll see you next time right here on Stock Market Movers and, of course, Benzinga's TV. Hit the thumbs up on your way out and continue going on the day as we continue going into, at the close, 3:30. Don't miss it. Joe Alconnett and I will take a look into this market, looking for some opportunities like always. We'll let you know what we see underneath the hood. See you there, team. Hit the like on your way out.
We'll be right back.